Sixty-second warning, and we'll start at 9:30. Okay, good morning. Welcome. Glad to see this many people here for the Growth Management Workshop. Wow. So we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and first we'll call the meeting to order at exactly 9:30 as the clock just changed. So if you would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge of Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Krista, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins. Miss Wheeler.
Here.
Miss Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry. Miss Post. Mr. Brower.
Here. And I know I saw Ben. Where'd Ben go? He is here, so we have a quorum. And there he is. He's making friends and influencing people. Okay. So we'll just wait. Actually, I will start with the public participation. We do have members of the public that have taken the effort to come and prepare something to share with us. First will be Ralph Locke, and Ralph, are you here? You have included handouts, and we will get these to every council member. Thank you for bringing them.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. I am Ralph Locke. I am the current president of the Florida Green Building Coalition, and our organization has been around since the year 2000. Our mission statement is as follows: to lead and promote sustainability with environmental, economic, social benefits through regional education and certification programs. And we're endorsed by the Florida Legislative, League of Cities and Counties, the Florida Home Builders Association, Audubon International, IFAS, St. John's Water Management, HUD, and many, many more. Our membership is comprised of all volunteers. They came together in 2000 to build builders, developers, city planners, and we came up with the green building standards that addresses anything that's built in Florida, because Florida is has a very unique climate. One thing I would like to say to the council is thank you for being a certified green local government, which you have been under our program since 2010. Our organization has helped Green Volusia many times with public education all over Volusia County, and we thank you for doing that. And just some numbers for you. As of today, certified projects, green projects in Florida are 28,000. We have 14 land developments that are certified green, and local governments, we have 28 certified local governments. And just to make this kind of short, because I did give you a handout, many of our local governments have went ahead and opted out to make an ordinance that everything built within their city limits or counties are green building certified under our standards. And like for the many years we've helped you, we are still here to help you. All you have to do is reach out to us. Thank you.
Nancy Vaughn from the League of Women Voters, Volusia County, who also has included some handouts which we will distribute. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, County Council. Thank you so much for having not only the water workshop that you had in February, which was spectacular, but also this workshop today. I'm really looking forward to everything we will learn. And I just wanted to do a little bit of plug for the League of Women Voters. We had a meeting on Saturday, and it was Growth in Volusia and its cities, navigating the complexities of land use and conservation. And it was really not that it was with help from Carrie Carl, that's easy for me to say, Carrie Carl from VCARD. She put together an amazing panel. And it was really a masterclass in the legalities of land use and conservation. And I really believe that the best path forward is a collaborative effort to facilitate change from within to manage our growth. And now I'm going to go to the statement. And this is League position, history, and position. And that is that the League of Women Voters of Volusia County is concerned about the negative consequences of rapid growth throughout the region. These positions address the goals and processes of comprehensive planning and require coordination among the governments of Volusia County. In order to preserve the quality of life in Volusia County, the League of Women Voters of Volusia County supports Volusia County and the municipalities within its borders working together to protect the environment while providing reasonable use of the land and restricting the use of wetland mitigation. The League of Women Voters supports buffering of environmentally sensitive land and water bodies and encourages developing open recreational green spaces to enhance and maintain the quality of life within the county and its municipalities. The League of Women Voters supports giving public interest priority regarding the conservation of our natural habitats in Volusia County. League of Women Voters supports increased consideration to potable water issues, including the assurance of clean water and the comprehensive plans of Volusia County and its municipalities. League of Women Voters supports development of effective drainage systems to improve recharge and retention areas and reduce flooding in Volusia County and its municipalities. The League of Women Voters encourages Volusia County and its municipalities to work together to direct regional growth in a responsible manner. The League of Women Voters supports measures to ensure that any comprehensive plan amendment or rezoning that permits increased residential density may be approved only if adequate public schools can be timely planned and constructed to serve the projected increase in student population. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and again, thank you for holding this workshop.
Thank you. Melissa Lammers.
Good morning, Chair Brower, honorable council members, Managing Rectenwald, excuse me. My name is Melissa Lammers, and I live in Ormond by the Sea. Thank you so much for scheduling today's workshop. I hope we'll come away with priorities and solutions we can implement sooner rather than later. As you well know, many of us are deeply concerned by the pace and especially the way in which Volusia County is developing. We citizens took a huge step toward preserving valuable environmental lands when we reauthorized Volusia Forever, but it isn't enough to protect all of the ecosystems we rely on for our health and well-being, nor will it address smart growth that will make Volusia County a great place to live far into the future. Local government has the opportunity now to further protect our most important resources and to be leaders in growing better. I respectfully suggest these actions, which are by no means a complete list. Above all, protect the environmental core overlay, or ECO, by elevating it to the level of the Volusia County Home Rule Charter. address the lack of adherence by Volusia County municipalities to the minimum environmental standards they all agreed to, and then go further, work with them by harmonizing ordinances, rules, and regulations that will facilitate low-impact development, or even better, incentivize it. Knowing we rely on our EPA-designated sole source aquifer for all of our water, protect it by placing ECO in the charter, requiring regular periodic inspections of residential septic systems, by ending the grandfathering of replacement septic systems that allows them to be installed closer to the water table than current regulations for new systems allow. We shouldn't get to pollute like the good old days when we know better. If there's no hookup to sanitary sewer available, require advanced residential on-site wastewater treatment systems, also known as ATUs, in areas with high-density development, rapidly percolating soils, and that are close to the water table or to sensitive water bodies. Require native vegetation around stormwater retention ponds, and where possible, require infiltration basins. Expand the requirement for native plants and developments to increase the percentage of native plantings, then reduce the size of the developments that are subject to that requirement. I hope this workshop leads to solutions to some of the burning questions, like, can we end clear cutting? If it has to do with raising the ground level to above the 100-year floodplain, should we build there? If the answer is yes, then shouldn't we require more preservation of natural areas within a development's boundary? Why are turf grass lawns and irrigation systems the default when we use 50% of our precious water to irrigate them, washing the fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticides they require into our water bodies? Why aren't we planning for multiple transportation modes? Volusia is a large county, extremely dependent on cars, which isn't sustainable, nor is it what people want anymore. These are surprisingly complicated issues, but I urge you to look at all the levers that you have to improve how we are developing. Truly, the world we leave to our children depends on it. No pressure there, right? And thank you again for all that you do already.
Thank you. Amy Munizzi. You have also brought handouts, which we will distribute to all the council members, staff.
Amy Munizzi, de Leon Springs Community Association. I want to thank the council and the staff for putting this on today. Several of our members of our community read through the PowerPoint because they weren't able to come today because they were at work, and we were just so impressed with what county staff is doing, what the council is doing to address all these issues. I agree with everything that she just said. In de Leon Springs, we are now what the big cities like Ormond once was. You know, a lovely area with dirt roads and four-wheelers and horses and cattle and farms. And Ormond and these cities grew so rapidly, and so you're sort of, you know, trying to catch up with them. Here we are looking at the future and having an opportunity to work with tremendous people like George and Suzanne, who run this county in such a wonderful way and really listen to what we have to say, and people like Clay and Ginger and their staffs who understand that we're different. We're a very unique community out there. We want to remain rural. We are so thankful for the state of Florida placing the Basin Management Action Plan over our area, because it forces all of us to be more careful about how we use the land, how we conserve our water. We're just ecstatic that we finally have water and wastewater services coming to our downtown area, and that's going to get us out of this state of decay that we are perpetually in. Our businesses are going to be able to create jobs for our citizens so they don't always have to graduate and go someplace else. We're going to have a beautiful downtown again. We're so thankful to Tim Bailey and Parks and Recreation for getting our section of the Spring to Spring Trail done. And I know there were a lot of people, you know, lots of other departments that were involved in that, but we're just so excited to have that. Chuck Lennon Park is growing in leaps and bounds in usage. We have people out there all the time, 7 days a week. And Volusia County Parks and Recreation is committed to upgrading our children's playgrounds. They're in terrible shape, and it's already on to have those replaced. And we are finally getting our hiking trail, which we've wrangled with environmental for 3 years over. But it's going to be something that's going to serve our community and preserve our land nicely.
And we're just grateful for everything y'all are doing to protect our community. We appreciate it. We appreciate that we're all on the same page to do the right things so that we aren't chasing this thing the way you are with the cities. Thank you.
Pete Glover.
Good morning. Thank you for putting on this growth management workshop. All of you, I appreciate your hard work as a citizen. I live in Ormond, but I have property in Barberville, and I'm concerned about smart growth, that we grow in a responsible fashion. I'm also concerned about urban sprawl, and here's my thinking. In 2015, we passed some smart growth resolutions from the Policy Review Committee. Clay Irvin was the chairman of that committee at the time, and he made 4 recommendations to council. Conservation subdivisions, unpaved road subdivisions, minor subdivisions, which were approvals by DRC, not going to council, and also single lot splits. 2 of those, the county council passed all 4 of those and told staff, bring us 4 ordinances. They actually brought an ordinance in 2015 for conservation subs and for unpaved road subs. But the other 2 recommendations for ordinances were not executed or followed through or brought back to council. It's documented, it's in the record. And I think those are key for how we move forward. This is a perfect time to look at that, because those 2 ordinances pretty much put the rural landowners in communities like De Leon Springs and Seville and Pearson in a position where maybe they had 50 acres or 100 acres in their family, and they want to sell 10 acres or they want to give 10 acres to their kids, which is what an A1 zoning would permit. But since those 2 provisions didn't come forward as ordinances, they can't do it. They can't follow the rules of a unpaved road sub because the road in front of their house has to be improved to a DOT standard all the way back to a paved road, which could be a mile. And the standards are pretty high and they're needed, but the cost is too high. So my fear is that those rural landowners will not be able to give the land to their children because they can't divide it in pieces. So they'll pass it on to them, or they'll get stuck financially and they'll just sell it to a developer like KB Homes or one of the others. Not to just pick out one, that's just the one that comes to mind. So instead of having 10 lot and 20 lot parcels of land, we'll have quarter-acre lots. Now, a lot of people say, well, gee, that's premature, that doesn't make sense, because there's no demand for that. But we all seen the blowing up of subdivisions throughout the county. People want a quiet place in the country to live. So if they sell to those developers and they build the quarter lot subdivisions, then those people that live there are going to demand services. Then we get strip malls, then we get urban sprawl. Then we lose the quality that we've gained in those communities that we have now for the horse trails like De Leon Springs, et cetera. So I'm just asking that the council, when you go back, that you possibly consider re-asking legal and institute those requests for the ordinances so that we can get that relief to rural landowners so that we can avoid urban sprawl. Thank you all for your time and consideration. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you. And that brings us to Clay Irvin for the beginning of the workshop. Thank you all that chose to come and participate with comments this morning.
Well, good morning. We appreciate the opportunity to come forward and, as your staff, kind of explain what we do, how we do it, and where we're going with it in the future. Today, joining me will be Carol McFarland, who's Director of our Planning and Development Services. So that's your folks that take it from comp plan to your site plan. Ginger Adair, the Director of Environmental Management, who is present in all aspects of development here in Volusia County from the very beginning of the comp plan to the issuance of a fence permit. And lastly, but definitely not least, is Kerry Lusinger. He is your chief building official and oversees your building and code administration division. Kerry's got the heavy lifting. The fact is that after all of us planners make all of our great pretty plans, he's got the joy of trying to actually make them real. So today we're going to get into a lot of different topics. We were talking about this. The American Planning Association has week-long seminars on what we're going to try and get accomplished in 4 to 6 hours today. So get ready. We're going to try and talk quickly and get some information to you. This kind of gives you an overview of how the day is going to go. I'm going to speak first and kind of give an overview of our history, some of the trends that we're seeing from a growth perspective. Then from there, Carol will jump in there and talk about the planning and development services. Again, that's the, at the 10,000 to 5,000 foot level. Then we're going to have Kerry come in and that's really at the ground level. That's where the rubber meets the road and permits are being issued. And he'll be addressing some of the processing concerns that y'all had. We understand y'all are getting a lot of pressure from folks who are just in for simple building permits for a shed, a fence, some of these things. And it has been taking a long time. And you're getting a lot of heat from that. And we apologize for it. But right now, I think there's 16 municipalities, not including the county. So I think out of the 17 counties that make up Volusia County, we're all behind. So then we're going to be getting into environmental management. This one will be a little bit more in depth. There's some issues that y'all have identified over the last several months that we're definitely going to be getting back into, specifically some of the low impact development standards that Dr. Jones brought up at our water quality workshop, talking about some of the potential changes that we feel are needed to our wetland standards, tree preservation standards. Then lastly, we'll hear from Jane West, who is legal counsel for Thousand Friends of Florida. Thousand Friends of Florida is a not-for-profit organization that was initiated back in the 80s with the growth management law that were put in place to kind of serve as an advocate for sound growth process and sound growth policies. And she'll be able to convey some of the things that they've learned in their statewide efforts to continue to reach out to local governments and still lobby up in Tallahassee for hopefully home rule and protection of growth management laws. So without further ado, why are we here? The fact is anyone who lives here in Volusia County loves Volusia County. It's special to them. And what happens and what y'all feel as the elected officials is the heat from folks who say that the reason why I'm here isn't here anymore because y'all allowed too much development. It's happening at the city level. It's happening at your level. It's a situation where folks are coming in and they're concerned about whether or not we are providing enough facilities, enough service to accommodate the folks that are moving in here. And the fact is, all of us have a different reason why Volusia County is special to us. So therefore, you have the difficult task of coming up with policies for us to implement that will hopefully address all of these folks' concerns and interest as to why Volusia County is special to us. So today we hopefully will be able to go through some of those things and explain what's going on and actually shed a little bit of light on where we really are in comparison to some of our other counties and how are we doing. This is not unique to Volusia County. When we were putting this together, I was talking with some friends that live in Tallahassee, and I have family that lives down south. All of them are saying the same thing. My brother-in-laws who live in Sebastian can't believe how big Sebastian is growing. So what you're seeing is it's a statewide phenomenon that's impacting everybody. And so here you see headlines from Tallahassee, Tarpon Springs, and Miami. This is showing our building permit activity between 2002 and 2021. I'm not putting it up there for the numbers. This is the business cycle. If we grew at a perfect linear fashion at 1.6%, it would be so much easier. But there's this little thing called the market. It comes in and really devastates some of your plans. And so if you look at 2009, 2010, if we were having this workshop, I probably wouldn't be speaking. Someone from our economic development department would be speaking, and y'all would be asking, what can we do to further our economic development efforts? Because, little fact, in 2009 was the first time since 1946 that the state of Florida saw out-migration greater than in-migration. The state of Florida lost 58,000 people in 2009, and that was the first time it happened since World War II. So what's happened is we've rebounded. We've done a really good job of rebounding. Wow, did we rebound? And so have we been able to continue on with these plans, even though we do see that this growth comes in fits and stops? So we had a 1976 plan. That's on the screen. If you look to the left, that was the plan that was in place. And I think it's kind of interesting is that the philosophy back then is that agriculture was an appropriate use to go through some of our conservation lands, which now when you look at the map on the right, that's where you see your eco and NORMA areas and a lot of green. So the interesting aspect about it, and this is available on our website, our original 1967 and subsequent 1976 plan, a lot of the issues that were brought up then are still prevalent today. Growth is always going to have those same issues coming through. How's your transportation network? How are your water and sewer? What's going on to protect the environment? I have to give a quick overview. Basically just this. The state of Florida has initiated growth management as far back as 1972. 1985 was the critical year. That is when they mandated a lot of regulations. It was very much of a top-down system. Local governments could not just put together a comp plan and put it on the shelf and ignore it. The comp plan that we had back then was probably about a 1/4 inch deep. I think ours, right, including the data and analysis, was probably 2 hand trucks worth of boxes going up to Tallahassee to the then Department of Community Affairs. And so what you're seeing is that there was very much of a statement of like, hey, we need to get this under control. That was in 85. There were very strict standards in place. Obviously, with the Great Recession that occurred, 2009 and 2011, there were significant changes to the point that, and I want to point out in 2011, the rules that us planners played by, 9J5, disappeared. It was repealed. We had basically Florida statutes in the Community Planning Act was what we had to work from. So all of the very technically oriented, sometimes draconian standards were gone, but it also opened up the door to a couple other things. And that's what we're going to talk about here, because these are the rules we're operating under now. Concurrency was required. Okay, what is concurrency? You'll hear this brought up. It's real simple that you have the water, sewer, roads, parks, schools, stormwater, and any other infrastructure that a local government feels appropriate is in place or is funded so that when development occurs, there's not going to be a dramatic impact to this overall system. Concurrency was trying to make sure that cities and counties were being responsible in their development permit issuance and not just allowing for things to go out of control without making sure we had a financially feasible plan in place to ensure these facilities were there. Part of the Community Planning Act, they said, local governments, you don't have to be financially feasible. And you don't have to have concurrency for roads, parks, or schools. But if you do, we're going to put these things on you. You have to make sure that your concurrency is such that the developer's only paying for their impact, not for your backlog. And you have to accept kind of a pay and go. Identify how much the cost of improvements for that to mitigate for their impact, get the check, let them go. So that's why you see a lot of frustration. And we'll get back into that a little bit later on. I'll talk about concurrency a little bit later in the presentation. The other thing that was really kind of interesting is that from about 85 till 95, we had to do a needs analysis. And the needs analysis was demonstrating that if you were coming in to change your comp plan to increase density, increase the intensity of non-residential, you had to prove that it was needed based on population projections or market studies or those things. So there was a cap, a ceiling. That ceiling or cap disappeared in 2011, and a floor was established. So all you had to do as a local government was prove you had enough land to accommodate, at a minimum, your population projection. So therefore, the state of Florida was not getting into greater details about these changes to our future land use maps, which basically establishes some of the vesting. And Carol's going to be getting into that later on. This gives you an idea of what Volusia County's been doing since 1972. And in 2003, 2004, I was working at the city of Ormond Beach, and that's when a lot of folks were in a similar situation as to we're facing today. We're coming together and saying we need to do something about this. And so there was a series of smart growth committees put together, and some of the changes were put into our comprehensive plan, some of them were put in our land development regulations. And so we've been able to implement some of those things. As Mr. Glover said, there's still some hanging out there, and we're still working through some of those. So we'll be touching base on those as well today. Where are we in regards to population, and how do we stack up compared to others? We pulled this together based on the Bureau of Economic and Business Research, BEBR. They're the official population numbers for the state of Florida. And what you're seeing at the bottom in that blue stripe across there is that we've grown from 37 to 551,000 people over a 30-year period. That's a lot of growth. We've not been overwhelmed, as I say, our friends in Flagler, where they had 298% increase, or St. John's with 212. Having said that, we're not Putnam, which between 2010 and 2020 actually lost population. What you're seeing is that Volusia, Brevard, and Seminole are all growing around about the same. I would say what you're seeing is pressure from the Jacksonville area and pressure from the Orlando area, pushing down 95 and I-4 respectively. And so what you're seeing is that it's converging. We're at the apex of I-4 and I-95, so it's understandable why you're feeling these growth pressures. We really like this slide. Not because it shows kind of a dramatic increase, but it does give an idea of what 182,000 new people who came into Volusia County looks like from a facility needs. And I'm going to dare say that it shows that council and the governments have tried to do and have succeeded in some of our growth management. Because you don't add 81,000 new homes. You don't increase your water demand by 18 million gallons per day, 15 million gallons of sanitary sewer per day, 729,000 new trips on your road network if you don't have your act together. And so, is it as great as we would like it to be? No. And when you, a little bit later on, I'm going to show how we're balancing this out. Can we make improvements? Definitely. Are there ways that we can improve our method of funding some of these improvements that are needed? Yes. Can we do more to preserve and make sure the development's coming in a better manner? Definitely. Here's one of the more significant changes, and I bring it up mainly because in order to facilitate change, you have to know what you have control over to make that change. And what we're seeing is that Volusia County is transitioning from a primarily county into more of a suburban and urban county. This one is first talking about population. And so when you see that at one point in 1990, the cities accounted for 60% of the population. There's 15 cities shown there. Deltona wasn't a city yet. So then fast forward 30 years later, that's gone up to 79%. So what you're seeing is that a majority of the population in Volusia County is currently residing within a city. The other aspect of it is the area. The map on the left is from 1990. As I referenced, Deltona is not a city yet. DeBerry is very small. And then when you look over at the mosaic that's on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the impact. We've more than doubled basically our amount of area that is within the cities within Volusia County. So what you're seeing is growth is occurring. Growth is occurring in the cities. The cities are growing to accommodate the greater pressure to develop. So right now, if you look at how our population, Volusia County's population as a whole, just the number has either remained constant or dipped down. This next exercise is just kind of giving y'all an understanding of what we actually do have control over. A lot of these numbers are coming off of our GIS layer, so there's going to be some math errors. So I'm just telling y'all right now is that when you start trying to separate it out, the bottom line number at the very end of this discussion is what we need to focus on. But basically our county is 800,000 acres. We've got about 600 and 700,000 acres of land. Of that, we got 215,000 of that are in the city. We have these things called interlocal service boundary agreements. These are areas where the county and the city have agreed that it's probably best that this area goes into the city eventually because it's within their water and sewer service areas. They are better able to handle it. And this is just reflecting that we've got 63,000 acres within interlocal service boundary agreements. Then we have some local plans. Not all local plans have vesting of future development. Two do. The Osteen local plan and the Farmington local plan both have established basically the number of residential and non-residential use that can go in there. Other ones, such as the Tomoka Farms Village and Samsula local plans, have put restrictions. We're not going to see development occurring in there other than the rural 5-acre minimum, depending if that's the zoning in place. Because those residents have spoken up and said, we don't want to be overwhelmed with suburban urban growth. We don't want water and sewer out here, which would facilitate that. We want to keep rural. So those being the case, those are areas that we already have plans for that we know are going to occur. I bring up ECO and NORMA. These are critical. When we were going through and working on how do we best manage our regulations so that way we can protect our resources, we first came up with the Natural Resource Management Area, or NORMA. This is an area of heightened environmental concern. It's also where we have more standards in place to protect wetlands and those types of species, and as well as making sure that it's coordinated with our well field protection and everything else. So when you start seeing it, NORMA gives us that extra layer. ECO is yet a subset of NORMA again, where it comes in and identifies that these are critical pieces of property that are necessary for that whole ecosystem management that we are trying to attain through the center part of our county. When you take out the lands that are owned in conservation, and I want to make sure this is understood, we have approximately 274,000 acres right now in conservation, be it a privately held conservation easement, federal, state, county, city-owned lands that are restricted to conservation use. So if we're at 800,000 acres, roughly 25 to 30% of our county right now is in conservation. We have more land in conservation than we do in cities, because the cities are 215,000 acres. We're at 274,000 acres of conservation. What it boils down to is we've got about 70 to 75,000 acres in the unincorporated areas jurisdiction that we have planning, zoning, and development control over. So roughly 10% of our total area of our county is where we are at where y'all have the full control over the land use, the zoning, and development patterns that could occur in those areas. So what does this all mean? As I said, we're growing about 1.6. It's not linear. We're in a high growth area. There is about 29% of our areas in some sort of conservation or protection. Majority of development's occurring in the cities. And we're going to have a continuation of the growth. There's some things on the horizon that Ginger's shop is working on that's integrated in all of what we're doing now with the resiliency and what can happen because of sea level change. Those are all critical elements because one of the things that we're looking to try and get accomplished this year, everybody envisions sea level change as a surface issue. Okay, the ocean's going to come in, we may lose the barrier island. Okay, but when you move salt water to the west, it also impacts the groundwater. So are we going to have viable groundwater resources in the future as we see sea level change occurring? Those are going to be some of the things that we're going to have to be dealing with. So we're going to continue to look at low impact development. I think it's very clear that a coordinated effort is necessary to ensure that we and the cities work hand in glove to address some of these changes. We have, and Ginger will go over it a little bit later, our minimum standards that are contained in Chapter 50 of the Land Development Code. They're based on the charter. That's the first step. Do we need to work closer and have better coordination in regards to utilities, infrastructure? Yes. We can always make improvements on those. The other aspect of it is that if anybody's seen any of the planning documentation about what is a sustainable community, you'll see that they'll have conservation, they'll have social services, but they'll also have economic development. So we do have to make sure that we're protecting the existing businesses that are here, allowing for them to continue and expand, focusing on what we can do to do that for retention and expansion of those existing businesses. And also, if there's a targeted industry that's from outside this area that can help our existing population, we need to be working with Helga and her folks over there at Economic Development to make sure that we're doing a good job to helping them out with that. And then Carol's also going to touch on this, is the update to the future land use element. We have all these different elements of our comp plan, but the one that seems to keep getting the most use is our future land use element, because it's kind of the aggregation of everybody else. So that's going to be critical to us. We want to make sure that as we proceed with that update, we're getting input from the public. And with that, I am done.
Clay, can I interrupt you
Yes.
just a second? There's 90-some pages that we're going to go through and not a lot of opportunity for questions. And so in what you just said, you just told us, and it's true, we've added 187,000 people, 15.5 million gallons per day of increased water. And you said it in a way that, we anticipated that growth, and what came across was that everything's fine. And I know that you think that there are changes that need to be made and more that we can do. I don't want anybody to misunderstand that. The last thing on the previous slide that you had, number 5, we've anticipated and planned for the increasing population and the impact of growth. That's the summation of what everybody in the public listening to this wants to know today, because they don't feel like we've planned well for the 187,000 people and the 15.5 million gallons per day increase. So the rest of the day is going to be answering that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to make that clear because we're losing people already that are listening to this and thinking, well, it's a rosy scenario, everything's fine. We're having a workshop because there's work that needs to be done. And
We fully acknowledge that, first of all, growth management is an iterative process. We can't put a plan in place and expect it to stay in that way forever. We understand that now we have to start doing a little bit better adaptation on things that we didn't foresee back in 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, things were different. So we completely do agree. I would like to kind of clarify is that, you know, if we had not put in place school concurrency before it was mandated by state law, our schools would have been completely overrun. Back in 2007, there was an agreement amongst the 16 cities, the county, and the school board about how to handle changes to the comp plan to ensure that we didn't outstrip it. If we didn't put an impact fee in place in 1986 for transportation and continue to use that, and then bond for some of the improvements in 2006, the roadways would be in much worse shape. So I don't want to say it's rosy. You're 100% right. We're seeing more and more pressure, and we're running into more and more difficulties finding the funding for a lot of this stuff. But I do want to say is that so far so good, I guess is the best way to describe it, and that we definitely need to improve and make it better for the next 10, 15, 20 years. All right. Well, Carol's going to go ahead and take us through the Planning and Development Services Division.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, I'm Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. Our job in planning is to manage and implement the county's comprehensive plan as well as Chapter 72 of our Code of Ordinances, which is the zoning ordinance and the land development code. That includes processing applications for development. We also maintain the county's GIS systems, 911 addressing, and we administer the Historic Preservation Board and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. PLDRC, lots of letters in there. Our mission statement is to facilitate sustainable, safely built communities and conserve natural resources by providing excellent customer service through positive outreach, cooperative policies, and efficient processes. So hopefully when we get to the end of this presentation, we can at least agree that we're chasing the same mission. Just for perspective, there are 26 employees in the Planning and Development Services Division, 8 planners, 5 permit technicians, 4 GIS specialists, and some administrative staff. Hope I'm pushing the right button. There we go. All right, a little bit of yellow text there at the bottom. That was more green in the looking at it on our computer. So this is the overall development process. It's fairly simplified, steps 1 through 4, and this will take you from process of developing land, starting with vacant acreage and going all the way through master planning, engineering of construction plans, and finally building permits. So as elected officials and staff, we hear regularly from the public that we need to deny proposed developments due to increases in traffic, reduction of green space or habitat, impacts to water quality standards, lack of stormwater, etc. So my part of the presentation is going to be explaining, as we go through these processes, which one of those impacts are we legally allowed to look at and to make decisions based on. There are, again, the 4 major steps. The first is future land use map amendments. It needs to be very clear, and Clay showed the maps as well, that all lands in the county has a future land use map designation, whether it's commercial, conservation, industrial. So there are developments that can happen going from vacant land to developed land that don't have to go through that process. And I think that can be difficult for the public to understand because they see vacant land that's very nice, it has trees on it and birds and bunnies. And so once it starts going through the development process and construction, I think that can be frustrating to, when staff says, well, they already had that designation, so we couldn't change it. The second step is rezonings or special exceptions, also plan unit development rezonings. These are zoning classifications tell us which uses are permitted outright and which uses are allowed by special exception, and it also gives the dimensional requirements for development. Again, all property in Volusia County has a zoning classification, so all properties has a list of uses that are permitted or allowed via special exception. And that also means that if you're going through the development process, you may not have to go through steps 1 and 2. It's possible you can go just straight to steps 3 and 4. Step 3 is where construction actually can start. That's site plans and subdivisions through the land development regulations. Any development that is not an agricultural use or construction of a single family residence has to go through land development. And the permits that you get from step 3 are basically the horizontal work. The step number 4, the building permits, is where we look at the vertical work. And Carrie's going to talk about that more in his presentation, so I won't get too far into that. And I'm drawing attention to these 4 steps of the development process. That's, okay, you could leave it. The 4 steps are important because I want everyone to understand, council members, audience, public alike, that it's important to understand the legal framework of how these 4 steps go about, because knowledge is power here. If we understand legally what we can and can't do, then we can start to come up with policies to address them. So this is the regulatory hierarchy. It's an inverted pyramid, starting with legislative decisions, which are your comprehensive plan and future land use map amendments. And what you're going to see, the reason why it's an inverted pyramid is because the ability of the council to apply discretion decreases the farther down in the development process that we go. So again, legislative decisions are comp plan amendments and future land use maps. They are heard through 2 public hearings, one with the PLDRC and another through the county council. The next are quasi-judicial hearings. These are rezoning, special exceptions, plan unit developments. Quasi-judicial decisions must be made based on competent, substantial evidence. And I'll get a little bit farther, more detailed in that farther in the presentation that we go. But it's very different from legislative, because legislative decisions are made based on public concern or the community's vision, whereas quasi-judicial decisions, again, you have to have evidence. So you have to be able to clearly demonstrate that there's going to be some sort of a negative impact or an impact to the community's vision in order to deny an application. As we get into land development applications, we get into ministerial decisions. Ministerial decisions mean that if you, and you'll hear Clay a lot talking about checking all the boxes, if you meet all of the requirements of the land development code, we have to approve it. Staff is really limited with those kinds of decisions. And the land development code is where you see a lot of math. So we're talking about stormwater calculations, tree preservation, mitigation, road design, turning radius, and widths of driveways. So again, if you meet all of that math, the application has to be approved. And the same is true with building permits. They're ministerial decisions. And again, I'll let Kerry talk about that in his presentation. But I do want to point out, though, that building permits also have to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning. So there is a planning review that's involved in building permits, but the types of decisions that we make are limited.
Can I interrupt you? Can you go back one page to the land development applications? And it says, if all LDC requirements are met, approving body must approve. Can you explain who the approving bodies are?
Yeah, of course. So that's typically the Development Review Committee, which is a group of 3 people that are, one is the Director of Growth and Resource Management, which is Clay Irvin here, and the other 2 are appointed by the county manager. Right now, that's the Public Works Director and the Airport Director. There are very small land development applications. If it's less than 20 dwelling units or less than 20,000 square feet of commercial or industrial floor area, those can be approved by the land development manager, but for the most part, the approving body is the Development Review Committee. The only exception to that is for final plats. Those are approved by county council. That's a state requirement that the county council approve those plats. So it's kind of an awkward review that the council has to make, because we're really at the bottom of the inverted pyramid. We're strictly in ministerial territory, but it has to go in front of the council. So again, the public thinks that there's a hearing. I can say, I don't think this is good for the community, but the truth is that you're not in legislative land anymore. You have to make the ministerial decisions.
So, in my opinion, the land development, land use is where most of the work needs to be done, and the county council has no input on that until a final plat.
The concept is that you adopt the ordinance that we implement. So the tree preservation, the minimum landscaping requirements, the wetland buffers, the turning radius, the engineering, the stormwater are all contained in the code of ordinances that y'all adopt. And you're saying to professional engineers, biologists, and everything else that are on staff, implement these rules that we're giving you. That is the concept behind why it's not brought back to you for these activities.
So we need to go back to the ordinance if we want to change the ordinance.
In other words, have like, if you want to have site plans approved by the county council, that would be something we would have to modify in our code of ordinances in regards to the procedures.
Those decisions are the legislative decisions that you do have purvey over.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't.
let me just supplement what Clay and Carol were just saying, and I think you're exactly right on. I mean, the decisions of the council are really about your buffer requirements, your tree ordinances, your engineering ordinances. So if there are more restrictive or less restrictive provisions the council wants, going back to those code of ordinances is exactly the appropriate step. Who reviews the technical requirements? I'll just share that in most jurisdictions that I'm aware of, those technical reviews do lie with your professional staff. It's the policy decisions of what's embedded in your codes and ordinances that those plans are reviewed against. So.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I think the reason I wanted to bring it up is because I think at the end of the day, that's what we're all going to see, is that we need some changes there. As I read through it, I see lots of land use plans that say we encourage, and that encouragement needs to be required in a lot of cases, and that falls on the council, because they can't do anything unless we give them the direction to do it. So I'm just trying to set the stage, because there's what we're going to hear throughout this is that there's a lot of work that needs to be done because we are growing rapidly. Thank you.
All right, well said, Suzanne. Thank you. Clay got mostly into this, but I'll touch on it. Going back to the comprehensive plan and our future land use map, we have 19 future land use map designations, 16 local area plans, 15 rural communities, and 3 overlays. The comp plan is written out in a descriptive narrative. There are some numbers in there for maximum and minimum density and intensity, but for the most part, it's these narrative. They're paragraphs. They're encouraging and shoulds, and there are some shalls in there. So the exact codes does trickle down into the Chapter 72, the Land Development Code, and the zoning ordinance. The comp plan also has a zoning matrix. That's just the first page of it, which is a list of all of the zoning classifications that are allowed in each future land use designation. So column A is assumed compatible. That's kind of there so that staff knows if it's generally going to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. It keeps us from having to reinvent the wheel every time we look at a future land use map amendment or a rezoning. The conditionally compatible, for the most part, it's because there's a future land use designation in an area, usually the rural communities, where you'll have, kind of this little pockets of smaller lots surrounded by agricultural lands. So we recognize those existing spots, but it's also a little bit trickier trying to rezone the immediate areas so that they can have the smaller acreage lots. So that's what the matrix tables A and B do. And I am going to go a little bit back and forth between the zoning classifications and the future land use designations, mainly because when you change a future land use map designation, you have to do rezoning to a classification that's consistent with the future land use map. You can't make that change and then say, well, we're going to think about the zoning later. It has to be consistent at the time that the future land use map is approved. So that's why I'm going to switch back and forth a little bit between the two. We have 53 zoning classifications to address various levels of density, setbacks, lot size requirements. It's it's a little unwieldy for staff because a lot of times when we have to do our building permit reviews, we have to go back each time and read all of those standards again because it's a little easy to get them mixed up. You have to go and check all of it. But then the other side of that is that we're a really big county, and something that works for people, outside of Ormond Beach is definitely going to be different than someone who's in Osteen. So just kind of positives and negatives to both sides of that. Very simplified flow chart, business flow for future land use map amendments. We start with an application check that lasts about 1 work week, and then there's a technical review of the application. And our technical review staff consists of professionals, county development engineer, county forester, zoning enforcement officials, and they're really have a really good formal system of communication between them. They meet, I think, 4 or 5 times a month to talk about these developments. So they're very much active and in a lot of communication with each other to make sure that everybody understands the recommendations as they move through the public hearing process. So after the technical review is done, it goes to the Planning Commission. The time period between the application check and the PLDRC is about 1.5 months. The PLDRC meets once a month, so depending on when you get your application, and it could be closer to 2 months before going to the first public hearing. And those are advertised 10 days ahead of time in the newspaper. They get the big orange posters, and certified letters are sent out to the neighbors. About a month after the PLDRC hearing, the county council transmittal hearing takes place, which I'm sure you guys know lots about that. I'll try not to get into the weeds too much on that. After the first transmittal hearing, or I should say that there's 2 types of land use amendments, large scale and small scale. The large scale amendments are 50 acres plus, and the small scales are less than 50 acres. Small scale amendments stop at that first council hearing. If they're approved there, they are approved and it's part of the future land use map. The large scale go through two more processes, which is review by the Department of Economic Opportunity, Volusia Growth Management Commission, FDOT. There's a lot of different agencies that look at those applications. Over the years, especially with the repeal of the 9J5 state rules, a lot of the abilities for the state agencies to object to these applications has been really pared down and removed. It used to be that DEO was very, very active in these future land use amendments and very active in the text amendments as well. And they really kind of held staff's feet to the fire and made sure that they have the data to support some of these development requests. So that process is no longer there, so that leaves the county council as the ones to really make that final decision. After about a 30-day objection period from DEO, then the county council adoption hearing is scheduled. So altogether, usually 4+ months to go through the future land use hearing process, and rezonings can happen at the same time. There are 7 criteria for future land use map amendments. Again, you guys are very well familiar with what those criteria are, since you're the approving body on those. So we look at the site characteristics. We take an inventory of everything that's happening on the site. We look at the adjacent land uses. We actually go through and read the comp plan, for each of these future land use amendments to make sure that there are consistent policies. And again, we go through more of the last 4 criteria. The urban sprawl criteria I find a little interesting because it states that the county future land use map amendments have to discourage urban sprawl. Not just it's not going to cause urban sprawl, but it actually has to discourage urban sprawl. There are 8 criteria in the comp plan, and any future land use application has to meet at least 4 of those 8 criteria. The 5th is school impact analysis, which Clay touched on a little bit. That's a separate application that goes through the Volusia County School Board. And at that point, if the school board makes a finding that there is adequate capacity available, it does not reserve that capacity. It's really kind of a preliminary review between the developer and the school board, so that when they do get down to those ministerial land development reviews, there's a kind of a path forward of how concurrency will be met as you move through the development process. Environmental impact analysis, we've taken this inventory of the site, and then we look at what development impact would be on the environment. And we do have county forester and other environmental management folks do review all of those applications. The infrastructure analysis is similar to the school concurrency, where, again, there's no money being exchanged, there's no pipes being upsized to meet the developments, but that's where they do the math to figure out how big those pipes have to be, how many student desk chairs do we need to give that path forward. There we go. So moving on to the step number 2, rezoning and special exceptions. Again, we're in quasi-judicial territory, and can be run at the same time as the future land use map amendments. First type of rezonings we can do are the simple rezonings, not plan unit developments. That's just from one zoning classification to another zoning classification. Cannot apply conditions to a simple zoning rezoning. You either have the zoning or you don't have the zoning. We can't apply conditions to it. If it needs to have conditions applied to it, then we take the plan unit development route. There are, I believe it's 9 criteria that rezonings are judged on So when we talk about council making decisions based on competent, substantial evidence, what the council does, or any approving body for rezonings, it's the same in cities and other counties as well, is that if you are going to deny an application, you have to be able to tie that denial back to one of the 8 criteria. So the 8 criteria we're talking about: impact on natural resources, impact on public health, welfare, safety, traffic impacts, school impacts. And the council does not have to deny these applications if it doesn't meet one or more of those criteria. The language is that you may deny the application. So you still have, again, that quasi-judicial, you have some discretion there, you know, as far as whether it's meets the comprehensive plan or not, but it's not at the same level as the legislative decisions. Okay, plan unit development rezonings, they have to be reviewed by the same 8 criteria. They still have to have competent, substantial evidence backing up the applications. But they take a step further because you can apply conditions to plan unit developments. So there's actually a contract that's entered into between the county council and the developer. And you guys have seen those contracts, you know what they look like. And they include kind of a sketch plan of what the development will look like. And that gives us a really, really clear direction for when we get into those ministerial actions of exactly what those developments are supposed to look like. Special exceptions, I'm not going to spend too much time on them, but they are part of the zoning ordinance. There's a different set of criteria. It's 9 criteria, but they're very similar to the other rezoning applications. And these are uses that you can apply conditions to. And in a lot of times there's some sort of conceptual site design as well, again, to assist staff in making those ministerial decisions. This is a simplified flow of the applications. You're looking at about 3 to 4 months for this process. Again, they go through a technical review with our staff. Sometimes it's a bit of a fast process because we do have what Clay likes to call shot clocks, that we have to process these applications within a certain number of days of receiving them. But we do make sure that everybody has a chance to comment. Everyone's staff has a chance to comment on these. And they only get 1 county council hearing. And they do not go to any of the state agencies that future land use applications go to. So now we're getting into the ministerial decisions. So once we have zoning classification in place and a future land use in place, this is where we get into the horizontal construction plans. And approval of land development applications is a permit for development. You can get your shovels out and start working on the site work. And those, just to kind of echo what we talked about before, that's approved by the Development Review Committee. The Development Review Committee may approve waivers to the Land Development Code. There's a lot of times because of site characteristics, maybe the landscape buffer needs to be slightly smaller in one area, or stormwater ponds have to, you know, be made a little bit differently than they usually are. That's things that the Development Review Committee can approve. Those are, again, for the dwelling units, 20 units or less, and the 20,000 square feet of non-residential. Also, anything within a floodplain has to go through the Development Review Committee, just any of them in general. And that's when the concurrency improvements happen. So if it did have to go through, development did have to go through the first 2 steps, then we have a path forward for how the concurrency is supposed to play out. If it didn't, if it's a use that was already allowed in that zoning classification, you still have to go through the concurrency review. So this is when you're going to see utility service agreements that will say, you know, upsized pipes or running them down new roads, that's when you're going to see the really detailed agreements on those. Same with traffic impacts. That's when cash actually starts to change hands. Developers will pay into their proportionate fair share amount. We talk about impact fees. Impact fees are usually paid for at the building permit phase. But if there are improvements that need to be in the ground before construction starts, then that happens through the land development process. And again, just to be really clear, land development code is a lot of it's math, talking about stormwater calculations, turning radius. So as a ministerial decision, it makes sense.
Can I interrupt you again?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Planning Review Development Committee has a tremendous responsibility, it sounds like. If you just said they could make changes concerning stormwater, a buffer, what criteria do you have to follow, or can you just make a swag?
It's not a swag. The language is saying based on sound engineering practices, there's unique circumstances to the site that require a deviation from the minimum standards that are contained in the land development code. So for example, let's say you have an odd-shaped piece of land where you're not able to get a 25-foot buffer at one north end, but you can make it up at the other end so that there's not a net loss of total area. It's just the dimensional changes. The DRC can grant those waivers. We also address things such as like the enterprise overlay zone, where there, at one point, we had architectural standards, but because of state law, we're preempted from implementing those. But there are some other standards that we have in place that the DRC has to review those waivers, and there's 8 criteria involved in there. Typically, what will happen if there's a waiver from any of these standards that really matter, roadway, stormwater, utilities, those types of things, that's where your county engineer and his staff are looking hard and fast at whether or not it makes sense from an engineering perspective. I can tell you that there's been many a recommendation of denial of the requested waiver because of those very reasons.
Thank you.
So that's, the process can be about 3 to 4 months. What we find is a lot of times it's longer than that, especially now because it's very difficult for property owners to get surveyors and engineers to, do things in a timely manner. So we are seeing some delays right now. And it's not necessarily due to staff, it's because engineers are just taking a really long time to get around to the work. And I do want to mention here too, again, this is where the land development code, the land development says it's, goes back. Yeah, I'll go back. Building permits, Carrie's going to get more into that, but zoning technicians and planners do review building permits. If you remember back from the inverted pyramid, all of our comp plan, zoning, and land development regulations really funnel down into the building permit applications. So that's where everything that you guys do here with your legislative decisions, that's where it really kind of has the chance to flower and develop, and you can drive by and you can see what the results of those decisions are. So I do want to talk a little bit about customer service expectations for the building permits. Right now, our established expectations, and it's been this way, gosh, I think for more than a decade, is that the zoning reviews be completed within 7 working days. During coronavirus, that time period changed drastically. We had, everybody at some point had to go into quarantine, and unfortunately we did have some people who contracted coronavirus. And we also went through a lot of, I don't want to get too much into budget discussions, but we did, when the housing bubble burst, we pared our number of zoning technicians back, and if you remember back to that line chart that Clay showed, our building permits have gone up and up and up, and we have not added staff to accommodate for that. So we really have not even a razor thin margin. We have more work to do than we have zoning techs who can do it. So we do the best that we can. The state has made more shot clocks for building permit reviews, 10 days for single family residences, 30 days for all other building permits. So that's put a lot of stress on our staff. During the economy, we went through the great resignation, and it's
I'm sorry, you're watching my facial, it has nothing to do with what you're
Okay.
saying. You're doing a great job. We have a request from Fred Lowry to speak, and I'm just wondering if that's a mistake.
I can't drop my voice and add bass or anything, but I didn't want to stay down at the far end and be at a distance. So today I'll be Fred, but I'm Barb. So I was interested, and I know we'll talk more about permitting, but I was interested in, for new technology, right? Are there new technologies related to permitting that we won't need as much staff because there's other ways of getting this work done? Because when you look at the increase, right, if you guys have been able to take on that increase and still maintain, it's very commendable, but it's also, I just want to know how that happens.
It's not sustainable. And what you're seeing is, and Carrie will get in, but 80% of our permits are coming in online. But you still have to have a licensed plans examiner review it. You still need a licensed inspector to conduct the inspections. It still has to go out to a variety of different staff. And that's where Carol was referencing, is that through attrition, through retirement, through COVID, at one point we pulled everybody. We had an all hands on deck. And we were neglecting other aspects of our duties in order to get these building permits out, because the state, effective October 1, put in a law that said if you don't get a single family out within 30 days, you have a 10% penalty per day in your fees. So,
Wow.
I'm just curious, and this is unfair because you're always prepared. Do you have a ballpark idea of how much of the cost of running your office, of what we're talking about here, getting through permits, that fees and permit charges cover?
yes, sir.
Can you
Right
share
now-
it with me?
Right now, prior to the last 2 years, we were probably at 50% funding the building department through the MSD and 50% through the fees. It's gotten up to about 75% with the fees this last couple of years. But we're going to be doing a comprehensive fee study so that way we get 100% recoupment from the fees.
That still doesn't help you hire more people.
Well,
That just brings you up to keep up with where you are now.
we have two planner 2 positions that have been vacant for over 3 months. The fact is that everybody's got a job and they're not really looking for a new one.
Let's keep it that way.
And I would like to say, our permit review staff, they want to do a good job. They want to come in and provide a really good service to the customers. So it's a lose-lose situation all around when we can't meet our own expectations, right? And we do have Amanda support staff as part of our department, so we kind of have our own in-house permitting system with in-house people who can work on that as needed. And we're constantly looking at efficiencies. I mean, even this morning, I was trying to get out an email, on, hey, we found yet another way we can improve efficiency. So let's just keep moving it all forward, pushing the P up the mountain a little bit at a time. We're always working on that. So what does this all mean as far as the regulatory hierarchy? Council has greater discretion with the adoption of the comp plan and amendments to the future land use map than any of the other processes. Council has to abide by consistency between the land use and the zoning and provide competent substantial evidence during quasi-judicial hearings. With land development regulations, we're looking at those ministerial decisions. And one thing that I think staff wants to make very clear here is that Volusia County didn't make up these regulatory hierarchies. These are the laws, both federal and state laws, that require how we look at development applications. And the state has come in at multiple times in multiple different ways, trying to say, well, you know, at first, when we had 9J5, it was do all of this data and background evidence. You have to really prove that we need it. And then all of a sudden it was repealed, and now we're seeing the state take away some of our abilities to say no to developments and say no for different reasons. You know, we can't hold up any permits now because of state agency permits. We also have a really, really hard time with land development orders expiring. There is a rule that if there's a state of emergency declared in Florida, in Volusia County, that any developer can extend a development order for 6 months past the end date of that emergency declaration. We live in Florida. There's almost always a state of emergency at least once every 6 months. So we really lost some ability there to say, yeah, you know, you used to meet code requirements, but there's been a lot of changes. And I do want to point out to you that, you know, during this presentation, when we look at the processes, again, it's a simplified process, but step 1, 2, 3, 4, you do 1 and 2 together, and then you do 3, and then you do 4. It sounds very straightforward and linear, but the truth is that there's starts and stops in the process. The economy changes. The developer decides they need a different design. It is not always linear. There's sometimes years in between certain steps, and I could surely rattle off a couple of instances where there's been decades in between these steps. And sometimes you have to go back and change some of your plans. So I want to make it very clear that what it means is that the legislative decisions made by council, sometimes there's many years that goes by, and staff and the new councils have to abide by the legislative decisions that were made years, decades prior to.
Can you go back again? I'm sorry. What does all this mean? The very first one, in my opinion, the comp plan, amendments to the comp plan is where most of the work can be done. Is that statement that you have here, in light of what you just said, the county council has greater discretion with adoption of the comprehensive plan and amendments to the comprehensive plan? Is that still true? Because you just indicated, and I see it every legislative session, we lose more and more local control. And I hear people in Tallahassee say, well, they can make better decisions than we can. In my opinion, the more local the government, the closer it is to the people, they make better decisions. So is that statement still true?
Paolo's probably itching to get up here to answer, so we'll go ahead and let the attorney come in and give us some clarity.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. The general statement is still true. Comprehensive plans are where you have the most discretion in terms of how the county grows. So there's usually the statement that your comprehensive plan is the kind of constitution of growth. So it sets the rules and the expectations. It's the plan of the maximum theoretical intensity and density of certain areas of the county. So a lot of what we're seeing in terms of preemption has to do with your implementation of land development regulations. So here's a kind of example. Home-based businesses. right? There was a very large preemption that says, okay, any person can set up a home-based business, so long as they're, it's an actual residence, regardless of the zoning. That has a kind of negative effect on your discretion on the comprehensive plan, but not directly, because you still have the discretion to say, here's what the density is, here's what the allowable uses are, in terms of your future land uses. But that home-based business statute kicks in and says, regardless of, the density of your house, say, one dwelling unit on 10 acres or one dwelling unit on a quarter acre, you still have to allow a home-based business. So it's not really affecting your discretion on making those policy decisions in terms of your comp plan and your future land use. But when it gets to, say, Carol's level at the Land Development Code, those state statutes do kick in, and we do have to allow some uses that we otherwise would not have allowed under your typical comprehensive plan. Home-based businesses is just the most recent one, but there have been previous examples of that type of preemption. Daycares of less than 10 children, electric substations where the legislature is saying, no, we are requiring you to allow this type of use regardless of your normal discretionary authority on the comprehensive plan. But the general statement is still true that, this is where you are making the decision on the maximum intensity and maximum density of development in Volusia County.
Thank you.
And I do, just to go back, just for a quick statement about the Development Review Committee, those are technically, under the sunshine. Anyone can show up. We do live stream them on GoToMeeting. The applications that they look at are not required to be publicly noticed, but the agendas are posted online, and we do actually have members of the media that check it for every meeting that we have, which is really great. I'm glad that they're doing that. But again, you're talking about taking vacant land and developing it, so it's difficult for the public sometimes to understand that they already have certain rights in their existing future land use and zoning classification. So we hear a lot of complaints, how could you let this land develop? And it's difficult for a lot of people to understand that legal framework that we all have to deal with.
One quick point about that, Volusia County had quite a few developments of regional impact which are no longer in existence, but these were long-term, multi-jurisdictional impact projects. Halifax Plantation, Plantation Bay, Hunter's Ridge, Breakaway Trails. LPGA was a DRI at one point, Indigo Lakes, Venetian Bay. All of these large projects that we see there were part of these larger developments, and they were given vesting at various different levels. Earlier in the years, in other words, if you had a DRI in the 1980s compared to the 1990s, you had greater vesting. Unfortunately, it's taking 30, 40 years for some of these things to become a reality, and it's upsetting to folks who've moved into their own project. So, for example, Hunter's Ridge, which spans over into Flagler County, there's folks that are residing in Hunter's Ridge right now that are upset that something's going on up in Flagler County, and that's been improved since approximately 1989. So it just takes that long for some of these projects to come to fruition, and it is disconcerting to many of the residents who've established themselves in those areas.
Well, it's also disconcerting to the council who, something that goes on for 30 years, things change. And water changes, land use changes, the population changes, and there needs to be a way to be able to go back and update a 30-year-old vested right? I know nobody likes, well, some people don't like to hear that, but we have to be able to change in an intelligent way with what's happening on the ground.
We concur.
Which is a good segue to the next slide. What are we going to do about it? What options do we have? So the evaluation and appraisal report was originally came to being with the growth management laws in 1985 that required a 7-year evaluation of our comprehensive plan. That's questions like, are our comp plan policies effective? Are the objectives that we have in our comp plan easily measurable? Do our priorities need to be reevaluated? And it's also required that we update our background data, our demographic and economic data that supports the decisions that we make. However, the state, again, has changed their process in the last many years. So bit by bit, states' ability to require certain things in the evaluation appraisal report has really fallen down. Right now, it seems like it's more of just telling the state this is what we're going to do. It's very, very simplified from what it used to be. However, it is a really good, that's the minimum that we have to do, is tell the state what we're going to do. It still, though, has the same processes that we can choose to go through. We can still choose to go through a 7-year evaluation of our comprehensive plan. We can look at every single objective and reprioritize it, or think, are these really being measured in the way that we're getting good data back from them? So we do have really good opportunities in front of us with the evaluation and appraisal report. Our 7 years is coming up. It's actually in the next fiscal year. So we are looking at, we've taken a lot of the comprehensive plan elements, which are chapters, and we've updated a lot of those elements to meet what the different state changes, rules that we've seen in the last 7 years. We have not updated the future land use element yet, because that's the most important one that really spells out our vision for the future. And part of what we'd like to do is as our part as staff, is do outreach to the county council, outreach to professional groups and the public in general, and try to get an essence of, how much work do we want to do at this point for visioning? What is the visioning going to, what statements are we going to be addressing? What questions do we have? So that's where staff would like to see some direction, at least in the next several months before we get to that required date, I believe is December 2022. So it's coming up.
This says you're currently working on it. That means currently, like
It
today.
does, yeah.
And you want to hear from us in the next couple months? I want to hear from you in the next couple months too. So that'll be coming to council. Good, thank you.
Yeah, it definitely will. So the visioning process is what planners are we get excited about. It's not fun for us to go through the drudgery of development review processes and ministerial decisions and checking all the boxes. That's not why planners become planners. What planners like to do is to talk to council, talk to people, and try to interpret. It's really kind of more of an art form, listening to people and then being able to turn that into really concrete statements, concrete goals, objectives, and policies that we can then implement in a way that helps our community. So what planners can do is put together a public participation plan. We can interpret the input to turn into understandable and clear action. And we can also assist the elected officials in implementing those visions into policies. In order to do that, what planners need from council is clearly stated directives, or a question to be answered, or even just a topic to explore. We really do have a team that loves talking about planning. Our job is to implement council's vision and the comprehensive plan. So we are 100% open to any kind of discussions that you want to have, as long as we have some, really to be able to come up with action items. I'm just going to touch on some emerging planning topics a little bit. There's 3 items, and then I'll touch on some of the items that you guys have asked to talk about. So one of the first items that's really been a lot of people are talking about right now is the protection of rural lands from urban sprawl. And that also carries over into what the fire safety guys have been really hammering on the last 12 months, which is the wildland urban interface, to come up with fire-wise policies. Just like we have water-wise, there are things that we can do to prevent fires, or at least have homeowners be educated on what they could and can't do with that. And really, in order to get a sense of how to protect our rural lands, one of the first things we would have to do is to inventory what are our rural lands. Do we have really large swaths of agricultural land that need to be preserved? So that's really the first step we would have to take for rural lands. And I think what you'll find is that as we talk to different professional groups and community groups, you'll find that a lot of people have already been thinking about this for a pretty long time. And we could find some really good ideas there for you guys to consider. The next one is vested rights on unpaved or substandard roads. In Volusia County, we have a lot of paper plats, lots that exist on paper, recorded in the clerk's office, but there's no roads, no homes out there. I like to call it swampland in Florida. Someone made a lot of money off of it back in the day, and then the roads were never built, and they've just faltered. But what we do see on a lot of those paper plats is that they'll front on a road, one road on one side of the paper plat. So you'll get, some homes, some lots that are vested, which means eligible for building permits within those paper plats, but the rest of the plat isn't. And that can be, again, confusing to the public. They don't understand why this person can have a vested right, but this other person doesn't. And a lot of that goes back to decisions that were made in the 1970s about which roads were open and passable. A lot of our vested rights code dictates to staff, again, a ministerial decision, based on if these roads were open and passable in the 1970s. 50 years have passed since then. We have many, really it runs the gamut of the different situations out there. We have roads that were open and passable in the 70s that are now completely revegetated. I mean, I as an adult have planted trees in that time period that are now really, really large, We also have roads that were built, but they weren't maintained after they were built, so the pavement has gotten narrower and narrower. But yet, we as staff are still beholden to that 50-year rule. So we're having a difficult time grappling with how to apply common sense while still sticking to the strict application of the Land Development Code. So we do have a case that's actually going to come to you next council meeting, so I don't want to get too far into that one either. But this is something that staff is grappling with now. The next one is affordable housing. I think some of you have been directly involved in that project. Our affinity groups are starting to come back and have recommendations to take to council. So you're going to see a lot of that. And affordable housing is another one of those topics that, depending on who you talk to, industry groups or private citizens, there's a lot of ideas running around on how to implement those. I do want to point out that we did allow accessory dwelling units. I think it was last year we passed that ordinance. And since then, we have approved 11 accessory dwelling units, and there are another 8 that are in review right now. So that's something to be proud of. I know it's a small number, but every year it gets to be a little bit more and a little bit more. And the last two topics, Ginger's going to talk about a little bit more, and they're really multidisciplinary approaches. I think it would be unfair to talk about the comp plan and then just launch right into the conversation about it. You really have to understand how it affects environmental management in order to make really, educated decisions on low impact development and sea level rise. I can tell you that as far as sea level rise is concerned, that's another one that we as staff have been dealing with, at least for the last year that I've seen, and that I've worked here. I think you guys have been dealing with it longer than that. So again, we've got these vested rights. We've got properties that are slowly being intruded upon with water, and we have to be able to apply common sense to those. So with that, I do want to explain that these interdisciplinary topics are what planners are really best at. We like to be the glue that brings all of the disciplines together and have a good, efficient discussion. And we are here today and always as we're here for any questions and to follow any directives that you guys might have.
You said you don't have an inventory of rural lands. Now, do you have an inventory of wetlands?
There's the National Wetlands Inventory. Again, I'll let Ginger talk about environmental topics.
Before she starts, and maybe you'll let her answer this, my question was just going to be, how can we help you get that? We need it. And I would like to see a Volusia County wetland map and have it be updated.
Good morning, Ginger Adair, Environmental Management Director. So we have several tools that identify wetlands in our inventory right now, and there are strengths and weaknesses to some of these tools. So the St. John's Water Management District maintains a database of wetland areas. We actually have created internally what we call our environmental review layer, and there is no map of wetlands countywide because to map a wetland requires you to be on site, right? To really say that there is a wetland here, you have to visit the site, take soil samples, look at the vegetation. So we approximate wetland locations by using the soil survey and looking at those soils that typically have wetlands, and we use the vegetation layer that we have, and we identify those types of vegetations that indicate wetlands. And so what we've done is combine those two layers, so soils that typically have wetlands and vegetation that is reflective of wetlands, and then we add 50 feet to that, right? So we combine those two things, add 50 feet for a margin of error and to roughly indicate what could be a wetland buffer. And then that's what we use to decide. Let's say you submit for a building permit application, and we map your location based on our environmental review layer, and that tells us, you know what, we need to get out there on that site and look and see if there is in reality a wetland there. So while it would be nice to say we have a map of wetlands, we couldn't legitimately say on any given parcel that you definitely have a wetland until we visit it. So we use this proxy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It doesn't, I don't think it goes far enough, but we have drones, don't we, in the county?
Do have drones. What you would need is county-wide infrared imaging at a very small scale, and you could use that. Again, it would be our best approximation without field verification. But you can use that infrared information to identify areas that are most likely wetlands, and you could map that and then use that for, again, to decide, do you need to visit that site? Because until you're there and you actually identify that wetland, we'd never be able to say the aerial photo, that's a wetland. I mean, we're pretty good at interpreting the aerial photos, but from a regulatory perspective, it would not meet any regulatory requirement. at that level.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, it really would take an army of people visiting every site, which we'd have to have permission from the property owners to access their sites. So the best we can do is aerial interpretation and using the data that we have, so like soils and wetland and vegetation.
But do we do it when somebody applies for a building permit?
Yes, so if there's a building permit for a commercial or a site plan or a subdivision, the applicant is required to submit a wetland survey, and our staff verifies that survey. So we have professional staff that knows how to identify wetlands, and we verify that the survey that was submitted is correct. On single-family residential, we typically identify the wetlands for folks. It's expensive to hire a consultant. So what we do is our staff goes out as part of that permit application, and we would mark where the wetland line is, and typically mark whatever the required buffer is. We would request that that applicant have that line put on their survey. That would require their surveyor, and then we make the regulatory decisions based on that. The work that we do, I just want to be clear, the work that we do to identify the wetlands is not a regulatory decision. Like, you couldn't take our line to the DEP, right, and say that's the line. We don't do what we call a binding jurisdictional determination. We identify where the wetland is and where the buffer is, and we help people stay out of that as best as possible.
So is this just an unincorporated Volusia County, or when DeLand has got a permit, and how are you involved in that?
We are not involved in that. This is unincorporated Volusia County or the city of Oak Hill, because we implement our wetland ordinance in the city.
And I'll just end with this, this council sees that all the time. We'll have things brought to us from Daytona Beach, DeLand, or whatever, that it feels like your hands are tied behind your back. And you probably feel the same way sometimes. You don't have to acknowledge that, but thank you.
And to kind of go back to your question of what do we staff need from you, there's a lot of different tools for public participation that are used to gather ideas, and you guys are also part of public participation. So, you know, I have many of them listed out here. What we really need are clear statements of what it is that we should be looking at, and we can help ferret out those conversations by going through workshops like these. Again, this is the very beginning of the workshop. We still have a lot of ground to cover. And Clay did start off saying that we have, you know, a couple of vacant planning positions. You know, we've got really massive volumes of applications right now. So there's always a possibility of, you know, having consultants come in to do some of this third-party outreach. And sometimes we just need time, you know. If you have a question or you want an ordinance written or what have you, just give us enough time to do it. And with that, the Planning and Development Services is Clay's going to talk about concurrency.
Before we leave PDS, is there any overriding questions, comments? Because we went through a lot real quick and want to make sure that we're capturing any of the concerns y'all may have. And I think the critical thing you heard is that we're realizing it. We're embarking on this evaluation appraisal report for our future land use element. And this is now the time for us to really engage the public in making sure we're living up to what they see as the vision for Volusia County.
How are you engaging the public, or how will you be?
That's what we're going to come back with you and show you the engagement process and making sure y'all are copacetic with that. This image kind of says it all. What you see are people getting very upset at a public hearing, and the fact is, unfortunately, that's happening. This is a 2021 photograph from another local government, but the fact is, we hear it. We hear it in our offices every day, folks coming in. I looked out in my backyard and somebody's building a new 20-lot subdivision. How'd they do that? Where's the stormwater going? Where's the traffic going? Is there enough room at the schools for it? Where's their water and sewer coming from? And so we take them through and try and explain it to them, but unfortunately that's not enough. Folks are very upset with it. So we're trying to do our best to make sure that as we go through these technical analysis, that we understand that there's going to be neighbors nearby. I can tell you that several of our local land use attorneys around here have realized the value of the neighborhood meeting, in that they come in and they will meet with the neighbors before showing up at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission or before they show up here in front of the county council, so that way they can identify whatever concerns the neighbors may have so that they can hopefully address them. And if they can't address them, at least explain why they're allowed to do so. That is a very valuable tool. Right now it's voluntary. Some cities in Volusia County actually have that as a mandatory. Daytona Beach requires that. So when we deal with concurrency, we're primarily focusing on roads, water, sewer, stormwater, parks, or residential. We don't have a level of service for non-residential uses for parks, and then schools. What you see is that the state's perception of concurrency has changed. And the one thing that really was interesting is that they told us we didn't have to do it anymore. In 2011, local government said, you could give up on doing concurrency on roads, parks, and schools. But Volusia County and the cities continue to do so. School board was working with us. Regardless of what was going on at a state level, we already had in place a policy mandating a concurrency type analysis, which is good because it does still show the coordination amongst the cities, shows the coordination amongst the school board, and as well as the utility directors, because we do actually have some non-governmental utilities. New Smyrna Beach is an independent utility commission. One real big distinction is that Volusia County does not have concurrency review of projects going on in the cities. The cities are solely responsible for that. They are very good at coordinating with us in regards to impact on county thoroughfare roads, in that when they get the traffic impact assessment and it shows that these roads are going over capacity, they try and coordinate with us. We would prefer it much earlier in this process. I would say 70 to 80% of the time it is, but we're not going to. We realize that transportation concurrency is one of the things that most of our residents see every day. Earlier in my conversation with y'all, I asked, what does quality of life mean? What is your measure? We all have different perspectives, but I would say that 99% of us don't like being stuck in traffic. So that's the one unifying theme that we see across. So what we are looking for is that when someone comes in and has a deficiency, they have to mitigate it. That mitigation may be construction, maybe payment of a prop fair share, maybe dedication of land. But the critical part about all of it is we cannot hold them up. We have to identify through the methods that are identified in Florida statutes how to calculate the prop fair share, allow for them to do what's entitled for that, and go on their merry way with their development. So this is something that the cities and Volusia County are all facing at this time. And what you see is that's called pay and go. It has some detriment, it does have some benefit because it does provide us with some funds to do some incremental improvements. The cost of doing a whole 1 mile of new roadway is a considerable amount of money, but if we can do intersection improvements that improve the overall flow, we're at least getting better at it. We also ask for operational improvements. So what you're seeing is that it's not perfect by any means, but at least we have a method of getting some sort of mitigation from them. We cannot make the developer make up for the existing deficiencies. That was one of the clear statements that came out of the 2009 and 2011 changes to Florida statutes. So all we can look at is that increment, that change that they're putting into the system, be it the increase in water demand, be it the increase in sanitary sewer demand, roads, whatever. And they have the right to figure out how to do this. We cannot deny it for concurrency. All we can do is, again, identify it, and that allows for the pay and go. The other aspect of it is depending on what the exact improvements are, we're going to be having to provide credits if it's something that we collect impact fees on. So we collect a thoroughfare road impact fee across the county, both in the cities and in the unincorporated area. If a developer comes in and does $1.5 million worth of intersection improvements at the intersection of Avenue A and Avenue B, we have to give them $1 million, $1,500,000 in thoroughfare road impact fee credits. It's a dollar for dollar. There's been recent changes that you have to maintain that same level for the life of the credit. So if you paid me $1.5 million 10 years ago, that could have done, just say for argument's sake, 100 homes. If we increase it, we would not necessarily give you the 100 homes. Now state law mandates that we have to give you the credit, even though you may pay 1.5 million back 10 years ago, and that may be equivalent of 3 million now. We still have to give you the credit for the homes that you have. So what you're seeing is that we're facing a funding aspect of it with this new change that causes us to really want to burn through the credits as quickly as possible. We want them used so that way they're not hanging out there. We want to see the improvements done as quickly as possible. Overall, we have these standards where the traffic impact assessment for traffic concurrency is based on a requirement from the River to Sea TPO. All cities and the county have to follow those so that way it's uniformed across there. If there's a impact on a county thoroughfare, John Chaney and Melissa Winsett are part of the methodology group that has to go through and make sure the study is going to be addressing it. It's involving our utilities. Mike Ulrich and Roger Smith are involved with those analysis. So, and then the stormwater, most of those are on site, but if it does have any kind of impact, we have the ability to review it for any kind of impact to our countywide system. We have level of service standards that they have to meet. So for stormwater, if it's in a open basin, in other words, there's a direct outfall, it's a 25-year storm event, 24-hour duration. If it's a closed basin, it's a 100-year storm. Right now, if you have a county thoroughfare out in the rural area, it's a level of service D. If it's in an urbanized area, it's a level of service E. So these are already spelled out in our comprehensive plan. They're spelled out in our land development regulations. That's what we use when we do the analysis to make sure we are properly capturing all of the impacts from proposed development. I know concurrency is one of the bigger issues, so I'm going to kind of pause right now and
Yeah, you
questions.
saw the eyes up here, and this is not a complaint towards the people that I'm looking at here in the front row. It's the reality that you live in. It's why you email me at 5 a.m. in the morning with answers to questions. On the previous page on concurrency, it says new development is responsible to pay for their impacts. But we know that they don't. And that's not a swipe at the home builders that sit in this room, but everybody knows it. We see it on this council all the time that we'll get prop share or impact fee money, and it's enough to put in a turning lane and a stoplight, maybe. We just opened up a roundabout on what Martin Luther King and Orange Camp Road. And they can't be forced to pay for the backlog. So what happens is with the impact fees, prop share fees, we're not even bringing that up to standard, and so it adds to the backlog, and we're constantly adding to the backlog with no way to pay for it. And then on the next page, this is really my question, the county cannot deny a development application. Quasi-judicial hearings, we have to go by the evidence. And my question would be, how are we applying, in our county charter at 202.2, we are required to protect environmental standards, to set minimum standards. Can we not use that as evidence in a quasi-judicial hearing? Where is Paulo?
When we talk about concurrency, we're talking about those levels of services that are designated in your comprehensive plan. As Clay pointed out, your main things are your transportation, your schools. When you're talking about minimum environmental standards, that is a compliance aspect that they have to do regardless of your decision. So if there is, evidence that the proposed development is unable to comply with those environmental standards that are in Chapter 50 and in Chapter 72, that's a reason to deny it. There's going to be substantial evidence that, the way you are developing this community or this development is going to be in violation of one of those standards. But you have concrete standards, so you can definitely point to something. When you're talking about concurrency is essentially, there's two types. There's the hard concurrency, which is the infrastructure needs to be there and in place or financially feasible before you approve any entitlements. As opposed to, what we're going to call soft concurrency or pay and go, which is different. The legislature has said, okay, concurrency means that your infrastructure will happen, but the way that you're going, and doesn't have to exist today, it doesn't have to be financially feasible, and the way that a development can meet concurrency is by making a good faith offer to enter into a prop share payment, enter pay and go, and that the legislature has determined satisfies your concurrency obligations. And so you can, if a developer says, I'm going to meet your concurrency by entering into a prop fair share agreement, the state says, okay, they meet that provision, you can't deny an application solely based on concurrency or the lack of capacity. Go find some other reason. That other reason could be the development itself doesn't adhere to the minimum environmental standards. So they're really two separate things, but they all go towards, one goes towards the evaluation of a quasi-judicial application. That's your minimum environmental standards.
Mm-hmm.
If there's evidence, substantial evidence that the application doesn't meet that forms the basis of denial. For concurrency, that's not really something that you have a real consideration over, because the state has said that if they offer to enter into that prop share agreement, they meet that concurrency obligation, and you cannot use that as a basis for denial of the application.
Correct. I guess I was looking at it in a broader sense, not just in concurrency. I'm trying to put two pages together, but since you're talking about concurrency, we have projects brought here all the time, and we'll do a school study, a road study, and almost every time it says the schools are adequate. But you go by any school in Volusia County and the parking lot is littered with portables, which tells you that they're pushing the seams. And we get residents in us that the traffic is horrible already, and yet the traffic study says it's okay. It's not, and that's, you have to follow the state guidelines of So it's a bigger issue. We can change what we can change here, but we need the legislature to work with us.
And I'll point out something. When you're making a quasi-judicial determination, so your rezonings and your PUDs, that's when you can't take into account the capacity or the failure of deficient roads. However, if you are in the comprehensive plan, you're making a land use decision. That's a policy decision.
Mm-hmm.
So you're fundamentally making a determination of whether to actually create those impacts by either increasing the residential density or increasing the intensity. Once you do that, then you're kind of stuck with having to mitigate that pursuant to the state formula. But back on your comprehensive plan analysis decision, that's the decision of whether or not you enter into that kind of transportation concurrency, school concurrency formula type analysis. So it depends upon what stage you're in of whether you can take into account whether there's available capacity.
We can also utilize the countywide environmental standards and analysis of comp plan amendments to determine if it's going to be detrimental to those standards. So we can utilize those in the analysis of a comprehensive plan amendment. Then after that, it's strict compliance to those that they have to adhere to. Takes us through concurrency, and now the man who can speak about building codes and make you laugh, that's right, Carrie Lusinger.
Yeah, that's quite, you got me there? Okay, how about that? So, Gary Lusinger, Chief Building Official, and appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk to you all about what we do. I know, Mr. Chair, as you alluded to, I don't think most of the people here watching online tuned in to listen to the building official talk about permits and inspections. But I can promise you, I am the final warm-up act. The main event is to my right, and we'll be up soon. So we'll get there. Anyway, a little bit about what we do. We are going to talk about kind of what we do and why we do it, and also some of our processes, our permitting processes and how we go about that, challenges that we face today, and try to take you through a little overview of all that. And I'm working two hands here, so bear with me. So why do we have building codes? Primarily, it's because Florida statute says we have to. The legislature determined a long time ago that this was necessary to protect people in the buildings that they enter, whether it's a private home or a public building. And we have to have certified inspectors, plans examiner. They have to be licensed through the state to go out and do those reviews and do those inspections. So we've got a photo there of the aftermath of Homestead from Hurricane Andrew in 1992. I think everyone here is probably aware of what happened back on that day. And at that time, municipalities around the state were required to adopt a recognized building code. It could be one of several that they could choose from. In this area, primarily, we use the Southern Standard Building Code. Each municipality could also amend that code as they saw fit for their community. As a young electrician working in the field back in the 80s and 90s, I had to know whether I was in the Volusia County or Daytona Beach or Ormond or Port Orange, because everybody had something a little bit different. That those codes were all amended to each city, and everybody had their own little thing and the way they wanted to do things. So after Andrew and the devastation it caused, it opened a lot of eyes, and people realized we've got some problems here in Florida with building construction and enforcement of how it's being built. So the work began to come up with a unified statewide building code. And the Florida Building Code, first edition, went into effect on March 1st, 2002. And that was a direct result of Hurricane Andrew. Everybody in the state, every city, every municipality, every county, except one, is required to enforce the Florida Building Code. We are currently in the 7th edition of the Florida Building Code today. Licensing for building code officials, inspectors, and plans examiners was not required at the time of Andrew. That got started a little bit quicker. In 1993, inspectors, plans examiners, building officials were required to be licensed through the state, through DBPR, just as the contractors are. So, Mr. Brower, I saw you kind of raise your eyebrows when I mentioned except for one. So the one district that does not have to follow the Florida Building Code is the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Apparently Mickey Mouse has a better code than the Florida Building Code. So they have what they call the Epcot Building Code, and they are allowed to enforce that. If you think about Disney and some of the unique circumstances and things that they have, there are things that they do that would probably not be in the regular building code. So they have their own way of doing things. So we get to contractor licensing. Contractors in the state of Florida are required to be licensed to do any work that requires a building permit. Whether or not it requires a building permit is determined by the Florida Building Code. Contractors in the state, to get licensed, have to meet minimum qualifications. They have to pass competency exams. To go into business, you have to have a certain level of funding behind you. You have to show a bank account that you can support what you're doing. The biggest thing to protect our citizens is contractors have to maintain certain levels of workers' comp for them and their employees, and also liability insurance. And again, these are things to protect the consumer. So as I said, we are in the 2020 Florida Building Code, the 7th edition of the Florida Building Code, and we are mandated to enforce the building code as it is written. Along with the building code, and you see the different volumes there of building, residential, fuel, gas, energy, plumbing, mechanical. There are several books that go into the Florida Building Code. We also, along with that, we enforce the 2017 National Electrical Code, the Florida Fire Prevention Code, and we also have our Code of Ordinances. So this is what we have to enforce, and we don't have a choice. The state says this is what you will enforce, and this is what you will adopt. I'm going to talk a little bit about, more about what we do and why we do it. There's a saying in the building code official industry that when we do our job, nothing happens. And that's very true. If we do our job and we do it right, nothing happens. So if you look at the one photo there, it talks about the Station nightclub and an event there that happened back in 2003. People didn't do their job, and something happened. This building originally was a restaurant. It had been changed from a restaurant to a nightclub. During that process, that change of use process, they should have required fire sprinklers in this building. That didn't happen. During this particular night, the band Great White was playing, and when they opened up their first song, their band manager set off some pyrotechnics. It's still disputed today whether he had permission to do that. He said he did. Club owner said he didn't. There was court hearings. Some people actually went to jail over this situation. They had also installed some polyurethane and other types of foam on the ceiling and the walls of this club. It was to improve acoustic. We got bands playing in here. We want to sound good, right? So this foam, it was highly flammable. The fumes, the smoke were very toxic. Pyrotechnics went off, and some of it caught on fire. Again, we don't have fire sprinklers in this building. This building had 4 exits. 2 of those exits were chained shut. Another exit near the backstage where people tried to go out were told by a bouncer, you can't go out this way. This is for the band only. The people that were in this building had one way to get out of this building, and that was through the front door they came into. And I talk about exits because I don't really care how people get in a building, except for folks with disability, and we have to have accessibility requirements. What I care about is getting people out of a building when there's a problem. So we're concerned a lot more about exits than we are entrances. There were 462 people in this building on that night. The occupant load for that building was 404. If you can kind of see from the photo, there were no fire lanes available for the fire trucks. Again, they were over occupancy. The cars were parked up right to the building. By the time the fire trucks got there, they were trying to weave in and out of vehicles to get to the building to fight the fire. The photo you see there, if you go back and watch the video, and it's very easy to find, Google, YouTube, whatever you want to do, and I encourage you all to do it. It is somewhat graphic. But the photo you see there, that's about 9 minutes in to that fire. By the time the fire trucks got there, it was pretty much fully involved. Had that building had sprinklers, would it have been a different situation? Probably. I don't know. Had those exits been open like they were supposed to be? Had the foam not been installed on the walls like it shouldn't have been? Who knows? 100 people died that night. 230 more were injured. This is why we have building codes, and this is why people like me do what I do. So moving forward to last summer in Surfside, they knew they had a problem. This building was, I believe, it was in Miami-Dade County, and they had a recertification process for buildings like this. The condo association knew they had some structural problems, and they needed to take care of it, and they didn't. They couldn't agree to spend the money. 98 people died. Several more were injured. So, I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is if we do our job, nothing happens. And when people don't do their job when it comes to buildings, bad things happen. So we like to say that not unlike first responders, a big part of our job is protecting our citizens and saving lives. We have the first responders, but I consider us the first preventers. Our permit center, about 50 to 60 feet to y'all's left, and there's a great group of hardworking folks over there. This is where people come in to apply for their permits, submit revisions, pick up their permits, and anything else that needs to be done that goes through our office. Not just the Building Code Administration Office, but we also accept permits for fences that are required by zoning, other things through environmental and so on. So we're kind of the heartbeat of the department and the division. The numbers you see there are year-to-date, or calendar year for 2021. You can just kind of see some of our activity and our year-to-date numbers through March of this year. And our numbers are pacing ahead of last year already. Work hasn't slowed down. So we're rolling along, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But I'm real proud of the people we have over there. They do work very hard. They're very dedicated, very professional, and they want to do the right thing. Our number one priority is customer service. You know, if you don't like Walmart, you can go to Target. If you don't like Walgreens, you can go to CVS. If you want to come in and do business with us and get a permit, you got nowhere else to go. We're it. But we still stress customer service is our number one priority. We have customers to serve. They are citizens of this county, and we need to give them the customer service they deserve and expect. We do have online permitting available. As Clay mentioned, we do about 80% of our permitting online today. When I got here 5.5 years ago, we were doing about 60%. So we continue to increase that number. We encourage our customers to use the online options. They're there, they're convenient. Customer can go on there, they submit a permit application, they can do it online. They can check the progress of the reviews. They can see where their permit application's at. Before I came to Volusia County, I was an actual user of the Connect Live program. I was building official in Port Orm at the time, and I was building a home in the Sam Sula area. And I thought this was great. I called in for an inspection. Our inspectors are out in the field with laptops and iPads, and when they do their inspections, they put in their results. The system sends our customer an email, tells them if their inspection passed or failed, so they can keep their job rolling, keep things moving along. It's very convenient. Too many of our customers don't use it. We continue to try to encourage people to go to Connect Live and take advantage of that. Clay showed you this slide a little earlier when he was talking about business cycle and the growth of our county. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the numbers. Clay didn't get into it too much. But these are all, we went back 20 years, and these are calendar year numbers. And what we all called the boom back in 2005, before the Great Recession, we issued 11,382 building permits. Calendar year 2021, we issued 761 more. So we had the boom back then, so I don't know what we're calling today, but you can see how things built up, and we dropped down and bottomed out during the recession, and we've come back. And again, as with our permit center, I told you our 2022 numbers through 3 months into the year, we're outpacing last year again. So in 2005, we had 35 folks that were doing the work required to get these permits issued, get them out the door, do the inspections. Last year, in 2021, and still today, when we did 761 more permits, and you're going to see in a minute how many more inspections, we have 25 people doing that work. Again, we got a great group of folks. They work hard. They're very dedicated, and I'm very proud of each one of them. I'm just glad to be part of the team. So going on to the inspections, you'll see kind of the same curvature there, but you'll see a rapid increase in the last several years over the number of permits that were issued. It's a little bit different. The reason for that is there's more inspections required today. The building code tells us what minimum inspections we have to do. Those are the minimum inspections we're required to do. Well, that number's changed over the years. In 2005, we were probably doing 7 to 10 inspections for a new home. Today, it's more like 15 to 20. Back then, a new roof was basically one inspection. When I started on the dark side here, it wasn't in the county, but as an inspector, basically the roof inspection was a drive-by. Windshield inspection. Is the roof on? Yep, it's done. Sign it off. Well, we don't do that today. Minimum for a re-roof is 3 to 4, sometimes more inspections, depending on the type of roof, type materials, and what you might have there. So we're doing more inspections than we did in 2005, a lot more, but we're required to do a lot more. Something came up, I guess, a while back that what is exempt from permitting? When we first put this presentation together, I did a simple cut and paste right out of the code book, between the code book and our Volusia County Code of Ordinances, and I filled 5 slides with about half that font. So as we were going through our presentation over the last few weeks, we were told pretty quickly, we gotta cut that down a little bit. This is way too much going on here. So we listened. So I just kind of gave you a quick summary here of some things that don't require a building permit. The list goes on and on and on. I'll be happy to share that with you if y'all want to get with me and we can go through it. Basically, anything that's maintenance or repair doesn't require a permit. Painting, wallpaper, whoever does wallpaper anymore, flooring, changing your kitchen cabinets. You can change your toilet without a permit. As long as you don't get into the piping of the plumbing, you don't need a permit. Changing out a sink, things like that. One of the things that we deal with a lot here, we are a rural community, as you all know, and we deal a lot with non-residential farm buildings on farms. If it's a bona fide farm, we have a lot of our folks that have the ferneries in the northern part of our county. They build a building for their fern processing or packaging, whatever it is, and if it's specifically for that purpose, they don't need a permit. They're exempt from the Florida Building Code. Now, if you build a 1,500 square foot metal barn out in your property in Samsula, where I live, and I'm zoned ag, and it's basically a man cave, you know, maybe you got some other stuff in there, but it's not a farm. So that's not a farm building, so it's not exempt from the Florida Building Code. It has to be for an ag purpose, whether it's crops, animals, or whatever it might be. So we do have debates about this quite often with some of our customers, but that is the rule. One of our challenges right now that we've been dealing with is a House bill from last year. It went into effect October 1st. Some of the requirements included allowing building permit applications to be submitted online. We do that. We accept everything online. They can do everything electronically. We had to post the current status of every permit application on our website. We do that. There were some other things that were required that we already did. We were kind of ahead of the game. The challenge that we found was that single-family home permit applications are required to be issued within 30 days of application. And Clay kind of got into this a little bit. So what we used to do was a applicant would bring in a permit application. There would be other reviews other than building. There would be environmental, zoning, land development, whatever it might be. We would take the permit application in. We would process it, Those other folks would see what they need to review. They would get their reviews done. We would get our reviews done. And we get the permit out the door. We weren't necessarily staying within that 30 days. Again, because of the volume of work, and it wasn't just a building review. There were other reviews that had to be done before that permit could be issued. So basically what we've been forced to do is not consider a building permit application complete until all those other reviews are done and approved. We don't really begin the building review process until everybody else is done. And that's when the 30-day clock starts. Some legislator somewhere thought this was a good idea. It's not. It's actually going to slow down the process, the overall process, and take more time at the end of the day. We're trying to work with it best we can. We're trying to fine-tune what we're doing with it. Still trying to get permits out the door within 30 days. But we had to kind of change the way we do business. So some of the common questions we get, and some of these things we've already talked about. Yeah, we do have online permitting. And as I said before, we encourage customers to use it. Does every building permit require an inspection? Yes, it does. And again, this is all state mandated through the Florida Building Code and legislation. When we issue a permit, we have to do an inspection, period. Sometimes it's one inspection. Somebody changes out a door in their home or windows or something like that. It's one inspection. We have to go one time. If it's a super Walmart or an apartment building, it may be hundreds of inspections. But every permit that is issued requires at least one inspection. Talk a little bit about owner builders. In the state of Florida, all work that requires a permit must be done by a licensed contractor. There is an exemption to the law that allows an owner to do their own work and act as their own contractor. That means they're going to do the work themselves. They can hire contractors, subcontractors, but they have to be licensed. And they have to let us know who those subcontractors are so that we know they're licensed and all their insurance is current and up to date. So you can do anything on your home, pretty much you want. As long as you don't rent the home out or you sell it within 12 months of completion of the construction. Same thing with a new business, except there's a $75,000 limit to what a business can do. You can do anything with a construction value up to $75,000. The dirt has to be yours, the building has to be yours, it has to be your business, your property. And it can't be a corporation. Corporations are not eligible for the owner-builder exemption. It has to be a person. So right now, we kind of talked about how busy we are, and we do have a lot going on, but we do a good job of keeping up. We do keep everything in-house for the most part. The one thing we do contract out when we get overloaded is inspections. We do use an outside source to give inspections to. For quite a while, we've been doing that on a daily basis. We're currently fully staffed our inspection department, and our hope is to keep everything in-house. But we do have a process to make sure our customers are getting served. If you request an inspection by 3 p.m., your inspection will be done by the end of the day tomorrow. We do guarantee that, and we do make sure that happens. And to do that, sometimes we have to outsource some of our inspections. So private providers is something that came into the world probably about 10 or 15 years ago. A private provider is someone that a property owner hires. The contractor doesn't hire the private provider. The property owner hires the private provider. And they can hire the private provider to do the plan review, do the inspections, or one or either or both, whatever they want to do. We still have to process the permit. The application still comes to our office. We have to process it. We have to monitor the inspections. They're required to let us know a day before they're going to do an inspection. They have to have the results of that inspection to us within 3 days after completion of the inspection. We process the inspections, we keep track of them, make sure that everything's getting done that's supposed to get done, and we issue the CO. All they do are the inspections and the plan review, just the physical work. If someone's going to use a private provider for inspections, we back out those inspection fees out of our permit fee. They pay in that private provider. So our fee schedule is set up to where we have plan review, inspections, and then the actual process of part of the permit. And we can back those fees out as we need to when they choose to use that private provider. So going forward, permits that we could eliminate, there's really not much. Fences is one that we could, as long as it's not a part of a barrier requirement around a swimming pool. That is part of the Florida Building Code. That's a requirement, and it has to be inspected by a building inspector. Basic privacy fences between properties, it's not a building code requirement unless it's a structural wall. So it's just a basic wood or vinyl fence. We do issue a permit for that, and it's basically a zoning permit. Our code compliance officers will do those inspections. They check for the heights and make sure the fence is located on the proper place. So that's something we choose to do, but again, we don't have to. We talked about, and I know Mr. Brower talked about this quite a bit after the tragedy in Surfside of Volusia County having a recertification process similar to Broward in Miami-Dade County. So what we're going to talk to y'all a little bit about here in a month or so is the International Property Maintenance Code. So there was legislation in Tallahassee this past session to address this. Our legislators dropped the ball. They didn't get it done. I heard some different reasons why, but whatever. At any rate, it didn't get to the governor's desk, so we still haven't addressed that. The International Property Maintenance Code is part of the International Code Council, and they publish and issue building codes and all sorts of codes. The Florida Building Code is based off the International Building Code, so it's kind of the foundation for the Florida Building Code. So we're going to talk about the International Property Maintenance Code, and it's more of a code compliance document to help us with our code compliance activities. But the International Code Council is in the process of developing an existing building safety inspection guide, and it'll be an appendix to the International Property Maintenance Code. This guide is very similar and looks a lot like Miami-Dade and Broward County's recertification process. Buildings are split up into risk categories, 1 through 4. Risk category 4 would be a building like collapsed in Surfside, a high-rise along the beach. It would also be police stations, fire stations, hospitals, water and sewer plants, things that need to continue to operate in the event of some type of a disaster or a storm event. Depending on what risk category these buildings are in, there's a schedule of inspections they have to meet. The higher risk category, the more intense and the more inspections they're required to have over the years. So we're going to talk to you more about that here in the coming weeks and get into more detail with that. One of the other things that we're looking to do going forward is go to a completely paperless permitting process. As I said, we're at about 80% of doing things online today. Our permit process manager has a meeting scheduled with one of our neighboring communities who has gone completely paperless. She's going to go up there with some of our other folks and kind of take a look around and see how they overcame some obstacles to that. We are pushing forward. She has a goal of being totally paperless by the end of the year, and that's very optimistic, but I'm backing her up and supporting her anything I can. She's probably in the back of the room with darts going through the back of my head right now, but we're going to try. We're going to get there. I'm just going to say that. We're going to do our research and make sure we do it right, and we already have the background and the foundation to do that, so we're going to move forward, see if we can get that done. With that, I believe that is about all I have.
Well, thank you, and you did touch on, you answered my question about Surfside. It's disappointing that was dropped, so now it falls on us. You know, we've got high rises on the beach side that are more than 30 years old. I think we inspect concrete bridges every 2 years.
Yeah, the Department of Transportation does that inspection every bridge 2 years until it falls to a certain level, and then it may go to a 1 year inspection cycle.
I'm really surprised that the insurance industry hasn't gotten involved and require it, but we're going to have to do something, and we have very few in the unincorporated Volusia, so we have to get the cities to work with us too. Vice Chair Bertman?
That's a great segue to what my question is as far as working with municipalities and state and others that are requiring a permit for, something similar. Is there a way, or is that part of our process? is to help a citizen work through that concern. Because it seems like many times there's something required by the city, the county, the state, and that person has to go through multiple steps versus since we know more about the process, we can help that person, avoid some of the pitfalls in getting a project done. So is that a service that we provide, or since we're going further online and further paperless, is that a process that can be connective?
Yes, ma'am. We work with folks all the time. With any of our coastal projects, typically we require DEP permits. There's other permits that are required on waterways, whether it's the Army Corps of Engineers or some other agencies. And we let our customers know, hey, you're on a waterway, you're over navigable waters, you have to do this and this, and we try to give them the resources and tell them where they can get that assistance and how to get through that process. We do that every day.
Okay, and do we work with the municipalities in a similar way?
Each municipality is separate. I mean, they have their own building official, their own building department, and we're separate. Everybody enforces the building code. Now, like I said, it's a uniform statewide building code. That doesn't mean everybody does it exactly the same.
Right, right.
Okay, so building official over there, or this one sitting here, we may see things a little differently from time to time. But what I will say is here in Volusia County, Volusia and Flagler County, we do have a chapter association for the Building Officials Association of Florida, which is the Florida, and then we have a local chapter. We meet regularly. We talk all the time. I talk to every building official in the county on a regular basis, and we do try to get things as much on the same page and as consistent as we can. We're never going to be 100% consistent.
Right.
We got 7 building inspectors out there in the field. I can't get them to be consistent. I know I sure as heck can't get every building official in the county to be consistent, but we do try.
Okay. I wouldn't expect it to be the same, but I just know that it's a concern that if we can help streamline it in the ways that we can for the betterment of the customer, I think it's a good idea. So thank you.
We talk all the time. I talk all the time with other building officials. Something will come up, and I'll either call them or I'll send an email to all of them at once. And what do y'all require for this?
Thank you.
Am I doing what y'all are doing? So
The one topic that goes across county and city lines is the collection of the thoroughfare road impact fee. And we're relying on the cities to not issue the certificates of occupancy for new construction or major reconstruction until they've seen a receipt from us saying that all the impact fees have been paid, or a waiver letter saying that no impact fees are due. That coordination is getting better and better. Again, the cities are facing just as much pressure as we are in regards to development, and probably are having just as equal, if not more, difficulty in filling positions.
Yeah, I would just add to what you said, Barb, in your reply, working with the cities probably hate our interference because of local control as much as we don't like it when the state takes away our ability to make a decision. And I don't think anybody up here is suggesting that. We would like to work with the cities. I know, Ponce Inlet, Daytona Beach Shores have all reached out and said that, they have a concern. They don't want a surf side in their community, but so we need to work together. Ben Johnson.
I believe I heard you correctly. You said if somebody puts in an inspection request today, they'll have it by tomorrow afternoon?
yes, sir. 3 p.m. is the cutoff, as long as we have that inspection request by 3 p.m. And if somebody forgets to call us, they call us directly and get us on the phone. It's 4 o'clock. We're going to get it in there. And yeah, we have that inspection completed by the end of the next working day.
Well, I know in the past a complaint has been, and I'm glad to hear that, but I know you go up and down on employees like everybody else. And as it goes on, and we're looking for more and more ways to do it right, but also to streamline, and I don't think I've heard this, but what would be the possibility? Say you have a local roofing contractor. Y'all been inspecting him, and if you get so many inspections in the past, and they've always been in compliance, that you start spot inspections, so that, they go on with it, and you just do spot inspections rather than every inspection, and it'll free up some of your people. If you find that they're out of line, are not doing it correctly, then they go back to every inspection.
Mr. Johnson, let me answer that like this. If-
It may not be feasible, I'm just asking the question.
If I allowed that as the building official, every inspection, every plan review, everything that gets done out there is my responsibility. If I allowed that, they'd take my license away from me, sir. You'd be looking for a new building official.
Well, what you gonna do in your next career?
No, we cannot do that. We
Okay,
have to- we
that
have to
was just a
respect-
question I had. You can't do it if it's not feasible. That's fine. It was just a question I had, and you're the expert in that, so I'll go with what you talked about.
Penn, how many kids do you have?
They're raised.
Never mind. I'm not even going to go there
Hey,
about.
hey, how many do you got? You
spot
were busier than I
inspections.
was. I had a TV before you did, I think.
But if I tell my kids we're going to do spot inspections or spot disciplines, they're going to know exactly when the spot's not coming. But anyway,
One
Can't-
quick point over
Yes.
here real quick. Kerry's been kind of modest about his success in developing training at our inspection level. If we were talking 10, 15 years ago, multi-certified inspectors were commonplace. So you would have one inspector who could come in and take care of electrical, mechanical, plumbing, et cetera. Unfortunately, the state requirements have become very difficult. So now we are trying to get everyone multi-certified as quickly as possible, but it's still going to take upwards of 3 to 5 years per person. Is that a fair estimate?
To become, multi, yeah.
And the reason why I bring it up, think of the logistics. We have one electrical inspector for all of Volusia County. So he's got to call up in the North Penn, he's got to call in Spring Hill, he's got to call down in Bethune Beach. So he's got a lot of miles traveling. That's why Kerry, who's also an electrical inspector, does a lot of traveling himself. So we're shooting to try and get to that multi-cert level so that way we can better respond and be much more efficient in how we deliver that service.
thank you. One final really quick question for you while we have you. Clay mentioned fences. Do we want to permit fences? What about sheds? I would like to see somebody not to have to pull a permit for a shed. Is there a danger in it? Does that bother you? Give me your wisdom.
A permit would be required for most sheds. The only type of a shed that would not require a permit is I call them a Rubbermaid shed, or the plastic ones you put together in the backyard that can be easily taken apart and moved inside in the event of a hurricane or a storm coming. Sheds have to be permitted primarily so that they meet our wind loads. We know that they need to be built and tied down so they don't turn into wind-borne debris and go through your neighbor's house. So that is why the requirements for a shed permit are there.
So you want to see them stay? You do?
Absolutely. We're required to.
Well, I know it's required now. I'm just wondering, does it need to be? Okay. You can tell by the way everybody's looking at me that they need a break. I know y'all must need a break too. So we're going to take a lunch break. And the request I had was for a half an hour, so I'm going to do something you rarely ever see done. I'm going to ask y'all, because you have to walk somewhere to go to lunch. What does a half hour work for the audience? Because I want you to come back, or 45 minutes. Okay, so we'll take a break now, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is Community Information's Brian Vandal and Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain and I'm joined by my co-host Brian Vandal. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors: the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. How's it going, Brian?
It is going fantastic. How are you doing today, Kevin?
I'm doing great. So thankfully we have passed April Fools, and we're certainly beginning to enjoy some of the warmer weather and longer daylight hours. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to summer, and I hope that I get a chance to get on a plane and who knows, maybe go up north.
I am getting on a plane. I'm going up north. I am going to be an officiant at my nephew's wedding in July. So
awesome.
So that'll be a first marriage for him, first marriage that I'm officiating. So I'm sure we're both nervous for different reasons.
That's excellent.
He has the harder job, I think. So
that's
yeah,
excellent. That's the
very
Midwest,
cool.
right?
Yep, going back to Iowa.
Well, that's 2 seasons, right? Winter and the 4th of July.
And then you throw in a little bit of construction in the middle.
Excellent. So today we have with us, Scott Olson. He is the Senior Veteran Services Officer with Volusia County's Division of Veteran Services. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning, sir. How you doing today?
We're doing great. You know, the Department of Veteran Services, they offer a variety of benefits and services to our eligible veterans, their families, dependents, survivors, family caregivers. There's a lot of services. So starting off, tell us a little bit about you. And yeah, I understand you're a Marine.
Yes, sir. So, born and raised in Southern California. I joined the Marine Corps right out of high school, served about 10 years as a Marine infantryman, and then I moved to Florida here in 2016, so loving it.
So how many military veterans live in Volusia County, or how many do we know that live in Volusia County?
So that we know, we have roughly 72,000
Wow.
veterans in Volusia County and counting. So it's a lot.
Yeah, and it's a big county. You have a lot of veterans. They all have probably their own individual needs. You have probably offices. Do you have offices available for a lot of these people around the county?
Oh, absolutely. So we have a total of 4 offices throughout Volusia County. We have an office in DeLand, in Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, and Orange City. So no matter where the veteran lives, you know, or their family members in the county, we have a way for them to get to an office or have plenty of availability for them to see a counselor.
And that's probably important to note that the dependents or the spouses or family members, they're eligible for many or some of the benefits that the veterans have.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on the circumstances, depending on, you know, what the veteran was getting or is getting, you know, can depend upon what's, you know, available for spouses or children, surviving spouses or other family members.
And let's say I'm a veteran and COVID made me uncomfortable to go out, or maybe I don't have the ability to get out of my house very quickly. Do you have a way to get to those veterans, to talk to them maybe over the phone or even do in-home visits?
Yeah, absolutely. So phone appointments are always welcome. So anybody could call one of our offices and try to schedule a phone appointment with one of our counselors. And once we are fully staffed and operating, we could probably try to get out to those veterans based upon their needs and their situation. So phone appointment is always first recommended, and then if need be, we're going to try our best to get out to those veterans and help them where we can.
Great.
And you know, Scott, we were talking before the show about staffing, and obviously with this great resignation and since COVID, a lot of agency services, businesses have been struggling with people. And I know that there was a little bit of a dip where you were looking to seek to get veterans counselors, but great news, you have all the counselors you need right now. So that's excellent.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. We are, as of right now, we are fully staffed. So I'm really happy for that, and I'm sure all of our veterans in the county are happy for that. So we are fully staffed. We are training some of our new counselors, and we are very excited for the future.
That's excellent.
So are most of these counselors, most of them veterans themselves? Is that what you look for a lot of times?
Yeah, absolutely. It is recommendation. It's a statute where, you know, in order to serve as a veteran service officer or counselor, they have to be a veteran themselves.
I mean, that obviously, that would be important just because you've been there, you know what some of the some of the things that people have gone through. I mean,
Yeah.
me not being a veteran, I can't even imagine some of the stuff that you've done. So I mean, it's great that you guys have an avenue to do after your active service to still provide that support to your fellow military veterans.
Absolutely, and it's one thing that I've come to love about the job is I still get to fellowship and rub elbows with fellow service members, my brothers and sisters in arms. So yeah, absolutely.
It probably takes about 2 people to figure out. Oh, I know him. Oh, you know him, and it's almost 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, or is it 6? I can't remember.
It's a small world at the end of the day. So let's say someone's calling, a veteran or their family member's calling your counselors, and they're providing their history, and they want to see what kind of benefits are available. Are there certain maybe conditions that maybe have changed over the years, or rates that apply or don't apply? What's it like as far as services, and what's changed today from maybe in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the world of the VA, things are always changing. They're always coming up with, or we're always recognizing new conditions that may have been caused by environmental hazards where veterans served at. One big thing that actually is taking place now is the VA has proposed changes to the way they rate certain conditions, such as respiratory conditions like sleep apnea. They're changing or proposing to change the way they rate tinnitus, which is an audio condition. And then also mental health, so conditions such as PTSD, major depressive disorder, mental conditions in general. The VA is changing the way that they rate or evaluate those conditions. So if you're a veteran in Volusia County and you want more information about these changes, I strongly encourage you to get into one of our offices to talk to one of our counselors.
And you talked about summer coming along, and that unofficial beginning of summer is always Memorial Day, but that means that should mean something a little different. Obviously, it means more it means more to all of us, and just the memorial, just thinking about the veterans that gave up that ultimate sacrifice to defend our freedoms.
Absolutely. Yeah, Memorial Day is, it means a lot to me. Being a combat veteran, I served with many brave men and women while overseas. They paid that ultimate sacrifice. So I think it's very important as a nation, as a community, as a county that, we pay homage and honor to our fellow brothers and sisters who gave that ultimate sacrifice, so that way we can enjoy the freedoms and the liberties that we have today.
One of our county council members, Barbara Gertman, always looks at these types of Memorial Days and any day that acknowledges to say it's not a day off, it's a day on, it's a day to honor, and it's a great way to explain the importance of a day like that, especially with Memorial Day coming up. And speaking of our county council, they are huge proponents of veterans, and certainly very, very much in support. And at our last meeting, I think it was April 5th, great news came out of that meeting for veterans. Tell us about that.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. At the meeting Tuesday, the county council members, they approved a rezoning for over 2 acres of property that's just north of Daytona Beach city limits. That's now going to be able to become a 20-bed shelter for both female and male homeless veterans. So that's huge to the community. A lot of veterans, they need assistance. A lot of veterans struggle. So anytime that, we as a community could help them in any way, shape, or form is going to be absolutely detrimental to our community and to those veterans who served.
Volusia County is a Purple Heart county.
It is.
So, I mean, that's just one more attribute, and it just shows how important the veterans are. Not, we cheer them when they're fighting and protecting us, but, it's that after they come home that we really need to embrace them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and that's one of the things where, when you're young and you enlist and you go overseas and you serve, or, you serve in any capacity, a lot of the times you have a lot of support while you're in the service. And then once you get out, it's such a big transition.
Yeah.
So anytime we have, our county council or our local leaders who really love and appreciate and want to help veterans after they serve, it's huge, and it makes a big impact on the community as a whole.
And that's where you guys really come into play, is making sure that transition is as smooth as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember when I was getting out, it's tough. You live your life a certain way for a certain amount of years, and you get out and, you're moving on to a different lifestyle and a different culture. And so that transition is huge. So anytime that we could, help our brothers and sisters during that transition period is going to be good for them.
That's excellent. So Scott, as we wrap up for our listeners, what what is your message to our veterans here in Volusia County and their families, and what kind of services, where do they get them, who do they call? Give us a quick wrap-up.
Yeah, absolutely. I would strongly encourage all of our veterans in the county and all of their family members to get into an office. Some veterans, they just don't know, what they're eligible for until they get in there and they talk to a counselor. And it's the same things for their dependents, surviving spouses of veterans. There's a lot of resources, there's a lot of benefits that they could be eligible for, and they just don't know. So my message to our community, my fellow veterans, is get into one of our offices, whether that's in Daytona, DeLand, New Smyrna, or Orange City. Get into the office, see what you're eligible for, and let us try to help you out.
Excellent. Scott Olson, thank you so much for being here, Senior Veteran Services Officer with Volusia County. Thanks so much.
Very welcome. Take care. Thanks, guys.
You bet. With that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and talk with Cyrus Callum of the airport. Stay with us.
Get ready. It's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Another good tip for the kitchen is safety for the children. We want to create a 3-foot zone of safety around the stovetop so that children can't access and get burned.
I'm Will Roberts, your Volusia County tax collector. Nobody enjoys standing in line. That's why the next time you have business at the tax collector's office, skip the line by paying online. Here's how you do it. If you need to renew a vehicle registration or pay property taxes, all you need is a computer or a smartphone. To pay online, you may use a debit or credit card or your checking account. To get to the secured site, log on to vctaxcollector.org/pay. That's vctaxcollector.org/pay. Choose either vehicle registration or property tax. Then type in the information that's needed to complete the transaction. Before you log on, you do need to know that the website's third-party vendor charges a service fee. The tax collector does not receive any portion of this fee. So skip the line and pay online. For more information about services the tax collector provides, please log on to vctaxcollector.org. That's vctaxcollector.org.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Van, along with Kevin Kaplan. You're listening to Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Brian. So with us is Cyrus Callum, and normally we like to play the ZZ Top Sharp Dressed Man, because Cyrus is known as the classiest dresser. And today it's Friday, so it's a down day, a dress down day. So instead of a 3-piece, you got a 2-piece on today, right?
Just a 2-piece suit. Normally, I leave those 3-piece suits for county council days.
So, Cyrus, you are the Director of Aviation and Economic Resources for the county. Let's start out by what's shaking at the airport. What's going on, and what great news do you have for us?
Lots of moving pieces, and we're on the precipice of some really big announcements. It's just, the aviation industry is just so dynamic with so many different things going on. You got the pilot shortage, you got fuel prices, and with crude oil finally looking like it's going to drop below $100 a barrel, hopefully we start to see a trend in airfares going down. But always a challenge for our market is airfares, and so we're trying to get some additional capacity into the airport. So we're talking to tons of airlines. The U.S.-Canadian border, with some of the COVID restrictions lifting, we're starting to have conversations. I like to say air service development is like establishing a relationship with the airline.
Sure.
So we're flirting with some Canadian carriers, and it's one of those situations where whoever gets to us first, we'll probably start to have some dominoes fall as a result of that.
Is it true that, when you say that when you're talking to other airlines, potentially getting them to have service here in Daytona, and you speak of them, building a relationship with them, once they finally get here, is it true that was probably 2 or 3 years in the making?
Absolutely. At a minimum, it's 18 months in trying to establish a relationship, because they have their bean counters and they're sitting in their quarters trying to figure out what's going to be most economic for them, and they're looking at city pairs and different markets that would match up. And of course, Florida, we're fortunate to have the resources that we have. People are escaping the Northeast and they're escaping the Midwest to come to our beaches, and And, you know, businesses are starting to react to that as well. And so the airlines look at where are the opportunities, and, you know, Daytona Beach, we're kind of like right on the edge there. We've got a lot of competition with Orlando being to the south of us, and Melbourne and so forth. But, you know, with the 47 miles of beaches, it's really hard for other markets to compete with us. And so we're starting to see a lot of interest in what we're able to offer.
So I always talk to Cyrus about sports, and I would equate this to almost like a draft, the NBA draft, where a lot of times you're drafting on potential. Right. Oh, this guy has all the tools. Can he put it together? And that's kind of what you're saying about Daytona Beach is we've got it all right here. We just need someone to just take that chance on us, and it's gonna happen. And it seems like it's so symbiotic between. Once we get the airport to go have a little bit more of a footprint or a exposure, then the businesses are going to see that, and it's going to be, oh, maybe we should look at the Volusia County area to bring our businesses here, and it probably works both ways.
Absolutely. So you got to have air service for a lot of these big companies to want to relocate or at least put some semblance of an operation here, because naturally, as the economy starts to open back up, we've been in situations where, you know, everybody's doing web-based calls.
Sure.
Well, really, business gets done with a handshake and face-to-face. And so once that starts to pipe back up, we're going to need to provide more options for these businesses so they can get to those locations, finish those business deals, and then get back home.
You know, for the airport here in Daytona, we always talk about that it's fast, it's friendly, it's stress-free. And when you're again luring airlines to come here, Orlando and Sanford, those are our next closest places. But you know, we know, and from a marketability and metric standpoint, there's a large percentage of those people that are flying into, say, the Orlando market, but then driving over here to the East Coast.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, I was talking a little bit about some strategy to try to get some low-cost carriers into our market, and with the proposed Spirit and Frontier merger, there was an opportunity because there's so much capacity with those two airlines flying into Orlando. What we found with research is you probably have 2 flights full of passengers that actually make their way over to the Daytona Beach area. And so the conversation with the airlines is, why don't you just add those nonstop sections to Daytona Beach?
Sure.
And of course, JetBlue throws in a cash offer for Spirit, so that kind of throws everything up in the air. But yeah, we don't set the prices. The airlines set that, and it's just like any other business function. It's just based on what the market demand calls for. So what will bring down prices in the market, of course, is going to be competition. But the other thing is we have to get our residents to use our airport, because when you buy a ticket, the airline knows where you're coming from. They look at your zip code, and then so you have a 32218 zip code, for instance, but you're leaving out of Orlando. The airlines know that, so they're going to keep adding capacity to Orlando.
Sure.
If you have your 32218 zip code and you leave from here, then the light bulb will come on and say, okay, we need to add some more capacity to Daytona Beach. So paying the extra maybe $50, $75, $100 for the fare is going to go a long way down the line in terms of bringing those ticket prices.
But a lot of people, the ticket prices obviously go up the closer you get to the departure date. So if you know what your travel plans are 2-3 months down the line, the prices are a lot closer in the same.
Book in advance. I tell everybody about 4 weeks out, and then find a Tuesday or a Wednesday. That's
instead of a weekend.
Instead of a weekend, because the airlines know that people are, you know, they're thinking about traveling or they're thinking about going on this vacation destination while they are at home and kind of having some time to go online and search. So they're going to bump the prices up. So.
And most importantly, buy local.
Absolutely, got to buy local.
Let's talk safety for a minute. I know every 3 years the airport conducts a triennial disaster exercise where you prepare, and it's a big undertaking because there's a lot of involvement with our area agencies, public agencies, first responders, and you had that recently, and then we recently also had an emergency landing, and everything went well, but you're always thinking about safety first.
Absolutely. So March 18th we had our triannual, and it was a resounding success. All the mutual aid agencies, Volusia County Sheriff's Department, Volusia County Fire Rescue, they all were on the scene. We simulated a crash of a charter Brazilian airline was coming in town to play a soccer match. And so we were able to test our family and friends reunification plan and our airport emergency plan. And just yesterday, Spirit Airlines flight 1005 from Philadelphia had to divert into Daytona Beach. They had a mechanical issue that fortunately turned out to be nothing, but safety being a priority, you have to take every precautions as necessary. And so that crew decided to set the aircraft down safely at Daytona Beach. And once again, we were able to execute that plan that we practiced back in March. And, customer service, of course, is one of our primary functions at Daytona Beach International Airport, and that couldn't have shined any brighter.
Absolutely.
Fantastic yesterday. The staff was on scene, immediately helped the passengers. We ordered pizza for the passengers and crew that were hanging out waiting for maintenance and permission to get back on the aircraft to take off, and I'm hoping that that's a good precursor for what Spirit Airlines may think is the beginning of a great relationship down the line, because this is what we do every day, and that's the benefit of our airport being what it is. Yeah, we're small, but we make sure that the highest priority is going to be safety and customer service, and that customer's going to have the best experience using our facility.
I think they made a great first impression on an unfortunate situation.
I think so.
Yeah, and just, when you started out talking about that triennial, not is it just, fire, first responders, all those agencies responding, but it's also all the other pieces that you're practicing, the communications pieces, even food for passengers. All those things come into play. There's so many moving parts to that machine when it happes.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many resources that we have at our disposal. Let's say, for instance, if that airplane wasn't able to get back in the air, we would have to coordinate with other modes of transportation in order to get those passengers to their final destination. And so those relationships that we build over time, and in that process and going through that airport emergency plan, and having those drills and those opportunities to test it, it comes to fruition. And the ending result yesterday was a resounding success.
It's always good with a positive outcome. Absolutely. We're talking with Cyrus Callum. He's the Director of Aviation and Economic Resources for the Daytona Beach International Airport. We'll take our last break and come back with Volusia Today. Stay with us.
Do you enjoy helping animals in need? Then why not join our caring and professional team right here at Volusia County Animal Services? We have immediate openings for several high-energy candidates interested in becoming a part of our animal care clinic family. As a vet assistant, you'll be doing everything from prepping patients for surgery, as well as assisting in surgery, even recovering those patients. Also prepping log records and helping with our field services and our casework. Vet assistants also help out during our special events, which are extremely popular to the public. Things like pet microchipping and vaccine events, as well as food drives. All of those things are incredibly rewarding, and you'll have the satisfaction of knowing that you're helping pets right here in your community. To get more information, please visit volusia.org or call 386-248-1790. You'll be glad you did.
You can access Volusia County government online at volusia.org. Listen to county council meetings, pay for permits or tags, or search the property appraisers' databases. Volusia.org is your Volusia County government information resource.
Welcome back. I'm Brian. He's Kevin, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
So, Cyrus, we always like to ask what people like to do in their spare time, and I know you're a pilot. I know you've been busy. You probably haven't flown lately, but what's new and exciting with you and your family at home now that you're a Volusia County resident?
Well, So my 18-year-old son and I play on a co-ed competitive soccer team.
Excellent.
And so I was actually supposed to fly out this weekend, but our team made the championship game. And so the championship games is at 9 a.m. on Sunday, and I can't miss that opportunity to play with my kids. So we're going to try to bring back the trophy. We actually, last season, ended up winning this league as well, and we won it the season before, so we want to make a three-peat. We want to get those 3 stars above our crest. And so that's the whole reason I'm still playing, is so I can play with my kid. And I'll retire to the old guys after we get this time.
Cherish that time while you can do it, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it.
So the airport keeps you busy going. Do you attend? Is this the first time you've flown in a while, or had planned to fly in a while?
Well, so I have my private pilot's license. At my previous airport venture, I had more opportunity to fly. But, you know, with everything that we have going on with economic development and just the airport being as busy as it is, I've not flown since I've been on this post. So eventually I'm going to have to get up and get my currency checked back up. But, you know, like I said, I couldn't be any more happier with everything that we have going on. So I could put the flying on the back burner for the time being.
So the pitch is this weekend. What position do you play?
So I'm a center back.
Okay.
And so my kid, he's a left wing. So my kid scores the goals, and I make sure that they don't get shots.
There you go. Sounds great.
That's excellent. So that's Sunday.
That's Sunday. So Saturday we're going to the Orlando City game. Orlando City has a home game.
In Chicago?
Yep, they're playing Chicago Fire. So we're going to root on the boys in purple. But
and was Chicago one of your stopping points as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
in my career, absolutely. I went to Southern Illinois University, and then one of my first jobs out of college was working at Chicago O'Hare. And so, in talking about air service, one thing that I'm really trying to pitch with American Airlines is trying to get some Chicago O'Hare service. And so we got a small community air service development grant that we filed for, which is very competitive. But Americans giving us some support for that.
Excellent. You certainly have those relationships, and we're confident and trust that you're going to bring us more airlines. So thanks, Cyrus.
Thanks, Kevin.
With that, we'll close Volusia Today. Have a great today. Take care, stay safe, and help your neighbors.
If you have a comment about Volusia Today, or if there is a topic you would like to hear featured, please contact Volusia County Community Information at 1-866-345-0345. This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is Community Information's Brian Vandal and Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain and I'm joined by my co-host Brian Vandal. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors: the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. How's it going, Brian?
It is going fantastic. How are you doing today, Kevin?
I'm doing great. So thankfully we have passed April Fools, and we're certainly beginning to enjoy some of the warmer weather and longer daylight hours. I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to summer, and I hope that I get a chance to get on a plane and who knows, maybe go up north.
I am getting on a plane. I'm going up north. I am going to be an officiant at my nephew's wedding in July. So
awesome.
So that'll be a first marriage for him. First marriage that I'm officiating, so I'm sure we're both nervous for different reasons.
That's excellent.
He has the harder job, I think. So
That's
yeah.
excellent. That's the
Very cool.
Midwest, right?
Yep, going back to Iowa.
Well, that's 2 seasons, right? Winter and the 4th of July.
And then you throw in a little bit of construction in the middle.
Excellent. So today we have with us, Scott Olson. He is the Senior Veteran Services Officer with Volusia County's Division of Veteran Services. Good morning, Scott.
Hey, good morning, sir. How you doing today?
We're doing great. You know, the Department of Veteran Services, they offer a variety of benefits and services to our eligible veterans, their families, dependents, survivors, family caregivers. There's a lot of services. So starting off, tell us a little bit about you. And yeah, I understand you're a Marine.
Yes, sir. So, born and raised in Southern California. I joined the Marine Corps right out of high school, served about 10 years as a Marine infantryman, and then I moved to Florida here in 2016, so loving it.
So how many military veterans live in Volusia County, or how many do we know that live in Volusia County?
So that we know, we have roughly 72,000
Wow.
veterans in Volusia County and counting. So it's a lot.
Yeah, and it's a big county. You have a lot of veterans. They all have probably their own individual needs. You have probably offices. Do you have offices available for a lot of these people around the county?
Oh, absolutely. So we have a total of 4 offices throughout Volusia County. We have an office in DeLand, Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, and Orange City. So no matter where the veteran lives, you know, or their family members in the county, we have a way for them to get to an office or have plenty of availability for them to see a counselor.
And that's probably important to note that the dependents or the spouses or family members, they're eligible for many or some of the benefits that the veterans have.
Yeah, absolutely. Depending on the circumstances, depending on, you know, what the veteran was getting or is getting, you know, can depend upon what's, you know, available for spouses or children, surviving spouses or other family members.
And let's say I'm a veteran and COVID made me uncomfortable to go out, or maybe I don't have the ability to get out of my house very quickly. Do you have a way to get to those veterans, to talk to them maybe over the phone or even do in-home visits?
Yeah, absolutely. So phone appointments are always welcome. So anybody could call one of our offices and try to schedule a phone appointment with one of our counselors. And once we are fully staffed and operating, we could probably try to get out to those veterans based upon their needs and their situation. So phone appointment is always first recommended, and then if need be, we're going to try our best to get out to those veterans and help them where we can.
Great.
And you know, Scott, we were talking before the show about staffing, and obviously with this great resignation and since COVID, a lot of agency services, businesses have been struggling with people. And I know that there was a little bit of a dip where you were looking to seek to get veterans counselors, but great news, you have all the counselors you need right now. So that's excellent.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. We are, as of right now, we are fully staffed. So I'm really happy for that, and I'm sure all of our veterans in the county are happy for that. So we are fully staffed. We are training some of our new counselors, and we are very excited for the future.
That's excellent.
So are most of these counselors, most of them veterans themselves? Is that what you look for a lot of times?
Yeah, absolutely. It is not a recommendation. It's a statute where, you know, in order to serve as a veteran service officer or counselor, they have to be a veteran themselves.
I mean, that obviously, that would be important just because you've been there, you know what some of the things that people have gone through. I mean, me not being a veteran, I can't even imagine some of the stuff that you've done. So I mean, it's great that you guys have an avenue to do after your active service to still provide that support to your fellow military veterans.
Absolutely, and it's one thing that I've come to love about the job is I still get to fellowship and rub elbows with fellow service members, my brothers and sisters in arms. So yeah, absolutely.
It probably takes about 2 people to figure out. Oh, I know him. Oh, you know him, and it's almost 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon, or is it 6? I can't remember.
It's a small world at the end of the day. So let's say someone's calling, a veteran or their family members calling your counselors, and they're providing their history, and they want to see what kind of benefits are available. Are there certain maybe conditions that maybe have changed over the years, or rates that apply or don't apply? What's it like as far as services, and what's changed today from maybe in the past?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the world of the VA, things are always changing. they're always coming up with, or, we're always recognizing new conditions that may have been caused by environmental hazards where veterans served at. One big thing that actually is taking place now is the VA has proposed changes to the way they rate certain conditions, such as respiratory conditions like sleep apnea. They're changing or proposing to change the way they rate tinnitus, which is an audio condition. And then also mental health, so conditions such as PTSD, major depressive disorder, mental conditions in general. The VA is changing the way
It's 1 o'clock. If anybody knows where Ben Johnson is, if they could drag him in.
I'll talk as fast as I can.
Say what? Yeah, we did. Before lunch, Ginger wanted to eat. She said we should have let you go first before lunch.
No, last time you said it's better to go after lunch, so I definitely wanted to go after lunch.
Okay. I think everybody's here. Can we start without Clay? Oh.
Okay.
That was your dinner time, wasn't it? You get up at 5 o'clock, noon is. Okay, Ginger, take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try to get you to hear me so I don't have to hold this. Is that good? Okay. So, good afternoon. I'm Ginger Dare, I'm the Management Director, and I am happy to be here this afternoon to talk about what the Environment Division does and our ordinances. This isn't really working, so I'll hold it. So as you can see on the slide, environmental management's mission statement is to preserve, protect, and restore the region's unique environmental natural resources and improve and enhance the enjoyment and health of a growing population, and to achieve a balance between the quality of the environment and the economic interest of our citizens. We do that in environmental management with 5 different major activities. Our environmental permitting activity implements and enforces the ordinance of the county, and we review virtually all of the development proposals and the building permits. So when you heard from Carol and you heard from Carrie about the number of applications and developments, my staff looks at almost every single one of those. And not only do we look at them, but we visit them in the field. So we have a handle in the development process from the beginning all the way through the building permit. We have 8 staff, full-time staff, and we have 2 contract staff who implement that work. And those folks are experts in trees and wetlands and protected species, and they're out in this county every day, driving all around the county, doing inspections and looking at these development proposals. We have a sustainability and resilience activity that has 4 staff members, and those folks spearhead our Green Volusia program and our other resilience programs. They do a lot of grant writing and grant management, and they manage our very popular Explore Volusia and Volunteer Volusia programs. We have another activity that's called Protected Species. There's 6 full-time staff and several seasonal contract workers in that activity, and they implement our sea turtle habitat conservation plan and our manatee protection programs. The Marine Science Center, I know you're all familiar with. That activity includes 11 full-time staff. We have approximately 30 part-time contract staff at the Science Center, and we have an enormous number of volunteers in order to make that mission work. And we had a hugely successful Turtle Day over the weekend. Over 3,000 people came on Saturday and got to see the good work we do there. We also have the Lyonia Environmental Center in Deltona. It's another environmental learning center. We have 4 full-time staff there and 1 part-time contract worker. And we, again, many volunteers to make that operation work. And we have an exhibit gallery. We offer school field trips, summer camps, and lots of public programming about the ecosystems in the county. And then our pollution control activity is 5 staff members. Their job is to protect the land and water of the county from pollution, and that's done through our hazardous waste inspection program and our regulation and inspection of solid waste facilities and domestic waste facilities. And then our water quality program is 4 full-time staff who collect the water quality samples around the county monthly or quarterly, and then report those results to our public agencies and to the public. So all told, that's about 45 full-time county staff and a number of part-time and full-time contract workers and hundreds of volunteers. So environmental management is a big operation. Our major functions are listed there on the screen. We've talked about those. Today, we're really going to focus on the functions that deal with development and development review. So that's primarily our environmental permitting activity. I have with me Keith Abramson. He is our environmental permitting activity manager and our county forester. And so it's he and his staff who review all of the development plans and all of the building permits. Okay, sorry, that was my shameless plug since I had a captive audience. Let's talk about our countywide environmental minimum standards. So the charter, section 202.4 of the Volusia County Charter, establishes minimum standards and procedures for the protection of the environment. The charter has specific language about what those standards could include, but it does not limit those standards. So, you know, really what this tells us is our county was founded with the belief that protection and preservation of the environment is a core value. And that is enshrined in our charter. And then those standards are intended to provide protection from destruction of the resources of the county belonging to the general public. And I think that's really such a great core value. And then those standards are carried through in the ordinances that we implement. So the minimum standards are housed in Chapter 50 of our Code of Ordinances. So sometimes you'll hear us talk about Chapter 50 standards. That is the minimum standards that apply countywide. They're intended to be the very minimum level of protection that is acceptable countywide, as determined back, you know, when the initial standards were created. And they were developed with the help of a citizens advisory panel, and we will talk about that panel toward the end of my presentation. And so you can see on the screen, these are the minimum standards that we have in place right now. Stormwater, the Indian River Lagoon overlay, sometimes you'll hear us call that the Class 2 overlay. Trees, wetlands, sea turtles, potable water well fields, water conservation and water-wise landscaping, and beaches and dunes. I just want to say, so today we don't have time to talk about every one of these ordinances in any one-day workshop. So we're going to focus today on the first 4 of those because they're the ones that are most closely related to development and development review. But I'm happy to talk about all of them, you know, at another time or individually or in any way you'd like. It's just you know, in the interest of time, we wanted to talk about those 4 today. So I think it's really important to understand how the minimum standards are implemented. So remember, they set the guidepost, right? But the standards themselves are implemented and enforced through a set of implementing ordinances. And that could be implementing ordinances at the county or in the municipalities. So there's really 3 sort of buckets, different ways that the minimum standards can be implemented. And they were all written just a little bit differently. So some of the standards were written such that they apply countywide and they are implemented and enforced by county staff. And examples of that are the sea turtle lighting ordinance, the beaches and dunes, and the waterwise landscaping, right? So the county staff, environmental management, implements those ordinances everywhere, including in the cities. Some of the standards were written such that the cities were provided the option of adopting ordinances that meet the minimum standards, and then, or they could elect to have the county implement our standards in their jurisdictions. Most often, cities have chosen to adopt ordinances, and then once they do that, the implementation of those ordinances is completely up to the cities, right? They adopt an ordinance that was in compliance with the standards when they were written, and then the implementation is solely up to them. The county really doesn't review the implementation once that has happened. Now our standards, the implementing ordinance is the Land Development Code. So a lot of what we'll talk about today is about the Land Development Code because that's how we implement the minimum standards in the unincorporated part of the county. So then the third option is, you know, some of those standards were written in such a way that the county enforces countywide, but if a city chooses to have an ordinance, then they enforce that ordinance in their city. So examples of that are the water conservation ordinance and the fertilizer ordinance.
Can they be less than what the county has?
The last bucket, the third thing, yes, they could be less, but our ordinance still applies countywide. We haven't had that situation. The two cities that actually have adopted a fertilizer ordinance, it's the same as ours, so it's not a problem. There's no disconnect there. So setting the stage for the slides to follow. So keeping in mind that there's a minimum standard in Chapter 50, and then we have an implementing ordinance that is Chapter 72. What the framework as we go forward is that I will present what's in the minimum standard. I will present what is in our land development code and how that may be more strict, because in many cases it is. And then I'll have a slide that talks about maybe some potential changes that we want to think about or talk about. So we're going to start with the Indian River Lagoon overlay. This was, the minimum standard was adopted in 1988, and it was revised in 1990 and 1993. The goal of this ordinance was to improve the water quality for waters where shellfish harvesting is permitted. And so that's the Class 2. Class 2 is the state designation for shellfish harvesting waters. The area that this minimum standard applies to is bounded on the north by the southern city limit of the city of New Smyrna Beach. So New Smyrna. On the south, it's the Brevard County line. On the east, it's A1A, and on the west, it's US 1. So it's really that area of the county south of New Smyrna Beach and east of US 1. The minimum standard requires that all development in this area, including single-family lots, maintain at least 35% of the lot area in native vegetation. It also requires that all development, including single-family lots, retain the first half-inch of runoff on the site. This is unique to the Indian River Lagoon overlay. In most places in the county, a single-family lot, maybe that wasn't part of a subdivision or was part of an old subdivision, there's no on-site stormwater retention or natural vegetation requirement. The other things that's required in the minimum standard is there's requirements about the treatment of wastewater. So it says that private package plants must be transformed into lift stations when sewer becomes available in this area. And it also has some standards about where septic systems can be on single-family lots. So they're supposed to be in the front yard and at least 200 feet away from any water body or canal. Another important part of the minimum standard is that it prohibits the construction of vertical seawalls or bulkheads along the estuarine shoreline. And it states that hardening of the shoreline shall be the last option to be considered. So in terms of the way that this has been implemented, the only two cities that this minimum standard applies to are the cities of Oak Hill and Edgewater. Edgewater has adopted an ordinance, and the city of Oak Hill has elected to have the county implement this standard in the city of Oak Hill. So here is how what's in the land development code for the Indian River Lagoon overlay. So in Chapter 72, the land development code, this is how it's a little bit different than the minimum standard. And again, this is what we implement in the unincorporated parts of the county, and in this case, in the city of Oak Hill. So the standard says that septic systems must be designed to connect to central sewer when it becomes available. It requires aerobic or alternative septic systems on lots depending on their distance to the shoreline of the mosquito lagoon or with certain well-drained soil types. So there's a list of soil types in the ordinance that would trigger this alternative septic system. And we also in the land development code have a provision that says removal of the native vegetation is prohibited unless it's in conjunction with the development of a building. And so what that means is we don't issue any standalone tree removal or vegetation removal permits in the Class 2 area in this Indian River Lagoon overlay. we will only issue a permit for that removal when we know where the primary structure is going to be on the lot, so in conjunction with the building permit. So here are some potential improvements that we might want to consider to the Indian River Lagoon overlay. One is related to the definition of hardening of the shoreline. That is perhaps one of the places that we get the most concern is, you know, what do we mean by hardening of the shoreline is the last resort? What is considered hardening? What is okay and what isn't okay? So it's probably worth looking at that definition and providing some specific criteria that helps people through understanding what that means. Also, as in all of the ordinances, there is an ability to seek waivers. And in the class 2, this becomes important because that 35% native vegetation protection sometimes means that there's not a lot of that particular lot that can be built on. And so understandably, folks, you know, they'll have their house and then maybe they want a shed or maybe they want a pool, and that really would mean that they don't meet the 35%. And so there's probably some room in the ordinance to identify specific standards that people would have to meet in order to request a waiver. And then a third thing is really just sort of cleaning up the definition of the boundary, because the southern city limit of the city of New Smyrna Beach is changeable. And so the ordinance is relying on that limit, but through annexation that may change. And I think the intent was that it not change. It's not necessarily about that jurisdictional boundary. So that's another thing that we could look at as an improvement. Okay, let's talk about trees.
A quick question, back on the previous page. The first one, move waiver requests for vertical seawalls from council to the DRC, the Development Review Committee, and then does it come back to council?
Well, right now the code is written such that if somebody wanted to put in a vertical seawall, it's only allowed by approval of the county council. So one of the things we could look at is making that more of an administrative decision, but setting up specific criteria based on what you all, the policy that you set, so that the process is easier, not necessarily the standards, right? So if we set some specific standards about what does hardening mean, under what circumstances would a vertical seawall potentially be permitted, for instance, only if you create, you know, a living shoreline on the other side of it, whatever standards the council might deem appropriate. And then it could be more of an administrative decision once the code is up. Or not, right?
Is this like the state saying we make better decisions here than you make on the county council?
No, not at all. I'm suggesting that the council would absolutely set the criteria, but just in terms of helping people achieve wherever they're going quicker, right? It takes a long time to get on a council agenda. Is that if the council has specific standards that they would agree that you could get a waiver or be permitted to have a vertical seawall, then we could make the process easier. That does not mean that we would make the standards less, and the standards would be whatever the council determined the standards should be.
One other question from Vice Chair Gartman.
Thank you. The example that you used was a pool or a shed. In the discrepancies that you're having with the homeowners, is that primarily what's coming before you as far as needing change, or there being some disconnect there, or is it, you know, a multitude of things?
It is a multitude of things. What I will say is that when someone is coming to us to build a new single-family home, so let's say it's an undeveloped lot and they're coming to build a home, you know, obviously there's the expectation that they have to preserve that 35% native vegetation. And in some cases that means it's not a McMansion, right, depending on the size of the lot. That is a requirement that it's pretty easy for us to say, this is the requirement and you need to modify your development proposal to meet it. Where it really becomes an issue is, let's say that home now transfers owners, right? And the next owner says, well, I want a porch, or I want a pool, or I want an accessory to the home. And they don't necessarily understand that the home was built the size that it was because that was what we needed to get that 35%. And so those are the ones that are harder. I won't say harder. Those are the ones where we have a lot of discussion with folks because they don't understand why they can't have that accessory structure.
Okay, so it's not really about the type of hardened vertical seawall. It's more about the 35% and managing those expectations or requirements. Is that?
It's kind of both, right? I mean, the vertical seawall has become an issue, and you know, I think we've seen 2 waiver requests in the last year or so that have come to council. Typically, you know, one of those, of course, was a situation where that seawall was built without the benefit of permitting, and so we weren't able to tell them, no, you have to, you know, this is the way we need to have it done. But we do have cases where folks really want a vertical seawall, and we encourage them to do other methods short of having to come to council and ask for that waiver. So kind of 2 separate issues.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ready for trees? Okay. Okay, so the tree minimum standard at its most basic requires a tree removal permit to cut, remove, move, or damage a tree. And a tree is defined as a tree that is 6 inches in diameter or greater. So trees smaller than that are exempt from the ordinance. The minimum standard sets a minimum quantity of trees that must be on any lot, any development lot, single family, any lot. That standard is 1 tree per 2,500 square feet of lot area. And I have a slide that talks about exemptions, so keep in mind some things are exempt. It also requires the designation of 15% of a development for tree preservation. That does not apply to single family lots, except it does apply to a subdivision, right? So if we're creating a subdivision, 15% of that total lot, project area has to be set aside for the protection of trees. That is typically not on the single family lots. In fact, we prefer it not to be because it's hard to enforce. But on any subdivision or commercial development, 15%. It also requires that trees that are removed be replaced in some manner. And we'll talk about what that manner is in the Land Development Code. And then it establishes standards for retention of specimen trees, including historic trees. And so just a word on specimen trees. So in the minimum standard, specimen trees are defined based on the species and the size. So for instance, most oak species are considered specimen at 18 inches in diameter. And what the standard says is that those trees have to be protected on a development site based on the number that you have. So there's a calculation that says based on the number of specimen trees you have per acre, you have to retain a certain percentage of them. For example, if you have less than 3 specimen trees per acre, so you really don't have a lot of specimen trees on your site, you're required to preserve 80% of the ones that you have. That percentage goes down as the number that you have goes up. And that's important because one of the things we're going to talk about is some flexibility in specimen tree permitting. And then historic trees are defined as a live oak or a bald cypress that is 36 inches in diameter or greater. And the minimum standard says that those historic trees can only be removed upon approval of the local governing body. It's worth noting that all Volusia County municipalities have adopted an implementing ordinance based on the tree minimum standards.
Ginger.
Yes.
On, you remember on Granada, between Nova and US 1, where the Wawa was built, that property was majority historic trees, and every one of them was ripped out. How did that occur?
So have to speculate, right, because that is in the city, and so the city of Ormond has a tree ordinance, and then it is their responsibility to implement their tree ordinance. Just like our ordinance, they undoubtedly have a waiver provision, and their local governing body can approve removal of historic trees under the code. So I don't know the specifics because we don't review those development plans. So I never saw a set of plans to say, did they save 15% of the site? And you just can't tell by driving by, right? Maybe it's all in the back or along the sides. Or what process they took to approve the removal of those historic trees.
So there's no requirement for the city to come to the county, and because we have a different ordinance?
Correct. Once they adopt an ordinance, it is up to them to implement it. Okay. Okay, there are some exemptions to the tree ordinance. Residential owner-occupied property is exempt from tree permitting. So we use the homestead exemption as the way to understand if a property is residential owner-occupied. So what that means is the house that you live in or the house that I live in, that I actually live on my property, I can remove trees on my property without a tree permit. Now, during the development of that property, right, like let's say I own an empty lot and I'm building a house on it, that is subject to all of the tree requirements, and we'll talk a little bit about what they are. Once that parcel becomes owner occupied, it is exempt from further tree permitting. Properties with agricultural uses are exempt from tree permitting. Trees determined by us to be deteriorated, so if a tree is in really bad shape, we don't require a permit to remove it, especially if it's a safety hazard. Trees in rights of way or easements, and then trees that are grown for sale, so you know, a farm or a nursery, those are not subject to the tree ordinance. And then nuisance species, so we do have a list of species that are considered nuisances. Typically they're exotics or invasives or things like citrus, Brazilian pepper. None of those are subject to the tree ordinance.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. What about in a situation where you have a utility pole and a tree comes up and starts growing? By is that the responsibility of the electric company or whoever the utility is?
For pruning, you mean?
Pruning or removal, so it's not a hazard to the electrical lines or phone lines, or? So
ultimately, the utility company can remove, trim, whatever, that tree because it's in the public right-of-way. They do have standards that they're supposed to abide by. So there's a set of standards that governs tree pruning. Utility companies are supposed to abide by those standards. But that is exempt from our permitting. Is that your question? Or like, what if a homeowner plants a tree and it becomes a nuisance with the power line?
Yeah, either one. And actually, I get calls every now and then from homeowners that have that situation, and they actually want it removed. And I think that they can call the utility company, and they will remove it if it's within a certain number of feet.
The utility company can remove it. Whether they would choose to remove it or just prune it is sort of
up
their
to
call.
them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to switch over to what the tree standards are in the Land Development Code. So again, this is our implementing ordinance. So our replacement in the implementing ordinance is 15% of the total cross-sectional area of the tree removed. So there's a calculation that we do to determine replacement. Replacement can include protection of existing small trees on the site. So remember I said a tree is only a tree if it's over 6 inches. If you have replacement and you choose to protect small trees on site, those can count as your replacement because they are not currently subject to the tree removal ordinance. Or you can plant trees on site up to the replacement requirement, or developers or homeowners can choose to pay into our tree replacement trust account. And then those monies are held in trust by the county to do tree planting projects. This next bullet is important. I know this has come up. So the Land Development Code says that clearing of lots as part of a subdivision review is limited to 20% of the lots within any one calendar year. So that means that when they come in to do a subdivision, they clear the areas that are for the infrastructure, the roads, the stormwater, all of that, and up to 20% of the lots in 1 year. However, that is something that we typically get waiver requests from. If developers, because of the elevation or whatever, can prove that there is a monetary hardship, they have to demonstrate a financial hardship, they can request a waiver to do the clearing more than 20% in any 1 year. So we'll get back to that when we sort of get to the maybe things to look at slide. But that's what the code says currently. Now keep in mind the 15% tree preservation area has to be set aside. But this is talking about the lots that are created as part of the subdivision. Alternatively, if a subdivision is created where they clear for the roads and the stormwater, but they leave the lots cleared, we do the tree permitting for each of those lots at the time the owner applies for a building permit.
Where is this ever enforced?
The 20%.
I'm looking at building all over the county, and it's completely clear-cut, almost every site.
So we're only talking about subdivisions here, and we're only talking about the unincorporated county, right? So the cities have potentially the other ordinance, the other standards. The minimum standard does not require this 20% clearing. This is in our land development code, so it's over and above what's in the minimum. And we do see that subdivisions adhere to this. But like I said, sometimes folks do come in and ask for waivers for that. And that waiver is one that's reviewed at the Development Review Committee. But they do have to demonstrate a financial hardship when they make that waiver request. Our land development code also provides standards for protection of trees from damage during development. So for instance, we require tree protection zones and barricades, and we have standards for trenching and grading around trees. And then we have a separate process for single-family lot clearing. So for most developments, any tree that you remove over 6 inches requires a permit and it requires replacement. For single-family lots, the expectation is that there is an area of that lot that is considered buildable. And so what our code says is that the trees that are in the building setbacks, the area that you cannot build your home in, are protected. But the trees outside of the setbacks, so the buildable area of that lot, are not protected. So you can remove the trees that are required to build your house or put in your well or whatever, but the trees that are in your zoning setbacks are protected. And so if any of those are removed, they're subject to the replacement requirements. Okay, so some potential improvements. One thing that we could look at is allowing flexibility and modification of the specimen tree requirements. So remember, I kind of talked about the situation where maybe you had to save 80% of the specimen trees on a development site. Well, depending on where those trees are, that could be a really hard thing to do, right? If all of the specimen trees are in the center of the property and say you're building a warehouse, right, then it can be difficult to save 80% of the specimens. So, maybe one thing we look at is allowing some flexibility. Maybe if you can't meet the specimen requirements, you have to increase your tree preservation area in other places on that property, or you have to provide additional replacement for the specimens that can't be saved. Maybe some flexibility in that. That is an area where we see a lot of times folks kind of needing or requesting a waiver. Another option is to, we've kind of heard from the council and from the public that the tree preservation areas are insufficient. So right now, the code requires 15% of a site to be set aside for tree preservation. We could look at whether the council is interested in increasing that percentage or potentially increasing it in environmentally sensitive areas, right? So maybe there's a graduated protection of tree preservation areas in NORMA or in ECO. much like our wetland buffers change depending on where you are. So that's one suggestion. Another one dealing with the clearing of lots in a subdivision. So, you know, maybe we look at requiring some additional tree replacement if the developer proposes to clear all the lots, right? So if you want to clear all the lots in the subdivision, maybe you set aside more than 15% tree preservation area, or maybe you provide additional replacement. We could look at some flexibility in that. One thing that we've talked about over the years is expanding the definition of a historic tree. Right now, historic trees don't include magnolias or longleaf pines, both of which are very important trees in our area and maybe deserve that historic tree definition. We've also talked about adding some species to the specimen tree list, including longleaf pine. And then that last bullet is sort of a hornet's nest, but so, you know, we talked about a single family owner occupied lots are tree exempt. So that means that historic trees can be removed on single family owner occupied lots without any kind of permitting. And in fact, you know, we've had situations where folks come in to build a house on a lot and there's a historic tree, and we go to great lengths to save that historic tree. In some cases, we ask people to move their structure. In some cases, we ask them to redesign the structure so that it can be built on the property and save the tree. And a lot of times folks are willing to do that. Sometimes they come before the Development Review Committee and ask to remove that tree because they can't save it and build the home or the structure that they want, in which case they incur significant tree replacement requirements. But then they move in and that tree isn't protected anymore. So that's an area that I think, you know, the council may want to consider whether or not single family owner occupied trees should be exempt, either all of them or at least historics. Now keep in mind, if we had to do permits for every single residential lot in the county, we would need a lot more staff. But the historic trees, it has been a conundrum a couple of times. So just wanted to bring that up for discussion. So I'm ready to move past trees unless there are questions.
One more. I'm sorry. I'm just, and this is an observation. It's certainly not directed at, you're delivering us the information that we need. On the previous page, one of the bullet points is the clearing of lots as part of a subdivision review is limited to 20% of the lots within a year, calendar year. And then the next page, you said if a developer chooses to clear cut, maybe we could require more trees to be placed. How do those two things seem mutually exclusive to me? How do we get from 20% to if they choose to clear cut?
So two things. One is we have had waiver requests for the 20% in any 1 year, but the 20% is about 1 year. It doesn't say that over the course of 5 years you couldn't have cleared 100% of them.
But I'm watching in a week that 100% is cleared.
Understood. And if that happens in Volusia County, that's because they provided a demonstration of financial hardship and received a waiver from that requirement. If that's happening in a city, I cannot speak to how that happens.
Right. And oftentimes it's the city. I'm going to take a trip and see what's happening within county, because all the ones that I can think of right now are in various cities.
Right, and typically if there's a subdivision in the county where there's an issue of grading, right, the lots have to be filled. It is much more cost effective for the developer to do that all at once. Mm-hmm. What we prefer to see, and what we like to see, and what we try to help people come to is a situation where they don't have to completely clear and fill the lots, right? Dr. Pierce Jones showed us examples where now that soil has become, sterile, and all of the fill doesn't support, plants and habitat and those sorts of things. So We certainly like to see the other kind of development where the trees are cleared as part of the building permit, and then much fewer trees are cleared in that circumstance. But we do have cases where the lots have to be filled to meet the floodplain requirements or the finished floor elevation requirements, and so that's when folks are asking for waivers.
Okay. It seems to me that you had mentioned maybe we need flexibility. I don't think flexibility is the issue. I think sticking to the plan and the I hate to say restrictions, but I guess if I'm a home builder, that's what I would see it as, because we only get one chance at this. And the reason we're here is, I think at the end of it, we're going to talk about LID, and we're also going to look at some of the polling. There's 86% of the people are sick of the way that we're developing and growing. So I don't know. I'm not sure flexibility is our biggest problem, but that's not directed at you. That's just, it is what it is for now. So you're done with trees.
I am. So how about wetlands?
Here we go.
Into the fire, right? So the wetland minimum standard establishes a policy of no net loss of wetland acreage or function. And that's important because no net loss of wetland acreage or function means that for every wetland acre that is impacted, there should be an acre of mitigation, or for every loss of function, there should be a corresponding increase in function. So the minimum standard requires a wetland alteration permit for any alteration of wetland on single-family lots and for any non-residential development if that impact had not already been permitted by a state agency. So that's a little bit of a nuance. So most often, wetland impacts require a permit from the state, either the Department of Environmental Protection or the Water Management District, depending on the type of development. What the minimum standard says is if there is one of those state permits, those impacts are exempt or don't require an additional local government wetland alteration permit. Now, this is the minimum standard. We'll talk about what the Land Development Code says. What it doesn't say, what the minimum standard does not say, is if a state permit isn't required, you get out, you don't require a local permit, right? So let me say that in the affirmative. What the minimum standard says is that if a state permit isn't required for an impact, a local permit is.
It's just to clarify, it's a preemption issue. So if the state acts, we can't. If the state doesn't act, we actually do have the opportunity to mitigate for the wetland impact. So if the state claims its jurisdiction, the state law is set up that we're knocked out of any mitigation requirements. If the state doesn't claim jurisdiction, that's when Ginger can apply the minimum standards and her land development codes. That's what she's kind of trying to explain.
No, and that was clear. So what you just said is that the state can override anything Ginger and Clay and all their staff wants to do because Tallahassee knows better than the local government.
Well, that's kind of the way that the state law is crafted in terms of jurisdictional wetland mitigation. So if the state claims it's jurisdictional wetlands, there's a formula for the mitigation that the state will require, and we can't add on to that, I believe.
You're very diplomatic.
Yeah, sort of. So by policy, if the state requires mitigation for an impact, we do not require additional mitigation. But if the state doesn't require mitigation, then we will. But we're a little ahead of ourselves because the minimum standard is different than the Land Development Code. So what the minimum standard says is if the state permits something, the local government does not have to require an additional permit. I'll tell you what we do in the unincorporated in just a minute. What the minimum standard also does is establish mitigation requirements, including avoidance and minimization of impacts. And we'll talk some more about avoidance and minimization. And the minimum standard requires that all wetlands have a 25-foot upland buffer. I do want to note here that I think sometimes there's a misconception about that upland buffer, like you can't touch the buffer. In fact, you can permit impacts to a buffer. Now, we apply avoidance and minimization to buffer impacts, but just like you can impact a wetland, you can impact a buffer if you cannot avoid and minimize that buffer. So I just want to be clear that it's not like a setback. A setback is a no-go zone, right? You don't get in a setback. The wetland buffer can be impacted and permitted and mitigated if circumstances require it. So that's the minimum standard. That's what all of the cities either should adopt at least as strict or have the county implement. In the case of the cities, it's a little bit of a mixed bag about their ordinances and how they meet. And in particular, it's that, you know, does the state permit it or not issue that is most commonly an issue with the city ordinances. All the cities except the city of Oak Hill have adopted some sort of implementing ordinance. The city of Oak Hill has not adopted it, but they have elected to have us implement our ordinance, so they're covered. Okay, so let's see if we can talk a little bit about exemptions. So just like in the tree ordinance, there are some exemptions in the wetland minimum standard. Some of them are you know, sort of de minimis, cleared walking trails with no structural components, timber catwalks, and docks that are 4 feet wide or less. Bona fide agricultural uses are exempt from wetland permitting, although they do have a set of best management practices they're supposed to follow. Things like utility crossings or maintenance in ditches, mosquito control activities, those are all exempt from wetland permitting. And wetlands that are 1/2 acre or smaller. So those are considered typically isolated wetlands, and we do have an exemption for those in the minimum standard. So again, the minimum standard is the very basic protection that should be applied countywide. Our land development code goes above and beyond the minimum standards. So we have eliminated that exemption for state permitted impacts. So when I was saying that the minimum standard says if the state permits it, the local government doesn't have to permit it, we have elected in Volusia County to require a wetland alteration permit for any wetland impacts that is not exempt, regardless of whether the state requires a permit. What we don't do is require additional mitigation for those impacts, right? So if someone gets a DEP permit to impact an acre of wetland and they provide some sort of mitigation, we don't require double mitigation, right? We accept whatever that mitigation was for the state impact, but we do require permitting, and that's because we want to see that site. We want to be there, we want to inspect it, we want to have our guys boots on the ground looking at that site, issuing a wetland alteration permit, and then holding the applicant to the conditions of that permit. The difficulty with the state permitting is that, you know, they're in Orlando. They're not visiting each development site in Volusia County. They're not looking at the wetlands. They're not coming out at the end to make sure that what got built was what got permitted. So we think that it's important that we maintain that level of review on wetland permits. Our land development code mandates avoidance and minimization of impacts. The minimum standard talks about avoidance and minimization, and in the land development code, we make that a little bit stronger. And what it says is that you shall avoid the impact where possible. If you can't avoid it, you shall minimize your impact. And if you can't, and once you've gotten to minimization and you have to have an impact, then that's when you get to mitigation. So in that order is how we look at wetland alteration in this county. And then in the land development code, those wetland buffers are increased to 50 feet in the natural resource management area that they showed the maps earlier, the environmental core overlay, and then adjacent to any outstanding Florida waters. I just want to mention too, the other reason that it's important that Volusia County has a wetland alteration permit or a wetland review on all properties is that we are often able to help people avoid the wetlands and the buffers. And so having us in that review process, and that is based on what we talked about earlier, that environmental review layer, So if you apply for a house permit and you apply through our Amanda permitting system, and your parcel comes up as environmental review required because you fall within that map that we've created, then we're going to review that particular property. And a lot of times what we find is, you know, people don't necessarily understand that they have a wetland or especially that they have a buffer. And so they'll have their house, you know, pushed up into the buffer. But once we're able to look at that plan, we can work with them to move the house or the structures so that they don't have a wetland impact or don't have a buffer impact. So we spend a lot of time helping people avoid impacts, particularly single-family houses. And then the good news is we don't actually have to issue a wetland alteration permit. And then they don't have to go to the DEP, they don't have to provide mitigation. It saves money, and it protects our resources. Now again, on large projects, subdivisions or development projects, we require a consultant to identify where the wetland boundaries are, where the buffers are, and we work through the development process to help folks avoid impacts as much as possible. Okay, so some potential improvements. This first bullet is really more about the minimum standard than the land development code. And as we move forward talking about changes, it's important to think about what level of change, just like Carol talked about where the council has the most ability to impact. The codes, there's two ways to impact the regulation in the whole county, right? We can change the minimum standard. That means then that the counties should follow suit, or the cities, excuse me, follow suit. So if we make changes to the minimum standard, that's a longer process. We'll kind of talk about the process at the end, but it has a larger reach, potentially, because then the cities should change their codes to meet the new minimum standard. Alternatively, changes to our land development code can happen much quicker, right? We're much more able to make those changes because they apply only to the county. And we don't necessarily have to have agreement or participation as much from the city. So just as we go through and we talk about changes, maybe try to keep that in mind. So this first bullet is about requiring avoidance and minimization of impacts in the minimum standard, right? Making that language more clear so that avoidance is the first step, minimization is the second step, and mitigation is the last alternative. The second bullet is, and this could actually apply to trees as well, is, you know, do we want to talk about requiring some sort of permitting and mitigation if agricultural lands convert to a development within some time period, and not in a way that is intended to penalize farmers. And it's obviously going to be controversial, and maybe there's a way to work with farmers, because I've heard from folks with ag operations that they don't want to be lumped in with folks who are doing an ag operation for a couple years so that they can get around permit requirements, right? So because wetland impacts are exempt for bona fide agriculture, you could convert all of the wetlands on your property and then come in a couple of years and put in a subdivision. And so there's a little bit of a loophole there. That applies to trees as well. In the tree ordinance, there's a requirement that you have to demonstrate that that clearing wasn't done with the purpose of future development. But we know it takes a long time to develop a property. So you know, landowners are thinking 5 years or 10 years out. So that's perhaps a conversation to be had. We've heard some desire to increase the upland buffer adjacent to wetlands to protect the wetlands and to protect wildlife. So I think that's something that we'll want to talk about. And, you know, maybe again, is there additional graduated protection in NORMA and ECO? You know, right now we have that where it goes from 25 feet to 50 feet in NORMA and ECO. I know there was a lot of discussion about the wetland buffers when we talked about the exempt excavations. So that's another topic to discuss. One thing that we definitely need to do if we open up the wetland ordinance is to update the standards to use the current mitigation assessment method So a number of years ago, the state identified the method by which we can calculate mitigation required, and it is required that we use that method, and we do use that method, but our code really doesn't reflect that. Our code has some outdated language about that. Also, our land development code, doesn't clearly state, although it is in there, but it's often confusing to applicants, that impacts to surface waters and buffers require permitting and mitigation. So we would like to more clearly state that. And then also, there's the idea of maybe to strengthen the regulations for disturbance to buffers. And this comes in a lot of times when you're talking about, again, accessory structures on single-family residential. Particularly, we see this a lot on folks that are on a water body. So, we talk about avoidance and minimization of impacts, but, folks will say, well, I need a pool, and my pool deck is going to go all the way to, say, my seawall or whatever. And there's a potential that maybe we could say, under no circumstances do you, exceed 50% of the buffer width to build an accessory structure or something like that. So there may be some room to strengthen those buffer protections.
Ginger, give us the benefit of your experience doing this over years. Give us some direction on wetlands. I'm wondering, as I'm listening to you, is 50 feet sufficient? Is 100 feet, 20 feet? If you look at, if we get a building permit request and somebody goes out and looks at the property and they see a wetland, there could be a when I think of a wetland, I think of a floodplain, or where that's there for a purpose. The water goes there, it's strained before it goes into a body of water. But it could also be, I think, a low spot in a property with a clay underpan or something, and it just drains slow. And that probably shouldn't be qualified as a wetland. I don't know. Do you make those, so two-part question, are you able to make those determinations, this is a bona fide wetland, and is 50 feet enough if it's collecting water from a wide area around it to be a filter for our waterways? Does 50 feet do it justice?
Okay, so first question, how do we define a wetland and how do we determine if something is a wetland? So the state statute actually defines how to delineate a wetland. It's chapter 62-340 of the state code. We follow that delineation method, and it involves basically three things. What is the hydrology of the area? Does it have wetland soils? And does it have a predominance of wetland vegetation? And so our staff is trained to do those delineations. We don't, like I said earlier, we don't actually perform that task in a way that you could take that to the DEP, the applicant could take that to the DEP. If they need a formal jurisdictional determination, that has to be done by the DEP. However, our staff follows the very same wetland identification method as every consultant, every DEP employee, every St. John's employee. So something like a depressional area, if it just holds water but it doesn't have wetland vegetation or it doesn't have a wetland soil type, is not considered a jurisdictional wetland and then is not protected by our code. So there's really, occasionally there's some scientific best judgment that, a consultant will call the line here and we'll call the line here and we can meet out on site and resolve that. But the standards are very clear and everybody uses the same standard. So as to the width of the buffer. So there have been some studies, and one that we talked about when we talked about the excavations, a study that was done in St. Johns County a number of years ago, that depending on your purpose in your wetland buffer, an adequate buffer distance varies. So if you're looking at wildlife, right, so if you're trying to say that we protect wetland buffers in this county because the wildlife that is dependent on wetlands also needs an upland area for their life cycle. Some of the studies say upwards of 300 feet is the right number to protect 75% of the wildlife species. So if you're looking at, from a wildlife perspective, a 25-foot wetland buffer or even a 50-foot wetland buffer is probably insufficient to protect wildlife. If you're looking at something more specific, like attenuation of pollutants through runoff, then the buffer width is probably something less than 300 feet. 25 feet is pretty small, right? 25 feet is really sort of enough area so that if people get a little bit happy with their lawnmower, they're not going to get to the wetland, right? Really, that's what 25 feet is getting you. Like, if you're not paying attention and you mow too close, probably you're not going to get the wetland if we say you have a 25-foot buffer. The problem with that, or the dilemma that you as decision makers have is, we have to balance environmental protection and development of property or people's use of their property. So on a single family residential lot, if you said the wetland buffer is 300 feet, everything is in the wetland buffer. That whole lot is in the wetland buffer. And so the question is, where's the balance, right? And I personally, and I think that my staff would say that 25 feet or 50 feet is probably insufficient to protect wetlands and the wildlife that are dependent on them. But then, what is that number, and how do you balance the development rights or the property rights of those folks? And maybe that is, the buffer is bigger, but you have the ability to impact the buffer through permitting and mitigation if it's required. I know some folks in the community have approached me and said maybe we need to do a study like St. John's did to identify in Volusia County what are the right buffer numbers. My guess is it's not going to be significantly different, that wildlife requires a big number, and if depending on what our goal is, then the buffer is, probably needs to be bigger.
So it sounds like this is an area where you could use some flexibility. And if we gave you that flexibility, would the state come in and say, no, you can't give them the flexibility?
The state really doesn't regulate the buffer. I mean, they have the DEP and the Water Management District have an average buffer requirement, kind of, right? How they actually impact or consider wetland buffer impacts are, they call it secondary impacts, right? So they don't look at buffers the same way we do, and they wouldn't say to us, you can't regulate the buffer however you want, right? It's not a preemption issue yet, right? At the moment, wetland buffers are one of those things that we certainly can control, and we actually, a lot of the mitigation that happens in unincorporated Volusia, right, through our environmental management division, are impacts to the buffer, because we're fairly successful at getting people out of the wetland. Getting them out of the buffer sometimes is a little bit harder, depending on what's going on that site. Okay, we are going to talk about stormwater standards, but we're going to go a little off track, because stormwater is so related to low impact development that we wanted to talk about those two things together. So we have a stormwater minimum standard. We're going to talk about it, but before we do that, I just have this slide that talks about maybe some other things that we don't have a minimum standard for, but maybe we want to think about. A minimum standard or a Chapter 72 Land Development Code standard, right? Could be either. So low impact development, we're definitely going to talk about that. We're pushing all of that kind of to the end so we can talk about it all together. But one thing that some other counties have that we don't have, then we might want to consider, is an ordinance that actually protects the habitat of protected species. And I say this because outside of our wetland ordinance, we don't actually protect habitat. We protect trees, but not the habitat that the trees go in. So in most cases, like let's say the 15% tree preservation area on a development or in a subdivision, that doesn't protect the understory. That really just protects the sticks of the trees, right? And the root system, of course, but it doesn't protect that understory vegetation. Some other counties have ordinances that say if you have a threatened or endangered species on your site, you have to protect some percentage of their habitat. So, you know, let's say you have a wood stork, or you have sandhill cranes, or, you know, or whatever other protected species, if they're found on your site, you have to protect their habitat to some extent. That might be something that we want to consider. If we did that, I would suggest that those areas could overlap with the tree preservation area or the setbacks, you know, the zoning setbacks or something. So one thing that's out there that we might consider. Another thing is that, you know, we have a manatee protection plan, and that plan really regulates the siting of docks and boat slips. But the manatee protection plan is not part of the land development code. It's a separate plan. And it works well in terms of implementation. Basically, as people apply for a dock permit, we look at that plan. Single family residents are only allowed to have 2 slips. And so, we're able to implement that really well at the time the dock is permitted. However, what we find is that over time, people add mooring areas, or maybe they add slips, right? We have really no way of enforcing that because there's no code that they're in violation of. So I would suggest that maybe we want to be able to add some enforcement to that manatee protection plan. We talked a little bit about this when Carol was talking, and there's a lot bigger discussion to have about adaptation to sea level rise. And your county staff have been working on this for a number of years, and so in 2019, of course, we adopted as a county sea level rise projections. We have been very successful in getting grant money to look at our vulnerabilities in the county, some of that through emergency management, some of that through the transportation planning, the TPO, and then also environmental management. And we actually have a grant right now that we're hoping to get that would identify all of our critical infrastructure and whether or not it's vulnerable to sea level rise. But you know, there's a larger development discussion to be had here about what we're permitting in areas that are vulnerable to sea level rise. So I don't have necessarily an answer or a specific standard, but it's something that is certainly emerging as a concern. And as we're looking at our own infrastructure, we probably need to be talking about what we're permitting folks to build in areas that are vulnerable. And then the last thing, again, maybe potentially controversial, and this has come up at the legislative level a couple of times, but potentially requiring septic system inspections on some schedule, or even at the transfer of property or something. And then if systems are found to need repair, if sewer is available, is to require those folks to hook up to sewer. Obviously, in areas where sewer isn't available or won't ever be available, then repair of faulty systems is important. But that's another thing to think about. So I'll pause right there before we get into stormwater and LID.
I think those. I can see the 2 people on either side of me shaking their head with every one of the things you mentioned, and I would concur. I think they all need to be things that we discuss. I'm sitting here trying to figure out how each one of those could be a separate workshop. So we need to start. We need to start bringing them back to council meetings for decisions for all of you to be able to do your job. And then an easy one for you. I'm wondering how we could make taxpayers a protected species, or humans. I'm not going to take that one. So, no, all of those are great, are things that we need to be wrestling with.
Okay, we're going to tackle stormwater and segue into LID. So we do have a stormwater minimum standard. I will say that environmental management does not implement this minimum standard, so I sought out the help of our development engineering folks, and so I'm going to, convey what they told me. If we have specific questions, we may need to look for Tad somewhere in the back of the room. But the minimum standard actually was adopted in 1988 and last amended in 1997. It establishes minimum standards for stormwater on new development or major redevelopment. Really, the goal is to ensure that the pre-development conditions remain in the post-development scenario in terms of where the stormwater is going on site. It is coordinated with the DEP and the Water Management District, and there are several exemptions, including, again, ag pursuits, and single-family and duplex residents are exempt from the stormwater standards. Now, remember, we do catch the single-family in the Class 2, in that minimum standard, and then maintenance activities are also exempt. The Land Development Code resembles the minimum standard fairly well, with a couple of differences. So in the Land Development Code, there's an exemption for one-time construction of 1,000 square feet or less, so the stormwater requirements don't kick in for a very small amount of development. And then also in closed basins, so where there's not a discharge, they can't exceed the pre-development conditions for peak flow and total volume for the 100-year or 24-hour storm event. In non-closed basins, it's a different storm event. So the standards are just a little bit higher for closed basins in the Land Development Code. Otherwise, the stormwater standards are really about volume. They're not about nutrient removal. It's really about flood protection and volume control. So some potential improvements that we might want to consider, of course, we're going to talk at some length about low impact development stormwater methods and requiring those either as an option or through incentives or some sort of requirement. We'll talk about that a little bit here coming up. And then do we want to look at stormwater treatment performance standards related to nutrient reduction instead of just volume? And I will say that the Water Management District does have requirements about nutrient content of stormwater, especially if you're in a basin where there's a TMDL or a nutrient impairment. And so our stormwater folks will tell you that they think the Water Management District standards are pretty good in that regard. Some other local governments have their own standards for nutrient reduction. If the council was interested in doing that, we would need the benefit of some research to demonstrate whether or not the standards that would be required would actually be an improvement, right? Like make sure we're solving a problem before we would implement those standards. Are we good on that before we get to
Yeah, I don't know how the rest of the council feel. I would like to see you get the direction to do that. Start doing the research, because every report I see on water pollution, the number one or number two source is stormwater runoff. And I know at the county level, we're working diligently on that. I don't see anybody else against it. Just for her to begin research on what she has here, stormwater performance standards, and should you include, I would like to see the standards that St. John's has, including nutrient load and not just volume, because that's really getting to the issue.
Okay.
Nobody's opposed to that, right?
Okay, well then, let's talk about low impact development. So this first slide really is just a couple of definitions. I know there are a lot of definitions about low impact development out there, and I know there's a fair amount of confusion about what it means. And so these definitions actually come from the Environmental Protection Agency. They define low impact development as a variety of practices that mimic or preserve natural drainage processes to manage stormwater. So basically, you typically retain the rainwater, encouraging it to soak into the ground rather than allowing it to run off. That's easier said than done, right? But at its core, that's what low impact development stormwater is about. And it really starts with site planning and overall design, right? A lot of folks will say it's a rain garden or it's a, you know, a catchment basin or a rain barrel or something. It's more than that. It starts with the site planning and the design of the site to promote these natural systems that then you can use for the functions that a traditional stormwater system is designed for. So a couple of other terms that people often use when they talk about low impact development, talk about gray infrastructure and blue infrastructure and then green infrastructure. So a little bit about gray and blue. So gray infrastructure is typically your hardened structures, pipes, seawalls, you know, the kinds of things that you typically think of as the engineered concrete type infrastructure. Blue infrastructure is more those open water elements. Maybe it's a canal, maybe it's a stream, a pond, a wetland. So it's all of that sort of groundwater conveyance, surface water system. Then we talk a lot about green infrastructure. And so green infrastructure, it includes those natural or living features like the blue infrastructure. But it also can include engineered structures that mimic the natural process, either in form or in function, and that together perform these critical processes that we need from our stormwater systems, right? So flood control, nutrient reduction. So for an example of green infrastructure where it's a combination, right? It could be maybe you reduce the curbs in parking lots because you're directing the water into a center island that has this vegetation and this ability to store the stormwater. That's an example of a green infrastructure that has a combination. So here are some examples of the different elements of low impact development and green infrastructure. And people often use them interchangeably, and I'll kind of use them interchangeably here. Reducing impervious areas and conserving green space on site. So that's sort of one of the initial things to think about, because then the need for the engineered stormwater is less, right? Because you have less impervious surface, you have less water running off. Clustering is often a low impact development element. Permeable pavement, bioswales, rain gardens, green roofs and vegetated walls also. It's not as popular here in Florida as it is in some other areas of the country. Water capture, so rain barrels or cisterns that capture water. Exfiltration, which I know we use on some of our development sites to help capture that stormwater. Curb alternatives, so basically instead of using curbs to direct water into, you know, a storm drain and off into a pipe, you know, using alternative curbs so that water can drain into islands or vegetated areas. Living shorelines, and we've had a lot of discussions about those. And then a lot of places, especially in urban areas, use tree box filters. So kind of two birds there, right? Create a canopy using tree boxes, but then they also can filter the stormwater. So I won't belabor this point, but there are significant benefits of green infrastructure, including water quality and aquifer recharge. Certainly, in many cases, it's more aesthetic, right? More green, less, you know, concrete, less impervious surface. There are air quality benefits. There are benefits to resiliency to climate change as we're using, you know, more natural systems. And then it can be applied really at a large scale, you know, small scale all the way to a large scale. And it provides additional habitat in urban areas, can reduce that urban heat island effect. So a little bit about low impact development in Volusia County. We actually did recently make changes to 3 of our comprehensive plan elements to include the use of, or to encourage the use of green infrastructure and low impact development. I know that, you know, encourage is maybe a soft word, but we have at least been moving forward on green infrastructure. So it didn't used to be in the comprehensive plan at all. in the last updates, we added green infrastructure as a method for stormwater management, so that then we can move forward. You know, like Carol talked about, the comp plan guides all of your policies. Your land development code follows from that. And so we have started that process with the language in the comprehensive plan. One place in the land development code that actually may be a good vehicle for implementation of low impact development is our conservation subdivision ordinance. And so this actually came out of the Smart Growth Implementation Committee, and the conservation subdivisions are right now limited to properties that are in or are directly adjacent to our environmental core overlay, right? So that's a relatively narrow implementation in the county. But what the conservation subdivision does is allow a density and bonus incentive up to 25% based on a couple of factors we'll talk about to encourage preservation. So in order to get that density bonus, a property has to preserve at least 60% of the gross land area as permanently protected open space. And that open space can be managed for passive recreation or agricultural conservation, but the underlying development rights of the open space are severed through a permanent easement. So you preserve 60% of the open space, and then the conservation subdivision says that impacts to wetlands are only whatever is minimum needed for the infrastructure, right? So we're not going to create new lots on wetlands, right? It's very minimal wetland impacts. And then depending on the amount of wetlands that are preserved and the amount of open spaces that is preserved, then that development can get the density bonus. The conservation subs also currently encourage some innovative development practices like dark skies or firewise or low impact development. They're not required in the conservation subdivision, but it does encourage those. So one way, one option for moving forward with low impact development is to look at what we have in the conservation subdivision ordinance and see how we could modify that to require low impact development elements. And so maybe it's something like, here's the list of low impact development elements that could be included, and you have to do 5 of the 10 in order to qualify for the density bonus. And then, potentially allow these kinds of subdivisions in other future land use categories, right? Not just in the very rural areas that are adjacent to eco. So I think we might have a vehicle that could be easily modified to incorporate low impact development. And it is at least a place to start. One of the things that we did in preparation for the water quality workshop and for this workshop is to look around the state and say who's doing this and who's doing it successfully. And so we reached out to all of our colleagues in other counties and other cities. We found these 4 municipalities in particular, including Ormond Beach, which was really interesting, have some form of low impact development manual or encouragement in their jurisdiction. However, none of them and none of the other jurisdictions that we found actually require any kind of low impact development. There are elements of low impact development in some stormwater codes or in some, say, landscape codes. I know Dr. Pierce Jones talked about some of the landscape codes, which, by the way, as an aside, our landscape code does require native plants or Florida-friendly plants, and our environmental standards for like tree replacement require natives. So we had that one covered already, but so these are the other jurisdictions that maybe we can borrow from and learn from as we move forward on our low impact development journey. There are some other resources. So the DEP maintains a website for green stormwater infrastructure, and it's relatively new, but it's very comprehensive, and it includes things like what is green stormwater infrastructure, why it matters, and how to get started, and then how to get green stormwater infrastructure incorporated in your community. So there's some tools there that we can use. And then there are a lot of other experts and knowledgeable stakeholders that are absolutely willing to engage with us on this issue. And another thing that I wanted to tell you about, this is breaking news. Yesterday, Katrina Locke in our office, she's our Sustainability and Resilience Manager, submitted a grant to the Department of Economic Opportunity for a grant. It's a $75,000 grant, 1 year, no match required. We would, if we're awarded, we would hire the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council and the University of Florida to look at our codes and suggest ways for us to incorporate low-impact development into our codes, and also to create a low-impact development design manual for our use and then also for the regional use. So using the Regional Planning Council is really key here, because then that work can be spread to the whole region. And that's one of the things I think that is difficult with this, is if everybody has their own sort of standards, right, it's hard for a developer to understand kind of how to move forward. So we just applied. The due date was yesterday, or we would have come to talk to you first, but it was a quick one. The grant period would be July 1st of this year to May 31st of next year. If we are awarded the grant, it will come to the council for acceptance. But that would be a really great way for us to move forward. And that will include a regional roundtable of all of the stakeholders. And so talking about low impact development, talking about barriers and how to overcome those barriers, and then working together on this design manual. And then they would make recommendations for us for how we could incorporate it in our land development code. So. And I stop right there for a minute to catch my breath and to see if you have questions.
Yeah, I let you go for 8 pages, and now I forget where I was, but it was, I think we need to move from LID being encouraged to being required, but I cannot go to a land use attorney or a home builder or a developer and tell him that when we don't even know what it means yet. We have to decide on that, and I think we have to implement it as a county. And so I really want us to, I hope that we will move in that direction. Honestly, I don't think we have any choice. Stormwater is a big problem, and every bit of pavement that goes down it impedes water prevents water from being absorbed into the ground. And I have a question for you that you might not have an answer to, but I'm driving out 92 to Daytona. I noticed all the medians between the highway, it's a state highway, are mostly level with the surface of the road, and then they taper in, which lends itself to some of the LID requirement or LID specifications. Yeah, that's good, that we can use. But the state's not. They're still planted with sod and plants that have to be trimmed and fertilized, and the sod has to be mowed. LID really lends itself well to not having a landscape like that. It would be less expensive for us, better for the environment, and I think more beautiful. Then I go down 17, also a state highway, where Amy and I live, and there's beautiful elevated medians with curbs around them, and there's no way to get water in there. Is it possible to work with the state to change some of those to where we could make it, give it the ability to hold water instead of being a giant dam and going down a storm drain somewhere and then out to the Indian River Lagoon? Now I did it.
We found him hiding in the back. Tad Casey, County Engineer. With regard to the state, they have in their design manual, they have their medians set up that way. I've argued actually in the opposite direction, that it be pressed, that it's a better way to hold on to that water and disseminate it, helps keep those medians that they like to plant with Bahia sod wet, and allows them to not have to irrigate, which they don't do anyway. But No, that's getting them to make that change. I've been making that suggestion every time they send over a typical section package for us to approve, and they dutifully ignore me and move on. So,
Is Mr. Booker in the room?
I don't see that he is.
So it's a mountain to climb.
Correct.
Which is a shame. So 92 is a federal, or is that
It
a
is.
state?
Both 17 and 92 are federal roads, but DOT is responsible for the design and maintenance of those on behalf of the federal government.
Okay. It's a lousy design. I'm
Don't
sorry.
disagree.
Okay. I would, I keep seeing Dr. Lowry here. Barbara Gertman.
Thanks, Chair. I just had I guess not even a question, more of a statement. It appears to me that even if we don't get the grant, it's a direction we need to consider going, because it's a neutral body that was also going to take into account our stakeholders, and so I think it's a direction we need to go either way. Hopefully we'll get the funds, but if not, I think it'll be money well spent.
Okay. Maybe it's, oh, there we go.
Hey, I have the power to go ahead and talk.
Hello? Oh. Okay. Way to throw me off. Okay, so the last couple slides that I have before we move to the next topic is just sort of a summary of some of the decision points or discussion points that I brought up. So we talked about the Class 2 waters seawall standards as potentially being something of interest. We talked about the definition of the Indian River Lagoon overlay boundary, changes to the tree preservation ordinance to incentivize preservation of existing trees and add penalties for clearing, updating definitions, and eliminating the exemption for historic trees on single-family owner-occupied lots or agricultural lots without a bona fide use. So I don't know if we want, I don't know necessarily how you all want to handle that. If we want to talk about it all the way at the end, or if you want to talk about it here, or if you don't want to talk about it. But I just kind of summarized some of those things here.
Yeah, I want to talk about it because it's a workshop, but there's a lot of stuff here. So far, there's been a lot of suggestions. I was going to ask the county manager, how would you like us to deliver this to your staff? For here's things we want brought to the council, here's the research we want you to undertake. What would be the most efficient way to do that? Because the worst thing we could do is leave today and have all this great information and just say thank you and walk away.
I think what I'd like to see is the council give direction on which of these items, if any or all, that you would like us to come back to you with a plan. I think you would be wise in some of these cases to seek input, as I think Clay mentioned in the beginning. You really need to get some public input, and you need to get some input from some of the other stakeholders that would be involved. So I just...
Yeah, there's no doubt we need the cities to work with us.
So maybe it would be good to talk about this slide and then kind of go back to the decision points. This slide talks about the citizens panels that have been convened in the past to talk about minimum standard changes and or land development code changes. Would you like me to move forward with this one, or?
I don't think Barbara was done yet.
No, this was the second one, but actually what she's speaking on is what I was going to ask about, and it was citizen advisory, because I think there are a lot of people who are engaged in this conversation and want to be a part of it. And even if we get the grant and we go forward with that, we're looking at a year down the line, and I think we need to be engaging in some of these, at least the discussions with the residents and with those lead organizations. So there's a good balance of how we're going forward, and hopefully that's going to match up with whatever findings come in May and June next year. But we'll already be moving forward and at least trying to capture or resolve anything that's coming before us in the next 6 months or so. And yeah, thanks.
So this is just a little history that might help with the moving forward. So we have in the past had 2 different advisory panels. So the first is the Environment and Natural Resources Advisory Committee. This is commonly called NRAC. And this was established by County Council in 1987 to implement those minimum standards. So the charter was adopted, and then NRAC was established to work with the staff and with the county to develop the minimum standards. So there were 9 members originally on the NRAC committee. They were appointed by the council, and they had a focus on understanding of environmental systems management. That was what was in the resolution that created that board. They actually last met in October of 2003, and the board was dissolved by County Council on October 2nd of 2003, because the minimum standards had at that point been developed. So in 2008, when we were talking about the smart growth implementation, and one of the recommendations out of that smart growth implementation committee was to create heightened environmental minimum standards for NORMA and ECO. In order to accomplish that, at the time, the environmental management director convened what we called the Green Ribbon Panel. And I wasn't the environmental management director at that point, but I was the manager of the Green Ribbon Panel. I was the cat herder for that particular panel. And so that panel was a little bit different in that it was actually not convened by council, but by environmental management, and with the intent of getting those folks together to recommend changes to the minimum standards. And so that panel actually had 15 members, and it was a really broad variety of folks from the community, including environmental folks, land use attorneys. Tad was actually on the panel before he was a county employee. It was a really great group of individuals. And we actually met 10 times in the year of from June to 2008 to June of 2009, and delved really deep into the minimum standards, particularly the trees and wetlands minimum standards. They actually provided recommendations to environmental management and ultimately to the county council. So sort of 2 different ways to handle that citizens advisory. You know, there's the more formal appointed by council kind of panel, and then the green ribbon that was also very well representative of the community, but appointed by the environmental management director. So just to help as you're thinking about how to move forward, those are a couple of models that we have used in the past.
Barb?
I was just going to mention that I think the Green Ribbon Panel I had mentioned maybe 6 weeks or so ago about having us evaluate that. And I like the idea that it's not a formal committee assigned by the council, because I think you have the finger on the pulse of who the stakeholders are community-wide, who are the organizations, and who a lot of the lead citizens are part of those organizations. So I think you get the best of all, but I think it needs to be a diverse mix. So to me, it's either that or we're very specific about who needs to be a part of the advisory committee. But I think the Green Ribbon Panel fits more with the green infrastructure and more of what we'd look for from the public and from the lead organizations.
Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say the same thing, Barbara. I'm really in favor of the green ribbon panel, and you are the expert. You know, again, anyone that we choose as a council, we're going to get pushback from, oh, well, you had your chosen few. You know the people that would value this panel, and I think of V-Card and some of the ones that are involved in that, and the league, but I know Shalish had talked about, you know, he really would love to be involved in stuff like this. I think getting the real experts in there is what we need. So I'm with you, Barb. I think the green ribbon panel is exactly what I was thinking of. But we need to do it.
This says you met 10 times from June 2008 to 2009. Did a benefit come from it?
Yes, they were really, really great meetings. I think they were very beneficial, especially to us as the environmental management staff. The recommendations didn't necessarily move forward in whole, and that wasn't really the fault of the panel, or it's just sort of the times that we were in. What we did bring forward changes to the wetland standards. To the council, brought the green ribbon panel things forward, but it was right at the time when the recession was starting to hit, and so the priorities kind of had changed at that point, and so the recommended changes didn't move through the council at that time, and there was, quite frankly, some pushback from cities, and you know, it was one of the, wetlands or any of these environmental standards is not necessarily one of those things that you're going to get everybody loving what you're doing, right? There's always going to be some folks that don't want to do that, and so I think at the time with the recession, it didn't really come to fruition. But I think the meetings were very productive, and the folks that we had on the panel were very engaged and helpful, and I think we could set up something very similar to that. Not the same folks, because some of them actually aren't with us anymore, but, or like Tad, you know, now he's here, so. but I think that it was a good group, and we did get a lot of really good work done.
Yeah, I just don't want them, I don't want people to waste their time, and I don't want to spend a year. I can hear the public right now, oh my God, another blue ribbon or green ribbon or gold ribbon panel to bury this thing, and a year later, nobody will listen to the recommendations that you made. We can control that end of it and actually listen, but if I'm not opposed to it, I just want it to be effective, and it might be helpful for you to appoint a member of the council too, so that, or maybe not necessarily, appoint somebody that's going to keep the council apprised as to what's going on, so we can help you move it forward. Barb.
I always say when we know better, we do better. We're not who we were in 2008 or 9 or 10. Again, it was a time of recession. It was a time of confusion and disconnect. That is not where we are. We're in a place where people are listening, people are engaged, and this is top of mind throughout our community. So I don't think there's going to be a question, and I believe people are going to hold us accountable to ensure that we come up with standards and expectations and respond to that timely and appropriately. So many of us may not be here for that, right? Because we've got six on the ballot and 4 aren't running. So we're going to have a whole new council anyway. Yeah. So going forward, I think it matters. I think it matters that we take advantage of this time and build the trust, right? Because you're not going to get everything that you want or everything that you expect, but we've got to start planning and investing and going in that direction. And I think the green panel is the best way forward.
Billy.
Yeah, and I was just gonna, in reference to your comment, Chair, I think maybe we don't need someone from the council as much as we just need Ginger to come back every other month or whatever and give us an update. Where are we? What are some of the stumbling blocks that we can discuss? But make sure that we have those follow-up, that it doesn't just slide into the shelf, that we have those, and I have a set time frame on when we want those reports back of any movement that we've had on it. I think it would be really good. We've got to stay engaged with it to keep it moving.
So does she have the council's direction to form this green ribbon panel?
I think would be best if we brought back an agenda item.
Okay.
Following meeting.
Then with I would like to see, when you bring it back, what Billy just said, a date of completion or and/or dates of updates. I was just mouthing to Ginger weekly, but I just don't want it to fall.
Well, I think also a key element here would be we've established previous slide here summary of the items.
Mm-hmm.
I would limit it to that. That way you can concentrate on getting these particular items worked out. And I'm not saying it couldn't connect to something else that they discover, but I don't think you want them going out too far, or it will take a long time. You've got these items, a lot of meat will have to go to this. So I would suggest you limit it to that, and we could come up with a time frame and bring that back with the agenda item of what we could expect. They're going to have to get the folks, and then people will have to commit to the time to meet. So now we have some technology and things we didn't have. We'll have to find out what we can do. It's probably a sunshine committee, so I'll have to look at that. But we can maybe use technology to move the thing along faster.
Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, and the other thing is I want to make sure that there were suggestions on the other conversations, and I really would like to, how do we go about that? Because I liked all of their suggestions. I think we need to be discussing all of them, and I don't know how to proceed with that.
I can
Each
prepare.
speaker?
We can prepare an agenda sheet for the other items that were associated with building planning.
That would be
the non-ginger items, and bring those
The
back to you.
non-ginger items? Yeah,
Identify
because
what
I
they
think-
were, identify a time frame to
Yeah.
do so, if there's any interim steps, those types of things.
Yeah, so I don't know, would that come back as an agenda item then, that we discuss it then? Or
Yes,
no?
you
Yeah.
would have to.
Yeah.
Really,
So
today you
I
cannot.
really think it's important that
Right.
we do that, move forward with it, Jeff.
Yeah, and what I intend to do, because I heard you say it, Ginger, is if you have a question you want us to look into, tell us. So I'm going to send an email with some questions. Most of it you have on the list, either one of you, but things that are priorities to me, and I would just recommend to the rest of the council, do the same thing. Let her know what your priorities are, and then they can incorporate that into what's being brought back. And Billy said nobody else heard it, but we both said we like the suggestions that are made. And she said, well, how do you eat an elephant? We have to start. We have to do it. So.
So I guess I put it all in one bucket, right? And I don't know. So is it separate? Is it separate from?
We will make sure that we'll bring all the discussion items together at one time, so there's a comprehensive understanding, because candidly, we can't manage our staff until we know what your expectations are. So if we come in, there may be some things on that's geared towards our environmental standards that you would prefer to see something coming out of our planning world taking priority over it, then we need to know that then as well. So the fact is that for us to come forward with basically a summary of the recommendations, getting directions from you is the best way for us to manage our staff and make sure that we're hitting your expectations.
Right, because it looks like, I mean, from the public, it's all under the same bucket, right? It's that impact on growth development, right? Even though we have it in separate buckets. So I do think that's critical, that we give the 10,000-foot view and suggestions for top criteria. So thank you.
Council, you're both done, and we're moving to the River Keepers?
Yes, sir.
Our friends of Florida. Before we move to that, we had public input this morning. We have one person who, having heard all this, would like to have input. Anybody opposed? Suzanne Shiver.
Hi, thank you, Council. I just want to say that, Ormond Beach may own a low-impact development manual, but they have no low-impact development. So a manual sitting on a shelf does not help. I was a little surprised to see that up there because they don't utilize low-impact development. But DRI's brought up this morning for 30 and 35-year-old developments. Think about the fact that they said that impact fees can't cover infrastructure that is behind in need, but yet you've had a development with a DRI in an area that was approved 35 years ago. That doesn't go hand in hand with the infrastructure fees. So separately, the words minimum requirements are constantly being used and said as being met here. So I would personally prefer, as a resident, I want higher than minimum requirements. Just meeting our minimum requirements right now, driving around the county, is not enough, and I would just prefer that. I'm not someone who thinks that everything that's happened over the last 20 years that has been such a great job, and I'm going to specifically speak to the area that I know like the back of my hand. When you have a scenic highway with no established buffers and homes built right on the road. I have stood up here and I've said this and I've said this, and quite frankly, established buffers for scenic highways should have been happening, and it should have happened a long time ago, because I just said there was a 35-year DRI for that area. So in addition, the road up there floods. It's flooded for years. It's partially tidal. So the DRI was established with a road that we know floods and has been flooding forever, and yet impact fees are not covering anything to fix that road, and it's underwater, and we just accept it. How? How did this happen? So I would really like to also bring up the comp plan needs to be reviewed publicly more often. I'm asking you to establish a time frame that's more often for comprehensive plan, because for as fast as we are growing, it doesn't seem to be addressing the current issues. And you all have voices, and it was interesting to sit here and listen to how you don't have a say-so with the cities. The cities all do their own thing. I understand you don't want to overstep your boundaries, but at the same time, the people in those cities vote for you, and the cities come to you, and they ask you for assistance. So you do have voices to use with cities, and what's happening in a lot of the cities is not okay. The clear cut and the flooding that's occurring in some areas, and the infrastructure is behind. So there's a lot to consider here, but it was a little astounding that I found out just yesterday, and then it came up today, that we have DRIs that have been in place for 30 and 35 years, and yet what's happening doesn't go along with that at all. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
George.
Well, just a quick point on just one part of what Ms. Schreiber just said. The impact fees, just remember, can only be used for new capacity. So the flooding issue, we could not do with the impact fees, but I'm sure some of the other points are definitely well taken. But just a reminder of that point. So it would have only been to widen the road or to add more lanes or do things for capacity.
Thank you. Who's next?
Jane West from 1,000 Friends of Florida is here to kind of go over the 27 plan that they worked with the St. John's River Keepers on. So here you go.
Thank you so much, Clay, and thank you, commissioners, council members, for having me here. I'm not here alone. I would like to introduce the rest of our team. I've got Haley Bush, our outreach director, and then also the St. John's River Keeper, Lisa Reineman, and Gabby Milch. We've all worked together to bring some recommendations based on community input, and then also working with your staff. And also I present quite frequently to the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. I'm a big fan of regional planning councils. They do great work. Glad to hear about your grant application. I hope you get it. So with that, let me get going. First, I just want to introduce myself because I am not a resident of Volusia County. I'm Jane West. I am a land use and environmental attorney of 24 years. I am currently the Policy and Planning Director for 1,000 Friends of Florida. If you're not familiar with our organization, we are the state's leading smart growth advocacy organization. I spend the entire legislative session painfully in Tallahassee, Monday through Friday, working on bills that affect local governments, affect conservation, the environment, and it's definitely an interesting transition from the litigation that I did for many years. I see that you guys have been very successful in stealing away some of St. Johns County's finest. Susanna and I go way back. It's great to see your face again. And then also Paulo. So I've worked with the folks that you have here at the county. And well, my law practice for many, many years was dedicated to public interest environmental and land use law. I now just work on the policy end of things. Can you guys still hear me? I adjusted the mic. And then we also engage on a very limited basis with filing amicus briefs on cases that have statewide significance on how you manage your growth. So with that, I'm going to get started. Feel free to interrupt me at any time with any questions that you might have. Okay. So we held a workshop in conjunction with the St. John's River Keeper and conducted basically a 2070 workshop. And I recognize you from that workshop. Thank you so much for taking the time to attend that evening. Basically, this is a workshop. This was the 7th that we had done across the state, where it's really important that we engage the stakeholders and the citizens and elected officials and county employees, and we basically have them go around the room doing a dot exercise before we even get the entire presentation started. And so we have these various buckets that you can see: education, social resources, public safety. And you know, granted, it wasn't a huge crowd that night, but the feedback that we got from the public in Volusia County is actually quite reflective of the feedback that we received in other counties as well. So you can see on things like growth management, some folks thought you were doing a good job, but the overwhelming majority thought that it needed work. Same with affordable housing. You got really good marks on conservation lands and green space. The education component was flipped from, for example, St. Johns County, where it had pretty much unanimous good job marks. You have really good comments on government transparency and excellent comments on economic development. So there's a lot to be proud of here. And this is just, you know, a little slice. There was nothing scientific about this, but I think it's kind of helpful going into this to understand what your constituents and the stakeholders in this area feel about the work that county government is doing. So it's just a little quick snapshot. We provided a lot of this presentation. You guys already know this. I'm not going to repeat what many others have already repeated, but one point that I think bears emphasis, it's been made a couple of times, you have 16 municipalities. That is a lot. You know, by comparison, St. Johns County just has 2, the city of St. Augustine and the city of St. Augustine Beach. When you have this many municipalities, you do lose a lot of jurisdictional control to these counties, especially when they start getting into the business of annexation with surrounding land uses. And that becomes really challenging for you to control. I will tell you, this fast forward to the end of my presentation, one of my very strong recommendations, and I make this recommendation to counties throughout the state, is to establish urban service areas around your urban cores. So you're not spending a whole bunch of money on infrastructure needs. You want to keep it local to that infill development, right? But apparently that was already proposed here in Volusia County way back in the day and did not have traction. And I think back in the day, I'm referring to around 2002, Ron Paradise era. That did not fly because your local municipalities were not on board, with the exception of Ormond Beach. So when you have that much stonewalling by your municipalities to establish something like an urban service boundary, which, by the way, works extremely effectively in places like Martin County, Miami-Dade, you name it, it's being used throughout the entire state of Florida. So it's really unfortunate that you don't have that traction here. That doesn't mean that I think you should give up on it. It's one of the truest mechanisms that you can utilize to keep that infrastructure in place, which, by the way, prevents urban sprawl and in the long run ends up saving your taxpayers a lot of money because they're not building infrastructure outside of that urban core area. So this is some of the stats that we pulled together for our workshop presentation. This isn't the rosiest picture on some of these issues, but basically Volusia County has below average household wealth. The median household income here is $49,000 compared to the U.S. average of $53,000, and that is household, not individual. So household wealth. Got less than a quarter of the population has a bachelor degrees, and I'll go into that in a minute. 70% of the homes are owner occupied. The average listing price, this is probably outdated because it wasn't reflected as of last week, but average home prices in the entire state of Florida are going up exponentially, and the same is true here in Volusia County. Fairly homogeneous population, 68% non-Hispanic white, 14% Hispanic, 10% African American. Your average age is 47. Your employment, here in Volusia County, yeah, you've got some younger folks living here, believe it or not. So here in Volusia County, your education and health services is your primary employer, and that's especially true for the county. You can see how this kind of breaks down into individual cities, but top of the list with really, really high number of employees within the county are Florida Hospital, Volusia Flagler, and Halifax Health. In terms of unemployment, and I apologize for not updating the bar graph portion of this, but you can see 2020 was the outlier because of the pandemic. As of January 2022, your county's unemployment rate is back down to 3.8%, which brings it on par to around the 2018 timeframe. So that's really good news. People are going back to work. You're just a tick above the Florida current unemployment rate. Schools, average ranking is 4/10, bottom 50% of Florida public schools. I mention this because schools are part of the infrastructure issue that every single local government has to deal with. You have an extremely large school system, 61,000 students, 70 schools. It's the 14th largest school district in the state of Florida, and that is really saying something. So you're only going to see these numbers go up. And Chair, when you commented on the number of portables, I'm sure those portables, you're seeing them right outside of newly built schools, and that is what is so frustrating to people who are trying to plan. Let's kind of break it down a little bit. Volusia County is the bar in green, and you can kind of follow it up starting at the bottom. You're exceeding, and then all of a sudden, it kind of drops off when you get to the bachelor's degree. So you've got folks moving on up with high school graduate equivalency, some college associate degree, and then it kind of backs off when you get to the bachelor degree, and even more so when you get to graduate and professional degrees. So some of your growth challenges, top of the list, and this was discussed earlier this morning, 99% of us do not like sitting in traffic. You know, maybe if you're catching the tail end of some podcast, you want to sit there, but otherwise it is not pleasant. The affordable housing crisis, and there's no other really way to characterize it. Miami-Dade Mayor Danielle Cava just issued an emergency state of crisis for Miami-Dade County for affordable housing. So this is a statewide issue. Fortunately, this past legislative session in the proposed budget that is sitting on Governor DeSantis's desk, we do have some of the best funding that we have ever seen for affordable housing going to the sale and ship programs. We also have a new bucket that was created for Hometown Heroes, which includes firefighters, policemen and women, and school teachers and healthcare providers, first responders will get help with paying for their closing costs and other factors like that to help that sector of the population. But for the most part, you're still looking at an incredible crisis on the affordable housing front. So going back to the How Shall We Grow, the East Central Florida Regional Growth Vision that was conducted years ago, what you see is that more than 86% of Central Floridians indicated that continuing on the current path of development was their least preferred option. They would prefer to have a different approach to growth, in which the region preserves its most precious environmental and agricultural lands, focuses development in urban centers, and connects these centers with transportation corridors that provide choices for people on how they travel. So that's just really important. This is a statement that dates back almost 20 years. So this is just a recurring theme. So I just want you to keep that in mind, that you know, it's got to be very challenging because elected officials may circulate in and out, and they may forget that this is an issue that constituents have concerns about year after year after year, decade after decade. So I'm going to touch briefly on transportation traffic. Like most places around the state of Florida, with maybe South Florida being the exception, your constituents spend a lot of time in their car. That's their primary mode of transportation. Your commute time isn't horrible, 25 minutes average. By the way, this is all pre-pandemic. Things are vastly different now, and they probably will be for the foreseeable future. I just don't have the up-to-date data on that for you. 80% drive their own cars alone, only 8.9% carpool, a mere 1.1% take mass transit. And you can see the folks that choose to endanger their lives by walking and biking on Florida roads is nominal at best. This was already addressed earlier. You've got a lot of roads that are functioning at D and E levels of service. So here are the realities facing Volusia County. Protecting and preserving Volusia's ecosystems and environmentally sensitive lands is crucial to bringing about a smart growth future for the county and ensuring that the quality of life that the county's residents value. And when it comes to the phrase smart growth, you know, I was talking to an elected official up in North Florida who was stumping on that during his campaign, and so I pulled him aside. I'm like, so what is your idea of smart growth, just out of curiosity? And he's like, oh, well, obviously we need to build more roads. No, that is actually not smart growth. So, you know, and that didn't come from any sort of, you know, malicious or developer-oriented mentality. That was really, truly what he thought smart growth was. So, you know, it's up to us in the NGO community and your staff and the stakeholders to educate our decision makers on what smart growth means, because at the end of the day, it's actually going to save your constituents a lot of money when it comes to taxes coming out of their pockets. So Volusia will not be able to purchase all the land that is needed to protect its ecosystems to achieve a smart growth future. That is just the reality. So we're faced with that reality, and we've got to move forward with it, knowing that if there's going to be one takeaway that we have today for you, it would be that the small cumulative land use decisions that you make every month here in these chambers really add up to affect the quality of life for Volusia residents. It is the cumulative impact of land use changes, because there's a domino effect. If you're adjacent to a high density development, even though you can't use that as a basis legally to justify expansion of that high density into more rural lands, the fact of the matter is that is what happens all the time. So those incremental changes really do add up. So I'm going to dive into some of the mapping that we did in conjunction. This was funded by the Department of Agriculture here in the state of Florida back in 2016, also the University of Florida. And so, you know, basically at the time that these were forecasted, Florida's population was on pace to grow to almost 34 million by 2070. And that was based on very moderate projections by the University of Florida Bureau of Economic and Business Research, also known as BEBR. And that's a huge jump from 19 million in the 2010 census and 21 million that was counted just recently in the 2020 census. So this is what we have. We have the 2010 baseline and then the 2070 trend, which basically this is what our land use is going to look like if it's business as usual. And you can see that the red contemplates development, and the kind of beige, you can barely see it on this map, and I do apologize about that. I can get you better versions of this. But the 2070 alternative is if we start to implement some of the low impact development, some of the conservation development, conservation subdivision, communities that were discussed earlier, and then also be very vigilant about protecting our rural and agricultural lands. So, you know, the point of this is that it still looks pretty bad in 2070 with the alternative, but the trend, the business as usual, is really going to impact the quality of life and the whole reason why people moved to Volusia County in the first place. So that's the scenario that's depicted in the middle graph, and we just want to bring that to your attention that there's another way, there's another approach, but the sense of urgency that you discussed in just a few minutes ago is really imperative. So this is kind of breaking. Yes.
One quick question.
Sure.
Why did you start with 2010? Because some of your research showed that at 2010 people were already sick of what was happening. Oh
yeah. Oh, I think people were sick. I mean, I'm just speaking from personal experience. I was sick of it when I was watching clear cutting happening back in high school. So we started with that. That's when we got the funding for the 2070 project, and that's the baseline, the most recent, because it started in 2016. That was the most recent census data that we had. So that's where we started. Okay, so if you take a look at this kind of breaks it down in a little bit of a different way. You have 29% of that as existing development. You have the green as protected, excluding agriculture. You don't have a dark green here because you don't have any protected agriculture. You've got some ag, and then you have other, that 39%. If we were to continue on that business as usual, you can see that you are going to add a big chunk of that pie that was, you know, at once other or ag is going to now turn into development on that 2070 trend. So this is just a different way of conveying the same amount of information, but basically you're looking at a lot of your raw rural ag lands being converted to development if safeguards and some guardrails are not being put in place. And I mentioned the benefits from a tax standpoint, but there are a lot of others. You know, the lighter environmental impact, again, the lower taxes, more transportation options, less time stuck in traffic, and you have a more diverse housing stock as well. So your staff has already done a really good job of touching on, you know, the great things that they have been doing in terms of Volusia Forever, the ECHO program. You have approximately 30% of the land area in Volusia County has already been placed in permanent protection, and that is awesome, and you should applaud yourself for doing that. But, and here's the but, you knew it was going to come. To protect biological diversity, the 2070 model shows that 48% total needs need to be protected to maintain that long-term ecological services. So that's not only protecting, you know, the bears and the bunnies out there, but it honestly, it's protecting your water supply. It's protecting not only the quantity of your water, but the quality of your water. So that's really important from an ecological and human standpoint. So I'm not going to delve into this particular provision in your comprehensive plan because Ginger already did a great job. But this is a really good starting point that hopefully her green ribbon task force will dive into a little bit more. When we came across this particular provision in the comp plan, we thought it was really good and would like to see it built upon. I again want to commend you on 1986. You know, you guys were the first county in the nation to approve a conservation bond issue. And we, 1,000 Friends of Florida, has helped along the way just last year supporting your efforts to, you know, continue with those conservation land programs. We advocate very strongly at the state for full funding of Florida Forever, which passed with overwhelming support in Amendment 1 years and years ago, and that still has not happened to this day. The current budget that DeSantis is looking at contemplates $100 million for Florida Forever. We'd like to see it back to historic funding levels in excess of $300 million in order to protect the lands that you've got. I am not going to get into some of the water 2070 issues that were discussed at the recent workshop. The St. Johns River Keeper has a lot of material. We also have a report that will circulate a hard copy version of, and you should have it electronically as well. But, you know, all of these issues kind of go hand in hand. The incremental land use changes that are made and the big land use changes that are made obviously affect water quality. So I just, you know, want to put that on your radar that I'm not going to be delving into that at this point. One thing I do want to know, and you guys are all probably familiar with Map A, which is, I believe, locally known as the Palmetto Curtain. So new development within this Map A, you've got, you know, you've got dense development, obviously on the coast, like most coastlines throughout the state of Florida. And then the closer you get to Orlando, you've got that development there too. But then you've got this really special swath of green land in between those two that really needs to be protected. Development within this area is neither desirable nor is it inevitable if you take the proper steps to protect it. I will say that you're running up against a lot of challenges. And at the state level, I'm just going to talk about a couple of things. House Bill 1059 regarding construction permits was already discussed at length, but that is a big issue that affects all local governments throughout the entire state of Florida. It's that classic sort of preemption where the legislature thinks that they know best, and so they have this very onerous time frame imposed for the issuance of development orders. You know, only 3 requests for additional information may be submitted to an applicant. And the turnaround time to respond to those requests for additional information are tighter and tighter. The first one's 30 days, and then the next 2 are 10 days. And as was pointed out, you know, then it starts really eating into the amount that they are allowed to collect. It goes down 10% each day that they don't turn around and issue that development permit. The only way you guys are going to be able to fix that is at the state level. Because that was a preemption measure, you're going to have to undo it with another bill. I would strongly suggest that you work with the Florida Association of Counties. I have presented at their legislative delegation in Walton Beach talking about preemption specifically. And I believe you will find many regional partners that would like to fight back on that as well. More recently, out of this particular legislative session, Senator Travis Hudson introduced Senate Bill 620, which he characterized as the preemption to end all preemptions, with the thought being that if you had such an onerous preemption bill out there, that no other preemption measures would be contemplated by the state government. I, for one, know better, but this is, basically in a nutshell what it entails. If you guys pass an ordinance that may affect a local business's profit by 15%, then you are on the hook to that business for damages and their attorney's fees. So just by way of example, you talked about some really good things in terms of septic to sewer conversion. So let's say here at the local level, you decided to implement an ordinance to help facilitate that septic to sewer conversion, especially in rural areas, right? Guess who you're going to be affecting at least 15% of their business out of? The local septic pump out guy. So he's going to sue you. He could probably show damages in the amount of 15%, and then you're going to have to subsidize not only his damages, but his attorney fee for bringing the suit, just because you were trying to do the right thing. So, these are some of the unintended consequences that we see with this bill. I will note that it fortunately has a big exemption for land use changes under Florida Statute 163.3180. That's great. So all the land use decisions that you make will not be subject to that particular bill. 1,000 Friends of Florida has a veto request. This bill has not hit the governor's desk yet. I would strongly urge you to write to the governor to ask him to veto this particular bill. We're all supportive of small businesses. I'm sure that this particular body has funded the local chambers of commerce and bent over backwards to help your small businesses. I'm a former small business owner myself. I ran my own law firm for 8 years. I know what it's like to deal with regulations, but this isn't the answer. This was a heavy-handed approach that dealt with basically the city of Miami Beach trying to shut down nightclubs. Instead of opening till 5, they had to close at 2. And they decided to take the issue to the state for this preemption bill. So I'm just putting that on your radar because it is an issue. That's going into affordable housing, which I've already touched on. The other thing that I want to talk to you about is the balance, and this was touched on, and sorry if I'm going a little bit off script, but I kind of don't want to repeat everything that's already been repeated. I want to talk about some of the issues that were raised earlier today. In particular, property rights. As all of you probably know, and your county attorney, I'm sure, has lectured you many, many times, the Burt-Harris Act that was enacted back in 1995 basically does provide an extra layer of protection. And Florida is kind of unique in this regard. We have some of the most robust property rights in the entire nation. So we've got property rights now that are protected by the U.S. Constitution, the Florida Constitution, and now statutorily under the Burt-Harris Act. Last year, the legislature passed a bill that requires you to also have property rights adopted in your comprehensive plan. And I am not sure if Volusia County has already adopted that. Yep. So 1,000 Friends of Florida also has come out with a model property rights element that, even though you've already adopted that provision, I would urge you to take a look at because it has some helpful provisions that might help you and future council members. And one of those provisions is a majority, supermajority +1 to make any sort of comprehensive plan amendment change or zoning change. So that means the supermajority of this council +1, if you're going to permanently change the landscape of a piece of land here in Volusia County, you will have to demonstrate that a little bit higher of a threshold, meet that higher bar in order to obtain that. So that's one of the issues that we raise in our model property rights element. The other one is it has a strong encouragement, and by the way, we didn't draft this by ourselves. We had help with the UF Planning Department and legal counsel there, individual by the name of Thomas Hawkins. Actually, he was my predecessor here at 1,000 Friends. But one of the other elements would be encouraging public participation and engagement. Clay brought up the neighborhood meetings with the developers will prevent, that room full of people in red t-shirts yelling at you for doing the wrong thing. I agree. Having litigated many of these cases and many in the form of quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative hearings in county commission chambers across the state, I will say that mandating that sit down with the developer meeting and try and understand what some of their concerns are, because a lot of the concerns can be addressed fairly easily. Most of the time, the concerns have to do with traffic, concerns about traffic, school, and I don't want to see it, right? Not in my backyard, which can be addressed with increased buffering, making sure that you've got proper stormwater so you're not impacting adjacent neighbors. So I think having that neighborhood meeting works well for all parties. The developers aren't caught off guard with a raging mob. You guys aren't having to sit here until 10 o'clock at night trying to mediate something. And the issues can hopefully be worked out in advance. I will also say we had another bill this session that basically did away with the requirement to have public notice published in newspapers. It's really unfortunate, especially for a lot of rural counties. I know, you're like, what? Me too. But given that, I think public notice on land use changes in particular is more vital than ever. And quite frankly, I'm not sure, I don't know what the color of your public notice signs are. In St. John's, they're orange. But, having a little garage sale size sign outside a piece of property when you're clocking it at, 55 miles an hour on some rural road, that's not going to cut it in terms of public notice. I would strongly encourage you to have more robust public notice on your website, and then also maybe on the road, require the applicant to submit a rendering, a visual rendering of what is actually being contemplated. Sure, yes, it can change over time. However, it helps with the visualization of what might be going on the particular property. So just some ideas there on what can be done to further engage public participation. Let me briefly touch on impact fees. You have an impact fee program that helps with kind of 4 buckets here: transportation, education, parks and rec, fire rescue, but there are no fees for libraries or resiliency. As time goes on and it's getting more urgent, the need for resiliency measures is going to really start affecting your pockets. And quite frankly, this is where that very robust property rights might have a different effect. So what I mean by that is you are in the business of providing, local governments are in the business of providing infrastructure, right? Like sewer and water and roads. If you fail to take these adaptive resiliency measures and your roads are underwater and your storm drains can't drain because water is coming the other way, guess what? You are subjecting yourself to potential litigation for failing to maintain that infrastructure. Bert Harris can bite when it comes to sea level rise. So I would urge you to think very carefully if that is an issue that you need to talk about and start funding, because I think it's going to start getting extremely expensive. At some point, local governments throughout the state of Florida, the most vulnerable state in the nation when it comes to sea level rise, are going to be impacted by the economic reality of what is happening. So just a happy little note there on impact fees. These are your impact fee zones. The transportation issues we've kind of already touched on, but you are really limited with your impact fees, especially with more recent legislation. There are caps to how much you can raise them. And so that's going to be an additional restraint on your ability to have developers pay for new growth. And a lot of this was touched on earlier, so I'm not going to repeat that. This just kind of gives you a summary, but I should let you know that this data is kind of old. It's from 2018, and you guys have since increased your impact fees. But it kind of shows you just generally the big funding pockets and which municipalities are charging the most impact fees. Again, this is a matter of public record, so you guys can get this entire presentation later on if you want to dig down into it. In terms of affordable housing solutions, it was alluded to that there are a lot of folks here who have some really creative ideas. I strongly urge you to work with the folks that have the most knowledge on the ground. We have been provided, numerous ideas as well, everything from adopting a community land trust ordinance and partnering with community land trust to leveraging TDRs, transfer of development rights. But you'd be surprised that, of all the bills that come out of Tallahassee, you have the ability to implement a lot of affordable housing measures on your own. You don't need Tallahassee to mandate it. You have that flexibility already. They're setting the minimum standards, but you have the ability to go above and beyond in terms of requiring your developer applicants to provide that affordable housing. I would strongly encourage incentivizing it through sale and ship funds. But that is something, you already have that toolbox. You don't need to look to Tallahassee to provide that as an answer. So again, just what are you doing right? A lot, the economic development, establishing that eco overlay corridor. So you guys are doing a lot of things right, and I would strongly urge you to keep doing that. Chair, you had some comments earlier that there was some conflicting issues within the comprehensive plan and the land development regulations when it came to concurrency. And though this may have been explained, I just want to emphasize that while it's true that you can't deny a development order solely on concurrency, you can deny it if there's not competent substantial evidence to demonstrate adherence to other provisions in your land development codes. And this was brought up, the minimal environmental standards. That's a basis for denial if that applicant doesn't meet those minimum standards. Or what if the applicant's development proposal meets all the indicators of urban sprawl within your own comp plan? Well, that's a basis. So, these are just some things to think about, that you actually do have a lot more power than you think you do. I'm going to just go back because wetlands were touched on quite a bit. There was a recent bill coming out of this legislative session, Senate Bill 882. The House companion was HB 571. It's the inventories of critical wetlands, and it requires every water management district throughout the entire state of Florida, in cooperation with local governments, to develop a list of critical wetland protections using the LATF, Land Acquisition Trust Fund funds. And critical there is based on not only ecological value, but vulnerability to development. So I believe that bill, once signed by DeSantis, will go into effect on July 1st, and that may help your efforts in terms of protecting wetlands. But I would also strongly urge you to understand and appreciate the value of uplands as well. You can't have, they kind of coexist. And we put a lot of emphasis on wetlands, and that is really important. But even the St. Johns River Keeper will readily acknowledge that the ecological function of uplands is equally important. I touched on some preemption issues. There are a lot of arguments in favor of home rule. Most notably, and I think this is really critically important, Tallahassee is just so remote from most residents in this state, right? And taking time off, as we did see this session, we saw, captains for clean water, fishing captains, all the way down in the Keys, trek all the way up to Tallahassee to testify in committee hearings on an Everglades bill. I strongly believe, being an elected official myself, I sit on the St. Augustine Port Waterway and Beach Committee, Commission, excuse me. I love having that personal connection with the people that put me in office. If they've got a complaint, I'm able to take action, just like you guys do all the time. I recently got a surfer who took a picture of a navigational buoy that had become unleashed from St. Mary's up in Georgia and was actually floating down this way. It's 26 feet high and causing all sorts of navigational districts and problems, and we were able to get it resolved with the help of some media. So you guys are responsive in a way that Tallahassee lawmakers, they've got their work to do. but you have a very special role. And what I will say is, back in 2011, when the Growth Management Act was effectively decimated, the Department of Community Affairs switched over to the Department of Economic Opportunity. There was the belief by then Governor Rick Scott that local governments would step up to the plate because they knew best and regulate land use in a way that was responsive to their communities. The problem is there was no bridge for that transition, right? There was no training to local government officials. Local government officials can, be a wide range of professions. They don't have necessarily planning experience. And so that was a big ask that was never explained. And now we're in a position where we've kind of switched and we have the state preempting a lot of that home rule. I would strongly urge you to contact your local reps, try and undo some of the damage in 1059. And then I would also advocate to see what you can get. The state is flush with cash right now. Record levels in their budget, $112 billion, including significant amount of money from the feds for ARA relief. And so I would strongly urge you to find all the grant application opportunities that you can to support staff. This is something that I certainly have noticed up in St. Johns County when I met with their planning staff recently. It was Forrest Cotton at the time, but he's already left. They're getting snapped up left and right out of school. They're getting offers from consultants that, financially they can't turn away. And so almost every local government in the state is really struggling with staffing on planners. And you guys need these people to be able to do your job right. Nothing that I have said right now is going to work unless you have the resources to implement it. So whatever way you can get those funds, and I would look to the state first, I strongly would urge you to do it. We already went over all of this, but if you do have any additional questions, all of this presentation, along with the St. Johns River Keepers presentation from our 2070 workshop, is available on our website, and we would strongly encourage you to monitor our website during the legislative session. We update it with all the bills that we're monitoring on a daily, if not hourly basis. So we're up there and we are responsive. And if you ever have any questions or any asks, we're happy to help. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you. Can you go back to the previous slide? What can Volusia County government do?
Yes.
Ginger, do you have all of those on the list we talked about this morning? Clay's shaking his head yes. Okay.
Probably with the exception of establishing the urban service boundaries, since that was
hadn't heard that one yet.
Yeah. The county can only do so much. If the municipalities aren't on board with establishing those boundaries, it's not going to happen. But one thing, kind of a reverse boundary, you can set the parameters outside of those urban cores and have the thresholds be higher because the infrastructure isn't there. So to the extent that they try and expand outwards, that will be problematic. But again, if you're facing annexation issues with those municipalities, that's a tough haul.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's your office?
In Tallahassee.
Where do you live?
I live in St. Augustine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you wrapping up, Clay?
Yes, sir. So we had a full day today, and we have clear direction in that we have to come back with you. We're going to be identifying all of the things that we cover today in regards to action items. We're going to be talking about everything from our planning and development services, where we've asked for some direction on those, building and environmental. We are going to be wrapping in the comments from Jane, bringing those back to you. I would like a little bit of time to make sure I can get those drafted in the proper manner, but it won't be much more than a month. At that point, we'll commence, after you give us the directions, we'll initiate the efforts to start making some of those changes. Some of those we can work on almost immediately, and we'll start getting some of those done. We also may come back with some interim plans as well. There's some things in regards to low impact development that Ginger and I were talking that could be quick changes to the comp plan and the zoning ordinance that could hold over until we finalize everything, so that way we would take an interim step in doing so. So that's where we're at. Unless there's anything else that I need to address, I think we're done for the day from our perspective.
I have Michael Dyer, but I had a question for you first. How do you envision, we've talked several times about outreach with the public. I think it's really critical that we include the land use attorneys, home builders, developers in the conversation, or else we're just wasting time.
Agreed. It has to be tied to geographic regions. We do have 4 impact fee zones. That seems to make sense, being able to tie it into the Ormond, Daytona, the Port Orange, New Smyrna, Edgewater over here, and the DeLand, Deltona, and then also into the Pearson, DeLand, and DeLeon Springs area, finding a critical location so we can have physical presence there as well. Working through, the DOT exercise that was used for the 2070 plan. Is that something we want to utilize for a first round to find out what the main issues are by each one of the regions? Those types of things. So it could be a very fruitful exercise just to find out where everybody's at, and then from there drill down with more detail.
I'm just wondering what the time frame is.
We'll have to look and see staff availability and being able to get it going, but we're going into May after we'll be back in front of you on May 17th with our budget discussion. We'll talk about it then.
We have a council meeting next week.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Sure, no problems.
Everybody's joking. All right, Michael.
That agenda is already pretty much been established, so it'll have to be the meeting following, so.
Okay. And Michael Dyer.
Sure. During the Thousand Friends of Florida presentation, Senate Bill 620 was referenced, the bill that references if your profits of 15% or more have damaged, business can sue local government. Had a call with county attorneys last Friday, and FAC is suggesting that we consider having counties send a letter to the governor requesting that he veto Senate Bill 620. We can certainly do that and generate an agenda item for you. I did not want to do that without mentioning that to you. The bill has not been presented by the legislature to the governor yet. So I think we have the time, but not a lot of time. And of course, that's a policy decision for you.
We have a council meeting next week.
I could bring.
And you could bring it up in attorney's.
We have a draft ready. I just didn't want to put it on the agenda without mentioning it to you. I just wanted to let you know where it was coming from, and then you can decide.
Yeah, that would give council an opportunity to look at it. And
okay. And we'll have John Brinkers there with a 30, 40 slide PowerPoint. He's not smiling. All right, thank you.
No, there's not a lot of smiles in that section of the room back there. Okay, anyone else? I didn't mention at the beginning, but I think it's only fair to them to mention that Fred Lowry, Heather Post are not here because they had critical issues to deal with today, not because they don't care, not because they didn't want to be, but they had situations that they would rather not have to deal with that they are. So that's why they're not here. So thank you all for your help, your time. You're starving.